Day 5, 691 since the disaster. At the unclassified eastern dungeon, the dark mausoleum, desperate cries echoed continuously. Commander? Commander Kim Jun-woo. Commander, wake up. Hey, Kim Jun-woo, open your eyes. He slowly woke up and asked weakly, how's the subjugation operation going? His comrade looked at Jun-woo, sobbing. The Gigantiana subjugation operation was successful. Jun-woo, despite his paralyzed body, laughed happily. So we did it. Gigantiana was a monster on a completely different level from those Jun-woo's team had defeated. It took 3 years to suppress this monster, and hundreds of members sacrificed themselves. In the end, Jun-woo's team succeeded. The team members were extremely worried about him, shouting, don't lose consciousness, hang in there, the medical team is coming. But Jun-woo thought to himself, do you guys think I'm an idiot? Half of my body is over there. Knowing he was about to die, he gave his final instructions, Vice Commander, please take care of the rest of the team. Finally, to those who have gone before, I can go apologize. Jun-woo breathed his last in the arms of his comrades. Kim Jun-woo was the first hunter in Korea, and the creator of the subjugation system. He died bravely fighting Gigantiana, the most powerful and terrifying monster. But then, he woke up after a hard knock to the head. 3 male students glared at Jun-woo, grumbling. I told you to refill our hot pot every time we take a break. What is this? Not even bread for us? You trying to starve us? Need another beating to wake up tomorrow? Somehow, Jun-woo had become their gopher. A sudden voice echoed. What a meaningless sacrifice. Kim Jun-woo making him hover in the air, wondering, am I not reacting? Am I really dead? The voice replied, you may be dead, but we continue to exist. Now, no one is strong enough to need us anymore. This made Jun-woo angry, and he shouted, don't talk nonsense. Do you think my comrades are just fools who rely on me? What defeated you was not my sword, but the subjugation system meticulously built to handle any situation. Your weaknesses, the tailored strategies for each individual, and the proficiency of combat skills. I carefully built them step by step through the experiences I gained from battles. So brace yourself, because in the future, there will be hunters stronger and more effective than I could ever be. The next answer made Jun-woo jump in surprise. You call it a system, not bad. 42 years. I will return after 42 years. Until then, I hope the world you speak of becomes a reality. As soon as he heard that, he mocked. By then, you will be nothing but a cockroach crawling on the road. Waking up from a long daze, Jun-woo looked around, wondering, what is this? Where am I? A hospital. What is going on? Clearly, I thought I died fighting Gigantiana. And this appearance, what is this? I have become younger. No, I do not look like I did as a kid, at all. What the heck is going on? Jun-woo was blankly staring at the ceiling, when he suddenly heard the voice of a young man. You are finally awake. I am with the police. I have some questions for you regarding the incident. Can you answer them? Then the police began questioning him. Name, Kim Jun-woo. You are 17 years old this year, right? Jun-woo immediately corrected. No, I was born in 1975, the year of the rabbit. This made the police and doctor extremely surprised. Thinking he was confused after the accident, the police patiently asked, do you remember anything about the events leading up to the accident? Jun-woo honestly replied, I was seriously injured while suppressing Gigantiana in the dark dungeon. The police officer, bewildered, whispered to the doctor, is his condition really stable? From a medical perspective, it does not make sense. The doctor quickly clarified, as I mentioned before, he needs to focus on resting. The police officer, unconvinced, questioned, but even so, does he really think he is the hunter? Kim Jun-woo, the doctor, on the other hand, thought it was quite normal. Short-term memory loss after an accident is not uncommon. In severe cases, delusions can blur the lines between reality and imagination. Jun-woo interrupted their conversation, feeling confused. What is the situation anyway? The police officer was silent for a long moment before patiently repeating, so you really do not remember. Yesterday, Kim Jun-woo was attacked by the So NY gang. The problem is, it happened early in the morning, so there were no witnesses and no CCTV footage. You do not remember anything about the incident, right? Seeing Jun-woo silent, the police officer sighed helplessly. I understand. Let us stop here for now. Here's my business card. If you remember anything, contact me. The doctor also quickly left the room, saying goodbye. All right, I will be going now. Get some rest. But Jun-woo called him back. Wait, doctor. Can you tell me what year it is now? The doctor looked at him with a bewildered expression. March 1st, 2051. This information shocked Jun-woo, and he exclaimed, "No way." 2051. He rushed to the window and threw open the curtains, his eyes wide with shock at the scene before him. What is this? Seoul, in Jun-woo's memory, was a ghost town, left to decay after the wars with the monsters. Dominated by vagrants and homeless refugees suffering from all kinds of diseases and hunger, he could not believe how much it had changed. Skyscrapers that seemed to reach the clouds. The residents here seemed very prosperous and happy. The scene made Jun-woo unconsciously smile happily. At this point, I have no choice but to believe it. Two young men were enthusiastically playing sports together, making Jun-woo's mood suddenly drop. I wonder if everyone is still alive. In Byum Seokdu Woo-shik. And Yeon-hee. It has been 42 years. They must be together now. 42 years have passed. Now that I think about it, this year is exactly 42 years since then. The room suddenly shook violently. Accompanied by a warning signal incident, a major crisis has occurred at Gaon University Hospital. Desperate screams echoed continuously, "Run, quickly report to the association." Jun-woo instinctively ran quickly out of the hospital room. The thought occurred to him, "Good timing. I will get to see the upgraded version of the subjugation after 42 years. I can't wait to see how much it is improved." By this time, Jun-woo had safely run out of the hospital. He stopped in his tracks when he saw the scene before him. What? Why is everyone gathered here? A security guard quickly announced to the crowd, "This time, an advanced hunter will participate in the subjugation operation. To ensure everyone's safety, please stay behind the safety line and maintain a safe distance. Then, in 10 minutes, we will lure the monster out of the dungeon." Jun-woo was shocked by the announcement and shouted, "What? You are going to lure the monster out of the dungeon?" Jun-woo had once reminded his comrades, "Everyone, do you know? Once the monsters leave the dungeon, we will be at a huge disadvantage from that point on. It is normal for a city to be destroyed by a single monster, and in severe cases, an entire country can be wiped out. No matter what, the subjugation must be carried out inside the dungeon. It is a prerequisite and essential rule. Remember this." Worried about the reckless decision, Jun-woo pushed through the crowd, shouting, "You crazy bastards!" The media team was also busy shouting to each other, "Is the camera crew ready? It is starting." The editor was starting the live broadcast when he was interrupted by Jun-woo's loud shout, "What are you doing? Luring the monster out of the dungeon, are you crazy?" Monster hunting is not a child's game, gathering people and doing something reckless. But the crowd did not care. They were all chanting "Go In-che" in unison. A car suddenly appeared at the scene. Everyone held their breath, watching the owner's every step. The appearance of a beautiful girl attracted the attention of the press. "Hunter Go In-che, please look over here." Jun-woo watched, thinking to himself, "So that is a modern hunter. She is younger than I thought. I wonder what her skills are like." The crowd kept cheering Go In-che as she walked towards the dungeon entrance. In-che quickly performed the first operation, system connection. Announcements were immediately displayed. Access to the subjugation support system has been granted. Access complete. Skill level B. The security guard then announced in surprise, "The monster is coming out of the dungeon." Cracks gradually appeared on the dungeon door. The monster's foot suddenly appeared, followed by a set of sharp fangs. In an instant, the giant monster revealed its true form. In-che calmly used her tactics, ice subsystem magic crystallization. The monster displayed its sharp teeth, aggressively charging straight at her. In-che was still trying to maintain her balance in the whirlwind that was tearing up the rocks and soil. She quickly regained her composure and struck back at the monster with her sword. This action made the audience cheer in excitement. "So cool, amazing, it looks like dancing." Jun-woo also saw a boy nearby, chirping, "Dad, when I grow up, I am going to be a hunter and protect everyone." That statement made him unconsciously smile happily. In-che's steps were tireless. She lunged towards the monster, striking at it, then quickly jumped into the air. Seeing this, the monster roared, shaking the earth and sky. It was struck by the sword, cringing in pain. Then it lay motionless on the ground. The witnesses cheered endlessly after In-che's victory. Jun-woo was stunned in amazement. After giving a bright smile, he suddenly realized, this is not it. This is what they call subjugation. Everything was a mess. A rookie hunter dressed like a celebrity and relying only on skills to fight. The support team was useless, not even providing support from the rear. And the most annoying thing was, Conducting a subjugation operation, a real-world situation with numerous variables, on a street crowded with people, Jun-woo clenched his teeth in anger. Then he kicked away the reporter's camera. This action made the security guard angrily shout, "That is enough! What are you doing?" Jun-woo also shouted back, "What the hell are you guys doing pulling the monster out of the dungeon? Are you crazy? Don't you realize that a monster leaving the dungeon can go berserk if it does not adapt to this dimension? What if you activate your skills in a crowd like this and something goes wrong? What if the monster possesses unexpected characteristics beyond the information provided? And the rear position is completely open. You call this a subjugation operation? This is nothing more than a street performance." Eun-chae intentionally cut him off. "Are you from the academy? This is everything we are taught in class, right? The rules of the subjugation operation, the procedures, the positions. Your passion is great, but do not think that everything is taught in the classroom." Jun-woo questioned as soon as he heard it. "You call it fieldwork? This little brat dare to talk about fieldwork in front of me." Eun-chae was stunned by the harsh words. Her bodyguard quickly stepped forward to stop him. "That is enough. You can't do that here." Jun-woo, unable to restrain his anger, continued to question, "You are Go Eun-chae, right? With skills at that level, you should be ashamed to call yourself a hunter." But she only responded with a contemptuous look. "It seems like school life is difficult." Jun-woo could only watch with a helpless expression. What is this? Jian Hospital had returned to peace. Jun-woo sat alone in the park, remembering the words he had once heard, "I will return after 42 years. Until then, I hope the world you speak of becomes a reality." The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. This is bad. The skills of hunters now are worse than the weakest people 30 years ago. With the subjugation system collapsed, if Gigantiana revives, it will be doomsday for everyone. I have to prepare from now on. But who would believe me? Then, Jun-woo exclaimed happily, "That is right. My team members, if I can find a way to contact them. But how am I going to find them? I can't just stop everyone passing by and ask, wait, now that I think about it, that little brat mentioned something about the academy. That is right. Someone must have established a hunter academy in the last 30 years. The only person who could do that. Bei Wushik," Jun-woo exclaimed in surprise when he heard him mention it at the time. Wushik nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it would be great if this war ended in our generation, but that is unlikely, right? After retiring from direct combat duty, I want to build an academy and properly nurture the next generation." "That is right. What should we name the school?" "You decide, Commander." Jun-woo, in high spirits, suggested a name. "Let us keep it simple. Korea Hunter Academy, something like that." But Wushik looked dissatisfied. "That is too plain." Jun-woo, relying on his memory, successfully found a hunter academy. He could not believe his eyes, and exclaimed, "Seriously? But this school is ridiculously large." Jun-woo was blankly looking around when he heard a voice. "Student, what are you doing here?" It was the academy manager who continued to speak. "I do not think I have ever seen you before." "Are you a student at our academy?" Jun-woo quickly replied. "No, it is not that. I have some business here." The manager, misunderstanding, deliberately shooed him away. "If you are here just to see Emma's Eun-chae, you should go home. She is not someone you can hang around the gate and wait for." That statement made him secretly realize, could that little brat be studying here too? Jun-woo then quickly asked, "Do you happen to know anyone named Bei Wushik?" The manager's eyes widened in surprise. "Bei Wushik? Do you mean the chairman?" Jun-woo exclaimed with joy. "Yes, the chairman. Can I meet the chairman?" The manager then asked a difficult question. "Why would someone who is not a student at the academy want to meet the chairman? Are you a specially admitted student?" Jun-woo quickly gave an answer. "Yes, I am a specially admitted student." The manager, leading the way, complained, "Really, you should have said that from the beginning. Follow me, and I will lead the way." Jun-woo then felt a little confused. What is with that look of pity? Is it just my imagination? After being led to a large room, Jun-woo's eyes widened in surprise. When he saw his picture hanging in a very prominent position, he could not contain himself and shouted, "What is this?" The manager reminded him, "Young man, no shouting in school." Jun-woo quickly apologized. "I am sorry." He felt confused in his heart. A giant portrait. This is too much. Next to his portrait was another frame. It was the slogan of the hunter Kim Jun-woo. A hunter is made of 99% effort and 1% talent. This made Jun-woo feel a little annoyed. "Did I say that?" The manager continued to knock on another room. "Chairman, it is Manager Park." A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. "Come in." Before Jun-woo went inside, Manager Park did not forget to tell him, "Remember not to do anything rude. Then he actively introduced him to the chairman. The specially transferred student for this semester is here. Then I will excuse myself. After only the two of them were left in the room, Wu-shik approached Jun-woo and asked, "That is strange. I have not heard anything about a specially transferred student for this semester. Tell me, who are you?" Before he could finish speaking, Jun-woo interrupted. "Wu-shik." That familiar call made him freeze for 5 seconds. Jun-woo then deliberately added, "It is really you, Bae Wu-shik. I almost did not recognize you in that shape. What happened? You look so old now. Wu-shik, do not you recognize me? It is me, Kim Jun-woo. Kim Jun-woo." Unexpectedly, he reached for the phone and angrily snapped, "I have never seen anyone so crazy in my life. Manager Park, come in here and take this guy away immediately." A specially admitted student. How could you let a stranger in here without properly checking? But Jun-woo's next words stunned him. "Oh, right, what about Sun Young?" Wu-shik could not hide his curiosity and hastily asked, "How do you know that name?" He quickly received an answer from Jun-woo, Sun Young of Team 3, of course. "I know her. You kept chasing after her, getting rejected, and then crying in front of me." Looks like it did not work out after all. Wu-shik angrily grabbed Jun-woo by the collar. "You little brat, what are you trying to pull? Who the hell are you?" Jun-woo remained calm and continued, "In this life, even Wu-shik is grabbing my collar. You have become quite bold, have not you?" Jun-woo's demeanor scared Wu-shik into letting go. Then he continued to soothe him. "Wu-shik, listen to me. How many times do I have to tell you? Whether it is in front of monsters or in front of people, if you are going to take control, do it properly." Wu-shik recognized a familiar figure and tremblingly called out, "Commander." At the operations management headquarters for the subjugation base camp, a man shouted in a harsh voice, "Damn it, what are you doing? Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and bring out the food and antibiotics." Hearing the commotion, Jun-woo went to check it out. "What is going on?" Byung-im nervously said. "It seems someone was kicked out of Camp 7 due to a contagious disease. They are asking for food and antibiotics." This news seemed quite new to Jun-woo. "A contagious disease," Byung-im explained. "They said their sibling is sick, and they suspect it might be contagious." Perhaps Jun-woo had found a solution. He stepped forward without hesitation. The man held a knife to the girl's throat, threatening, "Don't come any closer." But seeing the determination in Jun-woo's eyes only made him angrier. As if the fire burning within Jun-woo could not be extinguished. He warned, but with a hint of hesitation, "Don't come closer, or she will die." Jun-woo extinguished that confidence with the words, "Go ahead and do it." The kidnapper and hostage were speechless. "What?" Seeing their expressions, Jun-woo repeated, "I said, go ahead and do it. With monsters roaming freely, it would not be surprising if someone suddenly died." This cornered him. "What the hell are you saying?" Jun-woo coldly interrupted. "What is wrong? Can't you bring yourself to do it? Didn't you say you wanted to save your sibling? Then you have to get the medicine, even if it means killing everyone here. If you are going to save one person, you have to be prepared to take the lives of others, no matter who they are. That is the world we live in now. So whether facing monsters or people, if you want to take control, do it properly. If you can't do that, do not bother with these useless games. Or just go die peacefully beside your sibling." This subtle provocation caused the man to drop the hostage, ready to rush at Jun-woo with the knife. Of course, Jun-woo would not let him have his way. Jun-woo used both hands to tightly grip the man's weapon-wielding arm. With a spin, he slammed him to the ground, powerless and without a chance to turn the situation around. Damn it! Under the violent force, his body crashed hard against the ground. As a result, the man still did not give up on his wrongdoing, not forgetting to hurl insults, "You piece of trash. Die, you scum." At this point, Jun-woo equipped the Patelis' ring weapon. That is right, that is the spirit. Suddenly, the action he was about to take was halted. Jun-woo approached his forehead with 2 fingers, activating the weapon's ability, Super Extreme Compression Flick Explosion. A simple movement created an astonishingly powerful attack. The man shot out of sight like a shadow. The pressure was so strong that the wall shattered. After this blow, he was completely unconscious. Jun-woo had a task to assign. Byung-im, we still have some antibiotics, right? Quickly assemble a search team and find his sibling. They are probably around here. The problem Byung-im was worried about was, wait a minute, if their sibling really has a contagious disease. Jun-woo provided a reasonable explanation. The distance from Camp 7 to here is over 100 kilometers. It takes almost a week to travel, and if it really is a contagious disease, then that brother would be the first to die. If you understand, then hurry up. Byung-im quickly complied, yes. Next, Junwoo instructed another member, take this person to Junyoung's shelter. When the man wakes up, give him food and water and have him start training from tomorrow. Only those in this division understood Junwoo's intentions. Junwoo had taken care of everything here as well. From now on, we are a team. Woo-shik, hearing about the past from someone else, could not hide his surprise. Really, that commander, what was he like even so for Junwoo? It was a thing of the past. I do not even know. I just woke up, and it turned out like this. Woo-shik's expression was half believing, half doubting. Really? Considering the situation, Junwoo had to explain in more detail. It seems you still can't believe it. Believing this would make Woo-shik doubt himself. Honestly, would not anyone feel that way? Someone who died comes back to life in a child's body. To make him believe, Junwoo had to take a punch. Oh, really? Then what should I do? Should I bring up the time you peed your pants on the first hunt to make you believe me? Outside, Manager Park hurriedly ran, not caring about his age. Earlier, Woo-shik had called and shouted, "A specially admitted student, how could you let a stranger in without properly checking?" That is why Manager Park had to run like this. Oh dear, what a mess. A specially admitted student is a program to help students from difficult backgrounds receive special admission. Because the student came to ask the chairman for help, I naturally assumed they were a specially admitted student. There is no use regretting it now. For now, he could only sincerely beg for forgiveness. Chairman, it is Manager Park. The sight of the chairman doing push-ups in front of a student stunned him for a few seconds. Manager Park's expression looked deeply troubled. The door slowly closed without a sound. He evaporated from here without even knowing the truth of the matter. Just then, Junwoo uncomfortably applied ice to his slightly swollen left cheek. Looking at Woo-shik's expression, he knew he was very remorseful. Junwoo did not understand why he had to endure this. It still hurts. Woo-shik fussed, I am sorry, Commander. The memory was too embarrassing, so I could not help myself. The coffee on the table was still steaming. Junwoo's mood was hard to describe. Well, the world has really changed a lot. Woo-shik understood. You must be shocked, Commander, because it is like everything changed in the blink of an eye. Not only shocked, but Junwoo also wanted to create a turning point. That is right, and among those, conquest stands out the most. Before that, I saw them luring a monster into the middle of the city to subjugate it. Woo-shik knew quite well. Ah, you mean the intersection near Gown University Hospital, right? I think I understand what you are saying. Junwoo needed to grasp more information. How did things turn out like this? Woo-shik said, Commander, after you defeated Gigantiana, the world really became peaceful. Dangerous monsters have become rarer than before. They deemed the public conquest operation acceptable. Junwoo continued, so they chose to lead monsters out of the dungeon and defeat them for all. To see, there is a limit to how careless people can be in maintaining safety. Woo-shik glanced at the floor. Well, there is another reason too. Currently, it is difficult to maintain this industry without advertising from sponsors and the backing of large corporations. The Supernatural Dimension Management Association and countless government agencies are closely linked, making the operations more complicated. Because it affects their own interests, hunters have become almost like celebrities. The conquest operation has degenerated into such a distorted system. It drove Junwoo crazy. It is not too late to fix it. You are the chairman of the academy, right? From now on, you should focus on educating the kids. Woo-shik said with difficulty, I told you before, because of the overly tangled connections between large corporations and government agencies, I can't even change a single education regulation on my own. Junwoo wanted to scold him. Are you just a figurehead leader? Right? What about the other members if we join forces with them? Woo-shik immediately extinguished his hope. Those very members are the ones pulling the strings behind the large corporations and government agencies. I hate to say this, but I am sure that most of the members won't be happy about the fact that you have returned, Commander. Junwoo blurted out, Do you think so too? Woo-shik waved his hands everywhere. No, not at all. You do not know how much you mean to us, Commander? Junwoo's head was about to explode. It is all a mess. Seeing this, Woo-shik wanted to do something to reassure him. You should not say that. Anyway, the world has become peaceful, has not it? I am already old, but Commander, you have become young again. Starting a new life with a new style is also a good option. Junwoo only had one way. Gigantiana will be resurrected. Indeed, these words blocked all of Woo-shik's strategies. Wait, what did you just say? Junwoo uncomfortably repeated, Gigantiana will be resurrected. He is something that takes a lot of effort to defeat. Besides being unbelievable, Wushik was also scared. You are saying that Gigantiana will be resurrected. At that moment, Junwoo had heard each word very clearly. Yes, I do not want to believe it, but it is true. When I was on the verge of closing my eyes and losing consciousness, I met him. He said he would return after 42 years, and said I would meet him again. Wushik received too many surprises in one day. Impossible. Could you have mistaken something else? You do not really believe that, do you? Junwoo was not joking. What, you do not believe me? You can believe that someone who died 42 years ago like me can come back like this, can't you? Wushik could not say a word. Well, Junwoo stood up, annoyed. That is enough. I came here clinging to the hope that I could find a way out. But it seems useless. Wushik also reached out. Commander, what are you gonna do? His voice was quite loud in reaction. What else? Like before, I will take care of it myself. Wushik felt a surge of unease. What? No matter how talented you are, Commander, with that body. Junwoo believed in himself. I defeated him once, so why can't I do it again? Ah, that is right, there is something. Do you know where the weapon I used to use is? I can take care of the rest, but it will be difficult without it. Wushik hesitated and said, If it is your weapon, Commander. It is being stored at the headquarters of the Supernatural Dimension Management Association, but with its significant symbolic importance, it is not something you can just take, Junwoo sighed. Really? Can't I even get my own things as I please? After thinking it over, Wushik did not want to hide it. The person in charge there right now is Executive Director Seok-do, but Junwoo became much more positive. Our little brother, then that is great. He is loyal to me. Wushik knew what the situation would be. Commander, that little brother, the one who used to believe in you and follow you, is now one of the people who will be least happy about your return. Junwoo had given so many ways, nothing was going well. Wushik had a suggestion. No, listen to me more. Coincidentally, Executive Director Seok-do's granddaughter also attends this school. He dotes on his granddaughter and can't say no to her. This way might be promising for Junwoo. Granddaughter? So you are saying that approaching his granddaughter might be a way to solve this problem. Wushik did not think it through. Well, I am not too sure, but having a way is better than Junwoo finding it himself. All right, I will have to try it out. What is her name? Wushik gave a suggestion. I believe you have seen her before. You mentioned the subjugation location near the Gaon University Hospital intersection, right? That is exactly Yunchae, who Junwoo had met. A few drops of sweat fell on his face. Yunchae is Seok-do's granddaughter. Wushik still did not know anything. Yes, that is right. Is there a problem? Regret filled Junwoo's heart. I am done. 4. I went crazy when I saw that terrible public subjugation, so I scolded them. Wushik stopped. Huh. You did not injure anyone or anything, did you? Junwoo did not hit people for no reason. I am not crazy. I got too heated, said a few words, and left. Junwoo had never felt so terrible and frustrated. Oh dear, I do not know. He held his hand out in front of Wushik. He stared intently, without understanding anything. What do you need? Junwoo beckoned. What else? The application form. Wushik suddenly froze. Application form, Junwoo nodded. Yeah, hurry up and bring it here. You said it earlier, my weapon is currently owned by Seok-do, the Director of Support. And to get it back, first you need to approach Seok-do's granddaughter, Yunchae, who is attending this school. In that case, there is only one option. Overreacting has become Wushik's nature? No, but enrolling at this age, Junwoo did not understand at all. What do you mean by that age? He explained. If you had lived on that day, you would be 80 years old now. You are already nearing your 40s. How are you going to integrate with today's kids? Even with a young body, just eating together will make you stand out because of the musty old smell emanating from within. It is too obvious. Either the kids will bully you, or you will bully them. It can only be one of the two. Junwoo's emotions were a mix of anger and shame. Who said I am going there to make friends? I will quit as soon as I get the weapon. Wushik sighed. You are always so determined. Commander, Junwoo smirked. That is why I died before you guys, right? Then Wushik took out a paper for specially admitted students. I only ask for one thing. Please do not be too hard on the kids. Junwoo replied, for the sake of it, I won't be hard on them. Do you think I am a gangster or something? Yet Wushik avoided answering. Even if they do something that makes you uncomfortable, please try to overlook it as much as possible. Junwoo had to consider the situation. That we will see. Reincarnated, Wushik seemed like a righteous headmaster. I am serious. Today's kids are fragile. If you manage them the way you managed us, they won't survive. Junwoo turned red with annoyance. I said I know, do not nag me. The next day at school, Junwoo stood in front of the classroom door, Class E, of the first year, here it is. Although he was determined, now that he was about to step in, he felt quite nervous. Well, anyway, Woo-shik has already spoken up to ask, so I have to try to avoid drawing attention until I find a way to approach Yoon-chae. A girl's voice came from behind. What are you doing? Why are you standing right in front of the door? If you are not going in, then move aside. For some reason, Junwoo felt flustered. Ah, I am about to go in. Suddenly, the other person got closer to him. What? Ah-yoon stared with sharp eyes and said, are you the dog from yesterday? It sounded like Junwoo was being cursed. Yesterday. Finally, Ah-yoon sneaked in to go into the classroom. I heard that a specially admitted student is being transferred today, but I did not expect the dog from yesterday to show up. But whatever, it is not my business. But Junwoo needed to know the answer. Hey, that is why I am asking. What do you mean by the dog from yesterday? What? She finished talking and just left? Really? These kids nowadays. When Junwoo had only just stepped near the classroom door, there were already tons of stares directed at him. Countless whispers of judgment appeared. That guy is the person from yesterday. That guy, yesterday, The attitude that Junwoo saw was exactly the same as the person from just now. What is going on? Today is my first time coming here, but why does everyone look at me like they have seen me before? Am I imagining things? Whatever, just ignore it. I thought the Hunter Academy would be special, but it turns out it is more ordinary than I thought. I even thought everyone would bring their own weapons. Where should I sit? The bouquet that Woo-shik sent was placed on Junwoo's desk with the message, "Congratulations on your enrollment." Junwoo suddenly felt strange. What is this? Is it normal to give this for enrollment? Woo-shik, this guy is not trying to draw attention on purpose, is he? What am I going to do with the bouquet? I can't eat it. These 3 games are just a waste of resources and money. He had only just sat down when he heard cursing from outside the door. This teacher, he is acting like I am a burden to the school. He called me to school first thing in the morning. What a pain in the ass. Entering the class after that made the entire classroom fall silent. Just by looking, Junwoo could guess his nature. One of those kids who thinks he is the boss in the class. How pathetic. That reckless personality was sure to make Ju Seok notice the new student. He gave a sinister smile, liking to joke. Oh my god, who is this? You are the dog from yesterday, right? I am right, the guy who caused trouble with Yoon-chae during the public hunt. So you are the specially admitted student that everyone's been talking about. Junwoo still used polite words. How did you know? Ju Seok laughed. You do not know. Your clip was uploaded and spread all over social media. I bet everyone in the school has seen it. Junwoo was trying to understand today's era, clip, social media. I do not really understand, I guess. It means spread widely. No wonder those kids were like that earlier. While talking, Ju Seok hit him on the head. Anyway, this kid, well done. You publicly caused trouble like that with Yoon-chae. And not only are you a specially admitted student, but you are also in Class E. Oh my god, you are the best of the best. Very nice to meet you. Well, you know who I am too, right? I am Ju Seo-ul. Woo-shik's words appeared in his head. Even if they do something that makes you uncomfortable, then try to overlook it. Consider that he will close his eyes and respond to the handshake. Junwoo. Ju Seok laughed sarcastically just because of a title. Seriously, this guy's name is Junwoo. Your grandparents must be really old. They thought that naming you like that would make you a top hunter or something? Seriously, so funny. Nice to meet you. Meme Junwoo. Let us hang out together from now on. His 2 personalities wanted to switch places, hold back, try to suppress it. Ju Seok changed the subject. Well, what do you think of her up close? Look at you. You are too dazed. I am talking about Yoon-chae. Her figure is too good, right? Her face is not bad either. She is pleasing to the eye. Well, her grandfather is a director somewhere, I forget. That is probably why her personality is so crude. If it was not for that personality, she would be my ideal muse. Wait, hold on. Oops, wrong. Those eyes look a bit like a shrew. If only they could be fixed. Next to him, Ah-yoon could not hold back. Do not go too far. And that also made Ju Seok fed up. Really? What is it now? Is it you? Again, this is not the first time Ah-yoon has dared to say these words. Why do not you go look in the mirror? With that face, you are presuming to judge other people's appearances. Ju Seok's veins popped out on his face. This kid has lost her mind. I have let it slide a few times. Do you want to go further now, huh? Ah Yun only said what she thought. What is there to push? We are all lowly, Class E scum. Ju Seok is arrogant first and narcissistic second. Do not tell me you think you and I are on the same level. I am from Class B. There is nothing for Ah Yun to admire. Oh, then you got points deducted for using skills poorly and got demoted to Class E. That is a big achievement. Speaking of which, your father's connections are really good. Without them, you would have been expelled a long time ago. Unable to argue back, Ju Seok used violence, you dog, you bastard. Strong words aside, after all, Ah Yun is also a girl. One thing for Ju Seok and everyone here is absurd. Because he was knocked down, everyone had to look once and intersperse with Ju Seok's voice. What? Are you crazy? Meme Junwoo is this. This might be the biggest blow in Ju Seok's life. Hey, Meme Junwoo, did you just kick me? Junwoo did not need to be polite to someone like that. What? Do you need me to do it again? Ju Seok hugged his humiliation and stood up, annoyed. The first day of school, and you do not know right from wrong. I am going to beat you until you are pulp. So you wake up, right? This joke made Junwoo unable to suppress his laughter. Oh my god. This kid, have you ever faced death before that you dare to spout those words? The more he provoked, the more angry Ju Seok became. What are you barking about, you specially admitted student? Junwoo dodged that like it was nothing. What kind of weak punch was that? His left and right sides are wide open, so pathetic. Yubin walks into the classroom to this brawl. What are you kids doing? Ju Seok knows he can't act. Why does the homeroom teacher always show up at the worst time? I will deal with you later, Junwoo. Your school life from here on out. I am going to make you go crazy. Just you wait. Word of this also reached Woo-sik. Seriously, you caused this on your first day. Junwoo had no choice. I barely held myself back, Woo-sik has some things to consider, but I have taken care of things for now, so we should be able to resolve this without involving the school violence committee. The problem is, I do not know how that guy you kicked is going to react. He is the son of Myung-jin, the head of the Korean Subjugation Bureau. Ju Seok is Myung-jin's youngest son, and he is completely out of control. He always relies on his father's influence. With all the crap he pulls, it is insane that it never makes the news. Junwoo understands, but is not scared. So that is why he is like that. Woo-sik is more afraid of him than of the bureau chief. Out of everyone to mess with, you had to pick the most troublesome one. Just so you know, if Ju Seok causes trouble, and you get into it with him again, I can't help you out. Junwoo is tired of hearing the same thing over and over. Yeah, I know, I will take care of it. He leaves Woo-sik's office with a tired look on his face. Suddenly, Ah Yun pops up behind him, startling him. Why did you do that? I am talking about Ju Seok. Don't you know who he is? Junwoo replies nonchalantly. Why would I care? I hate rude kids. What about you? Why did you start something with him? He did not even say anything to you, he just mentioned Yoon Chae. After saying that, Junwoo stops to observe. Wait, now that I think about it, she looks a lot like Yoon Chae, and her name is Go Ah Yun. Junwoo asks, Hey, are you Yoon Chae's sister? Ah Yun replies, Yeah. Junwoo's face lights up. What unexpected luck. If so, then I do not need to find Yoon Chae directly, I can start here. Ah Yun has not finished speaking, but I am not her real sister. We have different mothers. I am not even in their family registry. Basically, I am a stranger. Junwoo switches to another plan. Well, do you have any connection with your grandfather? Yun is a little unhappy when she answers this. Oh, our relationship is wonderful. He is the old geezer who removed me from the family registry. All of Junwoo's hopes might vanish here. Ah Yun laughs. Wait, you were helping me because you thought I was one of them, right? Too bad, you probably thought you hit the jackpot with a powerful connection. Yeah, I get it. A special admissions student like you is basically just prey here. You need someone to rely on more than anyone else. I thought you would be different, but it turns out you are just like the others, the kind of trash who only cares about someone's status. No, Junwoo retorts. You are quick to judge me just because I am a special admissions student, but judging by your focus on status, you do not seem any different. Seriously, what is with all the family background and special admissions stuff at this school full of kids? It is ridiculous. So ridiculous. Ah Yun just does not know. Just wait. You will soon realize what a special admissions student really means at this school. Junwoo leaves, unconcerned. Oh, really? How dramatic. Ah Yun watches his retreating back from a distance. Her face has a hint of repressed resentment. Junwoo stands in the hallway, looking out at the scenery. I thought it would be easy, but it is not going smoothly at all. I guess I have to find another way to approach Yoon Chae. A huge guy stands behind him and growls, "Hey, are you the special admission student from Class E?" Jun-woo does not know who he is. So what? There are a few other guys around too. Their faces are just as arrogant as Ju-seok's. They stand around him, trying to block him in. The fat guy points. "Come with me. You do not want to get beat up and embarrassed here, do you?" Endure and endure are all Jun-woo can think of. This is the Academy's storage room. They brought Jun-woo here under their boss's orders. The first thing Jun-woo always does is observe. So this is their hangout. It reeks of cigarettes. These kids, now and then, they are all the same. It is Ju-seok again. "Oh, Jun-woo impersonator, you are here. Before we make unforgettable memories in our school life, I want to ask you something first. What gave a special admissions student like you the nerve to mess with me? It is so absurd, I thought I was dreaming. Jun-woo can learn without even studying. Seriously, everywhere I go, it is always about special admissions students. Honestly, I am more curious about what is so important about it." Ju-seok scoffs. What is so important about it? This mutt got in with support because of disadvantage, and he thinks he is on par with me. Of course, that is a big deal, you maggot dog. If I was not on disciplinary probation, I would have beaten you myself. You should feel lucky. These guys usually know when to stop before things go too far. Go get him. The guy behind him rushes forward at the command. Jun-woo only needs to move his foot slightly to dodge. He slams his butt on the ground with a pained look on his face. Ju-seok is still laughing triumphantly. "Oh, you are good at dodging." Two more guys attack. "You cheeky bastard, you special admission student." Jun-woo needs to dodge first. Do kids these days not even get basic fighting skills? The fat guy joins the fight too. "You little rat." Charging straight in like that, he gets a head full of shampoo in the face. Jun-woo is not cruel enough to push him back. He lets him lift his own head. That chubby body can't stand up anymore. The other guys stand there frozen, no one moving. Jun-woo taunts. "What is wrong? Why do not you come at me? Aren't you guys going to create unforgettable memories for school? If you want to make a scene, you have to make a real scene, you kids." Ah-yoon was walking alone along the school hallway. She still felt uncomfortable after the conversation with Jun-woo, that damn kid. All the talks about family background and the special admissions in the school full of kids. Ah-yoon thought those talks were so ridiculous. Talking that way without knowing anything. Suddenly she heard someone talking from the classroom. Hey, that special admissions student was called by Ju-seok's group. Everyone crowded around and discussed heatedly. He deserves it. His school life is over now, completely over. Is not this the shortest time before dropping out as a special admissions student in history? Did anyone tell the teacher about this? Do you want to be dragged into this by snitching for no reason? Ah-yoon thought this was too normal. As a special admissions student, that is what he gets for acting too arrogant. But Jun-woo's words kept echoing in her head. You are making all these assumptions about me just because I am a special admissions student. Looks like you guys are no different, making a fuss about someone's background. Ah-yoon stood still outside the classroom door. Immediately after, she quickly ran. Inside the warehouse, the students also started to become cautious of Jun-woo. Ju-seok loudly ordered them, "Are you guys kidding me? Do not be scared. Hurry up and take him down, you idiots." Fear was clearly visible on everyone's faces. Jun-woo blankly asked, making a scene just because of a nosebleed. His physical and mental ability is truly at the level of a kid. Ju-seok became even more upset by the encouragement from him. He ordered his partner, "Hey, use your skill." The person worriedly answered, "If we get caught, we will get expelled." Ju-seok still firmly said, "We have to make sure we do not get caught." So those people started wearing a strange bracelet. Jun-woo carefully observed, a bracelet that looks exactly like the one Go Yeon-cha used to wear. Nowadays, instead of carrying weapons directly, they use that. The atmosphere became tense. Ju-seok aggressively jumped down, then pushed his subordinates to the side. That is enough. All of you get out of here, you idiots. Access the system. Access to the Integrated Subjugation Support System of the Space Management Association has been granted. Everyone tried to dissuade him. Ju-seok, if you get caught again during the disciplinary period, but he did not care. Shut up, damn it. Student Ju-seok's access to Rank D skill is complete. The use of the skill is now activated from this point. Armed combat type. Jun-woo glared at him. Ju-seok's confidence increased greatly when he had the black spear trias in his hand. Let us see how long you can keep talking. Tough? I will make you pee your pants and beg for mercy. Jun-woo seriously asked, "Hey kid, do you know how to use that skill?" He was very surprised and asked back, What? Is this guy crazy or blind? Can't you see I have already used it, you idiot? Junwoo took the old broom and sighed. You think summoning a weapon is all there is to the skill? A person who is too ignorant. How dare you use the skill on others? Outside the dungeon, right? Inside the teacher's room. The curious teacher asked, Miss Yubin, I heard the special admission student caused trouble as soon as he arrived today. It sounds like you are going through a lot. The teacher laughed and confirmed, yes. He also felt quite surprised, but what gave him the courage to go against Ju Seok from Class B when he was a special admission student and placed in the lowest class? That basically means he has no talent as a hunter, Miss. Yubin quickly corrected the information. That is not true. He went from surprise to surprise. What, Ms.? Yubin recounted, that student, Kim Jun-woo. He passed the aptitude test with an exception from evaluation classification. Hearing this, the teacher became even more panicked. What? I mean, it is only given to those with such special combat levels that they can't be measured, an exception from evaluation designation. So far, the only student who has received the exception from evaluation status is Go Yun-chae. Are you saying that the special admission student is on par with Go Yun-chae? But why was he placed in Class E? If he has that skill, they should clearly be in Class A and be monitored quickly as a candidate for the student leader position. Ms. Yubin explained that was the chairman's order. He said to put him in the lowest class at all costs, so he would not stand out too much. The teacher's eyes widened in amazement. That is strange. In this field, is not it natural for people like us to aim to stand out, Miss? Yubin herself did not know clearly either. Suddenly a cry of alarm rang out. Teacher? The teacher worriedly asked, Yun, what is wrong? She immediately announced, right now Kim Jun-woo is. At the same time, the match between Jun-woo and Ju Seok was taking place very fiercely. Ju Seok was like a madman out of control, damn it. He continuously launched attacks at Jun-woo, but he was able to block them lightly. Ju Seok felt confused. What the hell is going on? Normally just activating the skill is enough to easily deal with a low-level opponent. This bastard is resisting my attacks with just a broken broom. He angrily shouted, damn it, what the hell is going on? The more Ju Seok fought, the more calm Jun-woo's face became. He gritted his teeth in bitterness, this bastard. Jun-woo revealed something to him. Weapon skill is not just about blindly swinging. Ju Seok arrogantly said, what would a special admission student like, Jun-woo gently taught him. The characteristics of the weapon summoning skill are determined by the core from which it is extracted. The Black Spear Trias is a skill derived from the core of the Black Beast Village, a monster that controls darkness. Now, here's the question. What are the characteristics of the weapon you are waving like a fly swatter? Ju Seok kept cursing, damn it! Damn it! The Black Spear Tree's skill core was a gift he received from his father when he was in middle school. Because of that, he was accepted into the Officer Academy and registered in the Integrated Subjugation Support System, earning a spot in Class B. After graduating, it was almost certain that he would become a hunter affiliated with the association, and if he was good, Ju Seok could even become a student officer and aim to be deployed in the field early. Ju Seok was increasingly losing his composure. Why is this bastard? Jun-woo hit the bracelet on his hand with the broom. The system immediately announced, the weapon has been separated from the user. Please retrieve the weapon immediately. Jun-woo successfully obtained the Trias Spear from Ju Seok. He told him, look closely, kid. This is how you use the weapon. The light from outside shone into the warehouse. In a moment it went out again, plunging the place into darkness. Everyone fell into confusion. What is going on? It is like it suddenly turned into night. It is bright again. Hey, look down at your feet. Our shadows, they are disappearing. The fat guy blankly looked at his hands. It is gone. It is not there. The shadows, they have all disappeared. Ju Seok was so scared his face turned blue? Impossible. Jun-woo's dark shadow floated in front of his face. You are asking if... Is this the Trias I know? Ju Seok gasped for breath. He was so scared he peed all over his pants. Then he tremblingly begged Jun-woo, please forgive me. But he still resolutely pointed the spear straight at him. The demonic energy from within the spear spread out endlessly. Ju Seok screamed loudly, tears and snot streaming all over his face. The system announced 1 minute has passed, the weapon will be disabled. Forcibly seal the weapon, the spear immediately disappeared. This is enough. Ju Seok could not stand it and fainted. Jun-woo approached and kicked his leg. Hey, wake up, you kid. As soon as he woke up, he screamed. Because of the obsession, Jun-woo gently said, I did not do anything, so calm down and get up. Ju Seok obediently followed. Jun-woo stood with his arms crossed and called, Kid, answer. His face became terrifying. Skills and weapons, they all exist. to take down monsters. Using them on people, especially outside the dungeon, is not that very dangerous. He glared straight into Ju Seok's face. Answer me, he tremblingly answered. Yes, it is dangerous. Jun-woo strongly warned, if you dare use the skill in front of me again, I guarantee I will break your legs. Answer. He immediately obeyed. Yes. He turned his head to look at the fat guy, so now, you stop. Punch me. Punch me as hard as you can. Do you want people to say you tried to teach a special admissions student but ended up getting beaten? The person blankly asked, We thank you, but why? Jun-woo explained. I also do not want rumors to spread. It will be troublesome in many ways, so let us end this quickly. The fat guy raised his fist but still asked carefully, So you really want us to hit you? Jun-woo seriously requested. Punch as hard as you can if you hold back. You will be the ones who will be punished. The fat guy shouted very loudly. Then rushed forward and punched Jun-woo's face very hard. At that moment, the teacher also just happened to arrive. Ms. Yubin said in a panic, Oh my God, blood is scattered all over the floor. He just transferred here today. This is too much. The fat guy fearfully defended himself. No, the blood on the floor is my blood. The teacher angrily said, You guys come with me to the teacher's room. Ms. Yubin worriedly called, Yun. Let us go. Take Jun-woo to the infirmary. Jun-woo stood up and wiped the blood off his face. Damn it, this body is weaker than I thought. Then he turned around and urged, Yun, what are you doing? I need to stop the bleeding, so quickly take me to the infirmary. She was still standing there blankly without any movement. Jun-woo was also helpless. Forget it. After the commotion just now, I will take care of it myself, Yun suddenly asked. Who exactly are you? Jun-woo calmly answered, What else? A lowly special admission student receiving the punishment he deserves for acting too rashly. Yun sternly said, Do not pretend anymore. I saw everything. Before arriving at the warehouse, Ms. Yubin instructed her, Yun, go this way. She will go this way. You go check behind the gym. Hearing a strange noise, Yun had followed and observed everything through the small window. They used the skill outside the dungeon and also used it on people. That is too much. Her mouth dropped open in surprise when she witnessed the scene that had just taken place before her eyes. With talent like that, why are you in Class E? Someone like you could easily be in Class A, Jun-woo bluntly said. How I got in or where I end up is none of your business. I plan to keep quiet at this school and leave quietly, so make sure you forget everything you saw here. Yun nodded in agreement. You are right seeing that, Jun-woo still did not forget to say. If you understand, then do not worry about it anymore and go to the infirmary. But she said something that shocked him. I used to be just like you. I judged you just based on the fact that you are a special admission student, and deep down in my heart I even looked down on you. Yet, I criticized you as trash, who only cares about background and status. I am sorry. Or let me apologize to you properly. Jun-woo still tried to urge Yun. Okay, I understand. Now let us go to the infirmary. Unexpectedly, she still kept confiding. Sorry for suddenly talking about this, but help me, I absolutely must become a member of the student council. Jun-woo's nose was bleeding non-stop. He barely managed to ask, What? Yun told him with all sincerity, to run for the student council, you need a guarantor. However, if someone guarantees for a child with no background like me, the other candidates will. Jun-woo also vaguely understood, so they will harass the guarantor because they increase the number of opponents. Yun worriedly replied, That is right, unless the candidate has a powerful family like Ju Seok. That is why no one wants to be my guarantor. So about that, if it is you, could you be my guarantor? Jun-woo bluntly refused. No, I am busy enough with my own things. Yun tried to persuade. I am not asking you to help me for free. If there is anything you want, I will do it. Jun-woo still turned and left without any concern. That is enough. This is not something you can solve, so take me to the infirmary. Seeing that, Yun offered to say, You are not familiar with the school yet, right? I can help you get familiar with everything. Seeing that Jun-woo did not need that, she hesitated and continued to ask, Do not tell me it is money, Jun-woo decisively answered. Do I look like someone who would take pocket money from children? Yun had to use the last resort. Then, I will introduce you to Go Eun-chae. Jun-woo was startled. You are going to introduce me to Go Eun-chae. How? I heard you got kicked out of your house. Are you still in contact with Go Eun-chae? Yun replied bashfully. It is not like that. She pursed her lips, hesitantly. A few seconds later, she revealed to Jun-woo, it is because she is a student council member. If I become a member too, I can naturally meet her. Jun-woo's nose bled like a geyser. He sulked away in despair. Forget it. I was stupid to expect anything. I will take care of it myself, so you just... Having lost a lot of blood, Jun-woo began to feel dizzy. Then he collapsed to the ground, fainting, which terrified Yun. Hey, Kim Jun-woo, what is wrong? he said in a weak voice. I asked you to take me to the infirmary a while ago. In the conference room of the Hunter Academy, an emergency teacher meeting was being held. Teacher Ji Yeon angrily voiced her opinion. This is the second time. And during disciplinary action, he used his skill again. Teacher Jong Hoon quickly followed. Last time, it ended with just a light punishment, but frankly, that is not reasonable. Everyone knows that using skills on campus gets you expelled, right? The other teachers agreed. I agree. We can't ignore it this time. Teacher Yang Won-mo sternly said, above all, Teacher Han Yubin and I witnessed it firsthand. We can't overlook this. Headmaster Seo Min-cheol turned and asked, what is the chairman's opinion? Chairman Woo-sik called out to Teacher Han Yubin. So it is true. Oh, Ju. Seok and his friends really attacked Kim Jun-woo, she replied with a firm tone. Yes, I witnessed it firsthand at the scene. He asked again to confirm. So you are saying Kim Jun-woo was really beaten? Yubin confirmed. Yes, that is right. Woo-sik chuckled and replied, thank you very much. As everyone knows, unauthorized use of skills on campus is a very serious issue that requires strict disciplinary action. With a similar case happening just a few days ago, it seems impossible to show leniency again. Therefore, according to school regulations, the punishment for Oju Seok will be expulsion. A hand suddenly went up. Chairman, may I say a few words? Woo-sik politely replied, please do. Teacher Che Jin-min, he spoke up for Ju Seok. It seems expulsion is too harsh a punishment. Woo-sik asked in surprise, too harsh? May I ask why you think so? Jin-min began to explain with logic. Isn't it just a mistake of an overzealous teenager? That happened often in our time, too. Yubin immediately retorted. But I believe this is not just a simple mistake. It could lead to serious accidents. Even so, Teacher Jin-min insisted on defending Ju Seok. He is a talented student. He will surely be the pride of the academy in the future. As teachers, we should not cut off that potential just because of one mistake, right? Of course, I am not saying he is not at fault. Using skills on campus is definitely a violation of school regulations. Therefore, for Oju Seok, I think a 1-week suspension is an appropriate punishment. Woo-sik gave his final conclusion. I understand what Teacher Cha Jin-min is saying. We will decide on the punishment for Oju Seok later and inform everyone. We will end the meeting here today. The teachers gradually walked out of the conference room. Only Teacher Jin-min remained inside. He grinned triumphantly and made a phone call to the minister. Yes, minister, this is Cha Jin-min. The discussion has ended. It seems it will end with a suspension. Yes, of course. Isn't Ju Seok the most promising candidate for the student council? I will make sure to handle that special admission. Student. His face revealed his scheming. The end-of-month assessment is coming up. I will be able to deal with him properly. That day, Jun-woo sat pensively in class. It has been 3 days since I started school. I still have not seen Go Yun-chae. Class E, which I was assigned to, is a class full of failures, lacking the talent to become hunters. The lessons do not mention anything about hunting, but only teach regular subjects. For a place that calls itself a Hunter Academy, would not it be more logical to eliminate Class E? Anyway, there is no good in standing out right now. Suddenly, from behind, someone hit Jun-woo's head. Hey, fake Jun-woo, I told you to be our entertainment every break, right? Oh, this bastard did not even bring any bread. Are you trying to starve us to death? Do I need to punch you awake? Jun-woo's face turned red with anger. On the surface, I have become their errand boy. This bastard is beyond help. Follow me. The group teasing Jun-woo leisurely walked ahead, and Jun-woo followed behind. After walking for a while, Jun-woo spoke up, hey, startling the group. That hit earlier hurt quite a bit, huh? Hearing this, all three said in unison, sorry. You guys did not let your emotions get the better of you, did you? They replied immediately. No way. Absolutely not. You told us to make it as realistic as possible. So, did you find out what I asked you? He hesitated. It is just impossible for a first-year student to get close to a student council member. So you did not find out anything, he trembled. No, that is not it. It seems Go Yun-chae rarely comes to school. Jun-woo asked him again. That is all. She does not seem to have many friends at the academy. The only person she is close to is another student council member, Kim Jong-hyun. Kim Jong-hyun, huh? Jun-woo felt that was the only useful information. Where is he? Kim Jong-hyun does not come to school much either. Forget it. It is my fault for trusting you guys. Get lost, you idiots. The three quickly left. Sorry, next time we will find the right information. Jun-woo scratched his head in frustration. Ugh. See, I told you it would not work. Jun-woo glanced at Ah-yun. It is you again. He is an official member of the student council. There is no way anyone can meet him that easily. Is he a congressman or something that being a student council member is so important? It is very important. The student council at the Hunter Academy consists only of the best people. They come from the most prestigious families, have the best skills, and are full of money. Jun-woo interrupted. Hey kid, we are all students, right? They are students, but they are also hunters. If you become a student council member, you will be officially recognized as a hunter by the association. Of course, they are also sent on practical missions. You saw it, right? Pondering what Ah-yoon said, Jun-woo found it quite true. And because their parents are all influential figures, even the teachers have to be wary of them. Their influence in the school is enormous, and after graduation, it goes without saying. In short, they are on a completely different level than regular students. The way you are doing it, you probably won't have a chance to see their faces after graduation. Jun-woo asked Ah-yoon, so is there any other way to find them? I told you already. If you vouch for me, and I become a student council member, Jun-woo continued, I told you already, I do not want to. Why do you keep refusing? Will this be detrimental to you? You just said it yourself. You said that only people with prestigious families and excellent skills can get in, right? But as far as I can see, you have neither. Then, teach me. Even if I do not have a good family background, at least I can try to improve my skills. I have a learning mind, so my skills will improve quickly. Jun-woo laughed. You are really funny. If you learn from me, you will die. Ah-yoon stood still. I do not understand why you are so obsessed with the student council. But do not look at things out of your reach. I do not care. If I can't become a student council member, I would rather die, so please, I beg you. Conquest, skill, martial arts, anything, just teach me. I will endure any training, whatever it is. Break time is over, I am leaving. And about the guarantee, Ah-yoon reached out to call Kim Jun-woo. Honestly, this kid is really gutsy. It has been a while since I have seen eyes like that. She might be useful. In Class 1E, Teacher Yubin was quite satisfied with the class's lesson. Okay, everyone did a great job in today's lesson. Everyone knows there is a monthly assessment this week, right? Don't neglect it just because it is a monthly test. Your scores were not very good last month, so try harder this time. This time, it will mainly be written tests on regular subjects if you focus on studying. Before Teacher Yubin could finish, Teacher Cha entered. Sorry for interrupting the class. Teacher Yubin was surprised. Teacher Cha Jin-min. He walked into the class and said, yes, it is nothing serious, but I am here to inform you about some changes to the monthly assessment starting this time. Okay, everyone, listen carefully. From this month, the first year monthly assessment will be replaced with a practical test, conducted in a real dungeon. Ah-yoon was bewildered. A practical test. Wait a minute. A practical test? Seeing Teacher Yubin's expression change, Teacher Cha exclaimed, oh my, please lower your voice in front of the students, Teacher Han Yubin. A practical test is too much for kids who have not even finished their first semester yet, especially for my students. Teacher Cha continued, Class E does not have the ability to handle a practical test. Is that what you are trying to say? Hearing this, Teacher Yubin calmed down. Well, Teacher Cha continued, this has already been decided. It has been pointed out that excluding someone from education for lacking a bit of ability is discriminatory behavior. How long are you going to stand on the sidelines? If you are attending a hunter academy, you should at least graduate with the basic skills to become a hunter, do not you think? Jun-woo felt, this is ridiculous. Class E has not even learned the basics of conquest, let alone getting a hunter's license. Basically, they are just kids here to get a diploma. Is he really going to throw these kids into a dungeon? There is clearly a hidden agenda here. If they really can't manage, they can freely give up the test. They will have to take supplementary classes, but it won't affect their promotion, so do not worry. However, special admission student, you know that giving up the monthly assessment means expulsion, right? Okay, keep that in mind and do your best. I will be supervising the assessment, so if you have any questions, come see me. Jun-woo thought, so there is a hidden agenda here. That teacher can't do this on his own. Someone with enough influence to suddenly change the school's assessment system, and someone who has ill will towards me. At the president's office, Jun-woo came to see Woo-sik to hear the situation report, arriving just to see Woo-sik's gloomy face. Yes, that is right. Oh Myung-jin, the minister of the Korean Conquest Bureau. Just as I thought, it seems I have been blacklisted because of the issue with Oh Ju-seok. Woo-sik sighed. I am really sorry, leader. I tried my best to stop it. He is a big figure in this field, and has close ties with the school. Jun-woo remarked, I understand this is difficult. If at least the reason was unreasonable, I could understand, but since they are using claims of discrimination in education, we can't even challenge it. Junwoo felt tired and said, "Okay, that is enough. I did not come here to hear you complain." "So what are you going to do now?" Junwoo immediately said. "What else? I will take the test. I still have not seen Go Yunche, so I can't get expelled. So, by the way, do you have any weapons on you?" Woosik was startled. "What? I can't go into the dungeon empty-handed." "Just give me anything you have available, it does not matter what it is." Woosik immediately explained, "There is no way I have weapons. Nowadays, supernatural weapons are too dangerous, so no one uses them." Junwoo looked at Woosik and grabbed his wrist. "What is it? You had one from the start. This kid even dares to lie to me." Woosik stammered, Lie, I really do not have any." Junwoo asked about the ring that Woosik was wearing on his middle finger. "Then what is this?" Woosik was shocked and sweating profusely. "The ring of Patelis." Junwoo was surprised. "The ring of Patelis? You still have it. Isn't it almost 50 years old?" Woosik took off the ring. "I did not even think about it. After the leader passed away, I just wore it out of habit." Just looking at the ring, old memories flooded back into Woosik's mind. "Are you spacing out? Don't hesitate and give it here." Junwoo's rough way of taking the ring terrified Woosik. "Oh dear. Are you sure you are okay with it? In terms of skills, it is not even ranked E." Woojun replied, "Since it is a dungeon for children's tests, it is likely low level. This is more than enough." Before leaving, Woojun instructed the leader, "There are more eyes watching us now, so maybe you should limit visiting the president's office often. Then do not give me a reason to come find you, kid. Maybe it is time for me to resign as president." That day, Teacher Cha carried documents, went to the special department, knocked on the door, but no one answered, so he opened the door and went in on his own. Teacher Cha was surprised to see Go Yunche there. "What is it?" "Go Yunche, why did you suddenly come to school?" Yunche calmly asked. "What are you doing here? This is not exactly a place prohibited for teachers to visit, so why are you asking? Just acting haughty because you are a student council member, huh?" Teacher Cha spoke, but Yunche did not answer. So he was very disappointed and angry. Teacher Cha put the document on the table. "This week there is a monthly assessment for first years, and we decided to choose a field evaluator from the student council members." Yunche was confused. "Field evaluator? This time, it is being conducted as a practical test." "You are saying the monthly assessment for first years will be a practical test?" Teacher Cha replied. "Yes, no need to know the details. What do you think? Are you interested?" "I can't do it. My conquest schedule is completely booked until next month." Teacher Cha said sternly, "If you can't, why not ask others?" Yunche replied, "Others probably can't either." "Oh, come on, what am I supposed to do then? Skip the practical test?" "If the practical test can't even be held without a council member, it is better to skip it. Above all, there is no benefit for us." "What, are you going to pay me pocket money or something? I am not cheap, you know?" Teacher Cha got heated and shouted, "Hey, Go Yunche, does being a council member make you think teachers are inferior to you?" "Hey, kid. Do you think you became a council member on your own? Do you know how much I supported you in your first year?" Yunche interrupted. "Please, do not take it out on me. The one who assessed you was my grandfather, not me, right? You should behave better treating council candidates like this." "Where did you hear that?" Suddenly, Junwoo opened the door and entered. "Good morning." "Oh, Teacher Cha, long time no see. Why are you at the special department?" "We need someone from the student council to evaluate the practical tests for first years." Junwoo continued. "Oh, Go Yunche is taking care of that." Teacher Cha glanced at Yunche. "No, she said she is busy." "Oh, then I will do it." Teacher Cha was startled. "You? Why not? I am also a council member, you know. This guy is a bit troublesome." "Okay, the paperwork is over there. Fill it out and bring it to the teacher's office." Junwoo happily replied, "Yes, I understand." Yunche still did not understand why Junwoo wanted to participate. "Don't you have a conquest schedule?" Junwoo immediately said. "I will skip it. I am not as popular as you, so it is okay." "Why? You really do not like Teacher Cha, do you? I do not understand why you want to get involved and help. It is just, you could say it is more like keeping an eye on that guy, because I do not want something like that incident to happen again. Besides, I am curious about the test results of someone. The guy who shouted at you during the public conquest last time, I said that guy joined as a special first-year admission. This time..." Yunche wondered. "Special admission? That guy seems to know a lot about conquest. Is not that guy a student?" "I was curious and looked into it. On the first day, that guy completely humiliated Oju Siok, so I dug a little deeper. Turns out that guy is exempt from assessment, just like you. Aren't you curious what kind of person that guy is?" The practical test was about to begin. Junwoo observed each classmate. Let us see, there are some absentees from classes C and D. So classes A and B have everyone participating, they look eager, itching to show off their skills. In contrast, my class only has me. Did no one else from my class come? Isn't it good not to wait for my turn? Hearing Ah Yoon's voice, Junwoo immediately turned to look. Hey, why are you here, Ah? Yoon replied. What do you think? Of course, I came to take the test. Don't worry, I won't be of much help, but I do not intend to be a burden either. Junwoo scolded her. Don't talk nonsense. You think dungeons are easy just because you have a low-level skill. Stop while I am still talking nicely. Do not you realize this test is designed for Class E to give up from the start? I do not want to. I told you already, I have to become a student council member even if I have to die. If you want to become a student council member, you can't have a failing grade. If you give up on this, even with supplementary classes, your grade won't be enough. Junwoo was angry. Hey, you. Teacher Cha announced some issues before entering the practical test. Okay, everyone, pay attention. You have been informed about the safety rules, right? It is not too dangerous. But since this is a test conducted according to the rules, stay calm and focused. The test will be conducted in a low-risk, Navy level or lower dungeon with a group of 8 people. After the teams are decided, you will have 1 hour for group discussion based on the information provided. After the discussion, the test will proceed starting with Class A. The rest will wait here until their turn. Oh, and this is the student council member who will be assisting with this test. Everyone knows who this is, right? I am Kim Jong-hyun, please help. This junior. Hearing the name, Kim Jong-hyun, Junwoo felt the name was very familiar. Wait, that name sounds familiar. And from Class E, Kim Junwoo and Go Ah-yeon, due to the lack of participants from Class E, you will be teamed up with the remaining students from Class D. Kim Junwoo, we are on the same team. Well then, let us get along, kid. Those guys are acting worse and worse. What bad luck, we are teamed up with them again. Why do we have to team up with Class E, of all classes? We will have to consider it 2 members short. A classmate whispered in Junwoo's ear, Sorry, I will talk to them later. Junwoo stopped them. Don't, just leave them be. It is easier for me to work with them like that. So what is the information about our dungeon? Oh, I have it here, take it. If you look here, Junwoo did not take it and did not bother. That lying Junwoo, what were you doing instead of getting information? Don't delay us anymore, look here. Teacher Cha led everyone to the dungeon. Is the last team ready? Find your own routes and combat methods as you go, juniors. The test ends when you reach the boss room and defeat it successfully. There is nothing special, right? Okay, let us go. Start the test. Inside the dungeon, Junwoo looked at the recorded information. A dungeon with cave-type monsters. How classic. Suddenly, Junwoo heard a strange noise. A swarm of ugly-looking rats rushed out, causing the last team to panic. There are monsters ahead. Everyone prepare to fight. Access to the Supernatural Space Management Association's Unified Hunting Support System has been accepted. Junwoo leisurely folded his arms and watched how skilled those guys really were. Wind art, wind slash, combat system, marksman, slingshot. Enhancement system, combat, berserker. The swarm of rats was still not afraid. Damn it, come on, hit it. Ouch, be careful, I almost got hurt. Just as Junwoo thought, it was a mess. They were using skills recklessly, throwing them around without understanding how they work. Those guys, too, they are just swinging blindly as if they are swinging in the dark. It is crazy. The only one worth considering in all of this? Ah Yoon used tactics, fire art, grass cover, blue fire. Injuring the swarm of rats, they were in pain, scattering in all directions. Go Ah Yoon, she is aiming accurately and adjusting the power, only using the necessary amount. Class E does not even have monster hunting lessons, yet she handles skills like that. Did she learn it herself? For a kid, she is surprisingly good. Well, anyway, she is still at the basic level. Is this really a low-level dungeon? It feels like it never ends. A rat jumped up, trying to bite a classmate. Seeing this, Junwoo used the equipped item, weapon ability activated, super high pressure condensation strike, exploding finger strike, adamantine fist. Killed the rat? Junwoo coldly said, That is why you guys get exhausted so easily. When spamming random skills like that, be more careful. Damn it, do I have to collect this? Hey, just stand aside. That transfer student is clearly trying to score points easily. These idiots can't even read the situation, Junwoo. Are you sure you can do this? This is harder than I thought. Junwoo held his head. Oh dear. The lack of situational awareness is so complete that they do not realize they almost got killed. They recklessly spam skills like water, and even though we are only at the entrance of the dungeon, their stamina is almost depleted. It won't be possible to continue the hunt with these guys. The only useful person here is Go Ayun. Could I rely on that person to make a difference? I feel like saying screw it and continuing the hunt myself, but there are eyes watching, and more than that, something is worrying me. Jun-woo went to see Teacher Cha to report, "Teacher, is not the dungeon's condition a bit strange?" Teacher Cha was startled. "What?" Jun-woo continued. "The monsters are appropriately low level, but there are quite a lot of them. We are still at the entrance of the dungeon, yet the kids are already exhausted, and we are far from getting close to the boss. There might be something unusual inside the dungeon, so it would be best to stop the hunt today and assess the situation." Teacher Cha interrupted, "Hey, can you even do anything? This transfer student is getting too arrogant." "That is my decision as the supervisor. Do not overstep your bounds. At this rate, we will really have an accident. Don't regret it later. Do it now." Okay, everyone, pay attention. Raise your hand if you think, "I am too tired to continue the test. I do not intend to force anyone too hard." Jun-woo's team had no opinion, and neither did the other team. See, if you are too tired to continue, just give up on your own. Do not drag other students into this. If you cause any more meaningless disruption, you will be immediately disqualified, understood? Kim Jong-hyun put his hand on Jun-woo's shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry too much. If it seems like the situation is dangerous, I will intervene. I may look like this, but I am a student council member. Trust me, this once." Jong-hyun's words made Jun-woo think. After passing a long stretch, everyone arrived at the boss room. "Finally, we arrived," everyone said in unison. "Boss room." But no one dared to approach and open the boss room door. Jun-woo sighed helplessly. They are scared before even facing the boss. Unbelievable. "I will open the door. No objections, right?" "Wait, let us open it together." Jun-woo immediately said, "That is a door I can open myself." "Ah," Yoon continued. "Anyway, let us open it together. You are probably laughing secretly in your heart, thinking everyone is scared, right? Well, I am not." Jun-woo pretended to click his tongue, ignoring her. Ah-yoon and Jun-woo opened the boss room door together. Jun-woo was bewildered when he saw a monster lying in a pool of blood. Ah-yoon and Jun-woo went inside. "No way, is that the boss? Is it dead? What is going on? Is this the dungeon we practiced in?" Jun-woo looked at the information board and replied, "No, it is definitely a running dungeon." Seeing Jun-woo approach and touch the boss's blood, Ah-yoon exclaimed, "Kim Jun-woo." Jun-woo realized something terrible was about to happen, dungeon incursion, and immediately signaled everyone to retreat. Retreat? Why are you suddenly saying that? Damn it, it is a dungeon incursion, retreat now. Everyone ran away, but Ah-yoon stayed with Jun-woo. Darkness appeared. Jun-woo immediately looked behind. It was the ferocious monster dungeon incursion. The action of a boss from one dungeon driving out a weaker boss and invading the dungeon, the rarest event that can occur in a low-level dungeon. Jun looked at it in horror. The worst possible situation. The green tier boss, three-headed lynx, was standing baring its sharp teeth in front of the team. Kim Jun-woo thought in shock. A green tier boss in a purple tier dungeon, this is a disaster. At this time, his teammates ran in fear, shouting loudly, "Hurry, to the exit." The three-headed lynx stretched out and jumped. Immediately, it blocked the entrance before they could run out. Teacher Cha trembled and said, "The exit." Kim Jong-hyun stood in front, reassuring everyone, "Fall back behind me." The system announced, "Access to the Supernatural Space Management Association's Unified Hunting Support System has been accepted. Hunter user Kim Jong-hyun, access to C-rank skill completed. Skill is now available for use. Start timing." He and the monster stood face to face. Sharp spikes grew all over his body. His hands were also equipped. Having completed his transformation with the Combat Enhancement System, Mad Hedgehog, suddenly he decisively suggested, "Kim Jun-woo, to be honest, I can't face a green tier on my own with my skills. Can you help me?" Making him a bit confused, "Me." He glanced at him and expressed, "Sorry, but I have looked into you a bit. You received the assessment exemption, right? I do not think this is the time to hide your skills. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone's expression was shocked. Assessment exemption? That is only Senior Go Yun-chae in the entire school, right? His eyes became tense. Remembering the time of the assessment, the system board, name, Kim Jun-woo, status, alert, cannot measure. The instructor, holding the report in his hand, said, "I predicted it, but as expected, it cannot be measured." He was given the assessment exemption, he replied blandly. "Can't we pretend? It feels like it will be too conspicuous." He sighed and said, "I can't do that. This is one of the administrative tasks, where I can at least exercise my authority fairly. If you remain silent, the teachers will also gloss over it, and—" He smiled meaningfully. "When I say it is a task where I can exercise my authority, it also means that no one pays attention to it, leaving him speechless." Returning to reality, he frowned and thought, "Damn it, I should not have been soft-hearted back then. Actually, this is for the best anyway. I never intended to let this guy fight alone. Let us support him, without being too obvious." Jun-woo charged forward with him, pondering. "I am not sure I understand what you are saying, but if you are okay with it." Jong-hyun calmly replied, "Thank you, I feel relieved." The three-headed lynx ferociously raised its claws towards the two. He observed like lightning, seizing the opportunity. A gap, then ready to fight? He fired hedgehog spikes towards the monster. It was hit by the hedgehog spikes and injured. Taking this opportunity, Jong-hyun attacked. He jumped high, holding hedgehog spikes in his hand, aiming to cause widespread damage. He unleashed all his strength, slamming the sharp spikes down on its head, making it scream in pain. The juniors standing below, observing, could not help but admire. Unbelievable. So that is the skill of a student council member. What we can do is really just child's play. They noticed Jun-woo's actions. Hey, but it seems the special admissions student is not doing anything, he is just jumping around. The person next to him also realized, that is right, Senior Kim Jong-hyun is doing everything. Is he really assessment exempt? He suspected, is he trying to favor the special admissions student by doing that? The girl retorted, no way. In this situation, he complained, no, it is clearly strange. That guy has been making me uncomfortable throughout the test, and it is really starting to annoy me. He frowned, scheming. Damn it, I can't let that guy get away with it like this. I have to think of something. At this time, he was fighting hard. He had some doubts. What is going on? I have never had such a smooth fight. Being able to fight a green-tier boss as if it were a sandbag, it is like someone is serving it right to my mouth. Suddenly, Jun-woo quickly passed by, drawing his attention. He judged, could that be the special admission student? Lost in thought, without noticing, the lynx had approached from behind. Fortunately, Jun-woo timely used a move, exploding fingerstrike adamantine fist, to block its attack. He quickly retreated. Observing the situation, as if realizing, I see, every time the monster tries to attack, it is interrupted by that skill. I have noticed it in the guide, the strategy of finding the weak point in the monster's balance when it tries to attack, accurately identifying and breaking its center. But these are just examples. Its practicality is almost zero, unless you know every movement and attack pattern of the monster. He looked at him intently, wondering, and above all, doing this without anyone noticing, what is this guy's identity really? Now, let us focus on the hunt. He jumped, raising the hedgehog spikes high, slamming a dazing blow straight down on its head. But that was not enough. Its eyes were still staring at him. After a while of wrestling, he finally took it down. He was also exhausted. The three students with black, brown, and blonde hair stood frozen in place, witnessing the scene just now. The whole group cheered him. As expected of a member of the student council, Senior, you are amazing. Teacher Cha stood behind, scheming. I almost thought I would repeat the incident. From 2 years ago, I did not expect things to go so smoothly. Since it seems clear that Kim Jun-woo received the assessment exemption fraudulently, I can use this as a reason to expel him. Suddenly, he urgently warned, wait, it is still alive. It is dangerous. Everyone step back. Suddenly, a grumpy voice rose, hey, special admission student. Despite his advice, he insisted on rushing up. Do you think? I do not know you are just trying to score points for yourself after saying all those things. He confidently said, I can't let you take advantage of this, sorry, but the final blow is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the lynx opened its eyes wide. It immediately opened its sharp teeth, intending to bite him, causing him to turn pale with fright, not knowing what to do. He shouted angrily, you idiot! But Jong-hyun timely pushed him away, but ended up taking the hit himself. He felt a piercing pain and his eyes turned white, losing consciousness, leaving him only to watch. Teacher Cha and the group of students panicked and screamed again. Senior Kim Jong-hyun, seeing him lying motionless on the floor with serious injuries, they now just wanted to escape from this place. Go Ah-yoon, seeing this scene, was also stunned. She thought, in horror, Senior Kim Jong-hyun, he did that in an instant. What should I do? How can I? With the terrible, oppressive force of the monster approaching, she looked at it but tried to encourage herself. Stay calm. Beast-type monsters fear fire, so my skill will be effective against it, so... She was so scared that she could not breathe. Ah Yun tried to regain her spirit. No way, my body is trembling. I can't do anything. It ferociously opened its mouth, preparing to send her off, because she was too scared to move. He immediately reacted, swung his fist, activated, exploding finger strike, adamantine fist. He punched it far away, making her surprised. Yun was about to say something, calling his name Kim Jun-woo. The lynx was smashed hard to the ground. She confusedly called Jun-woo, but he ignored her and passed by, seeing his hasty actions had caused dire consequences. The black-haired guy was sobbing. He grabbed his collar, warning, "Don't mess around anymore. Quickly retreat behind with the senior. If you do not want to die," he could only fearfully obey. He quickly adjusted everything. "Fatty, come here and help." And the others, "Hide in the corner. Do not move." Understood. Jun-woo walked, blaming himself. "It is my fault." Monster still had the strength to struggle. He stood in front of the monster. I should not have hesitated. I should have taken care of it myself from the start. He dodged its claws. The lynx was about to strike. The tail, like arrows, were rushing quickly. It slammed straight down to the ground, chasing him. But he jumped away and activated the weapon ability, Super High Pressure Condensation Strike. He punched hard into its teeth. It painfully spit out blood. He kept the same fighting stance, looking at it. Successively, a barrage of punches struck the lynx. He angrily vented everything on it. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was stunned. Those who were scared and hiding behind also poked their heads out to observe, along with Go Ai-yun. Teacher Cha still did not understand. What is going on? He frowned, grinding his teeth. Just now he was not doing anything. Now he is like a completely different person. This is no joke, damn it. Could it be that his assessment exemption is real? With this level, he even far surpasses the skills of a veteran from the association, and he is still using an outdated supernatural weapon that no one uses anymore. He shouted loudly, "Hey, do you know what will happen if you use a supernatural weapon? It is very dangerous." He immediately looked at him and moved nimbly, dodging the attack. Why would not? I know, you are probably talking about the penalty. Each supernatural weapon has its own penalty. The effects and activation conditions vary depending on the type. In some cases, it can take the user's life, but even so, the reason I decided to use a supernatural weapon is because they are strong. The bracelet, also called Arc, is convenient when used through integrated networks, and the advantage is that it has no penalty. But, even so, it only allows the use of skills of the monster that acts as the core. On the other hand, supernatural weapons maximize the power of the monster core, reinterpret it, and create it into a form suitable for hunters to use. As a result, its effectiveness is much superior. He considered, replacing skills has lowered the barrier to entry, but because of that, the current generation of hunters has become weaker. Maybe it is okay now. But if monsters needing supernatural weapons become essential, then... Lost in thought, the monster had already wrapped behind him. "Go!" Ai-yun shouted in panic. "Careful." The lynx decisively scratched its claws, but he dodged, making it look bewildered. Weapon ability activated, Super High Pressure Condensation Strike, making it wary. He spun around like a top, fully extended, moving skillfully, and then glaring, raising his fist with the ultimate skill, exploding finger strike, punching it hard. The attack with considerable power, so it obstructed the view of those standing outside observing. The dust was still thick. It gradually dissipated, vaguely seeing his figure. The penalty of the Patelis ring is the one who swallows fear. He stood still, saying nothing. The monster's eyes widened, reflecting his shape. The penalty was activated on it, causing its whole body to tremble. The one who swallows fear. Patelis, a green tier monster that I hunted a long time ago. If just one person feels fear before that monster, it becomes so strong that it cannot be hunted. We called that monster the one who swallows fear. He did not flinch, decisively leaving. This ring is made from such a monster, retaining that characteristic. The penalty is feeling fear before it will die. A simple rule. Whoever loses consciousness first will die. He ran back to everyone, thinking, it is just a weapon that works on monsters of green tier or lower. He quickly asked, "Is the senior okay?" He saw that he was still breathing. He was more relieved. He is still breathing, but he is losing too much blood. We need to act quickly. He immediately said, the radio making Teacher Cha confused. He explained, there must be a central control channel. Quickly give it to me so I can report the situation. He rummaged in his pocket. As soon as he brought it up, he snatched it from his hand. Jun-woo reported, "Do you hear me? Last training group, situation is over. There are casualties in the dungeon." The other side responded, "This is Control Team 3 from Seoul headquarters. Please proceed." From purple tier to green tier, due to the dungeon incursion, injured person in B3 condition, severe blood loss. Seeing this made him surprised. He continued, I will come out now. Please dispatch a rescue team. The other side accepted. Okay, the rescue team will arrive soon. What is the identity of the injured person? He presented, Hunter Academy third-year student, Kim Jong-hyun, student council member. Please inform the guardian not paying attention to teacher Cha asking, Hey, who are you? How does a E-rank direct admissions student who has not even learned hunting know the injury codes and reporting system? Not being answered, he raised his voice and shouted, Didn't you hear me talking? Who are you? Who is that guy? But was punched in the face, distorting it. He was thrown back and hugged his face. Lying on the ground, he stood there questioning, Hey, you bastard! Are you even a supervisor? You can't even assess the situation? Teacher Cha felt wronged and said, You bastard, a student dares to talk to a teacher like that. He revealed a terrifying face, threatening, Say one more word and see. Making the teacher not dare to retort anymore, the rescue team was dispatched. Everyone was safely evacuated. Jung-woo kept staring intently. Jong-hyun was being carried away for first aid. Suddenly, Woo-sik came and asked, Are you okay? Looks like I could not hold back, he stated firmly. Thanks to that, no one died. He considered, You are going to be under scrutiny from now on. The teachers, as well as the parents, will find out about this. It is only a matter of time before it reaches Go-seok-do. But he was cut off, Woo-sik. The school's teachers are trying to get rid of me, put unprepared kids in the dungeon, and a 19-year-old lost an arm. Jun-woo seriously asked, Do you really think this is reasonable? Seeing that expression, Woo-sik was horrified. He warned, If something like this happens again, I won't stand by. Don't force me to go back to my active days. The scene shifts to another location. Woo-sik spoke up. There were not any problems during the test, were there? This time, Father Che forced it to be changed to a practical exam. Did you forget? Jin Min calmly replied, The practical exam was conducted to resolve educational inequality in Class 1E. That decision has absolutely nothing to do with the incident. Hearing that, he frowned. Even in this situation, you are still making excuses like that. You think I do not know that test was designed to eliminate Jun-woo? Jin, who was in front, was stunned upon hearing that. What? I did not think he would not notice, but to say it so bluntly. Could there be someone scarier than Minister Oh Myung-jin? No way. As far as I know, there is no one like that. Come to your senses, Jin-min, he retorted. The test complied with all procedures without any problems. There was no point where anyone was forced to submit or was in danger. Even the dungeons used for the test were approved by the association's control team, and all procedures followed the guidelines. Woo-sik directly cut him off. I will say it again, the problem is the reckless change to the practical exam. The minimum score is 60 to avoid failing the test. And Father Cha, you know full well that regular scholarship students won't stand a chance, Jin-min said. But Jun-woo is not a regular scholarship student. Didn't he receive a no evaluation ruling? And accordingly, he achieved the best result in this test as well. He continued, I will say it again, this incident is simply an unfortunate accident caused by a natural disaster called a dungeon intrusion. More than anything, was not this test approved by the chairman as well? He silently looked at Jin-min's mocking gaze. Then he closed his eyes and replied, I understand. Prepare a report on the incident and bring it before the end of the day. We will review it with the control team and examine the body-worn camera footage before making a decision. He bowed, yes. Jin-min smiled, adjusted his collar, and left. Suddenly, Woo-sik's voice came from behind. Let me make one thing clear. What I am afraid of is not Minister Myung-jin. He said, Jun-woo. Even now, the Jun-woo from over 40 years ago is the one I fear the most. Jin-min was slightly surprised. What do you mean? Woo-sik calmly said. If something like this happens again, I won't be able to do anything for you. Hearing that, he glared and remained silent. The scene changes, and now Jin-min has gone outside. He exhaled a long breath. Jin-min talked on the phone. Yes, Minister, it is me. Okay, how's it going? It seems like it will be resolved internally. I am a bit relieved. The person on the other end of the line said, It is a relief that Jong-hyun was only slightly injured. Isn't his father a police officer? I heard he was dismissed last time for corruption. Jin-min remained silent and then replied, Yes, that is right. The minister smiled and said, Then it seems like they won't blame you for this. That guy was not even an official candidate from the start, and it was thanks to Father Cha that he got in. That guy should be grateful. Jin-min was slightly fearful. I am sorry about the scholarship student issue. Their abilities are not as expected. The minister spoke up. Is that student really capable enough to justify their admission? Jin-min hesitated slightly. The minister was straightforward. Father Cha, let me get straight to the point. As a member of the Parents Association, I think the candidates for the Freshman Student Council have been decided. What is Father Cha's opinion? He gave a forced smile. Of course, that is exactly what I believe. The person on the other end was, Kurt, okay, I believe you will handle things properly. Father Cha, you have worked hard, so do not be negligent and keep paying attention. You must be tired of teaching to this extent, right? He flattered. Just leave it to me. The minister nodded and scheduled a time. Okay, keep it up, and let us have lunch sometime. Jin Min then looked down at his phone and remained silent. Jin Min's expression became unpleasant. Is he seriously saying that he is at the level of a student? That guy is no longer at the level of a student. He is stronger than most veteran hunters. No, this is an opportunity that I somehow got back. I can't mess this up here. I have to take down that bastard Junwoo, no matter what. The scene shifts to the hospital. Junwoo listened silently. This will sting a bit. He was injected by the nurse and shouted loudly, "Ow, ow, ow!" The nurse instructed, "It is done. Don't lie down until it is dry, and if it starts bleeding, please call me." Ah, Yun mocked. You are acting like a kid over a small wound when you handled a rank 6 boss by yourself. Junwoo was annoyed. Shut up. Pain is still pain. He suspiciously thought, damn it, is it because it has been a long time since I have used supernatural weapons? Or is it because my body has changed? I am not the same anymore. Junwoo spoke up. You keep showing up and bothering me every day. That is enough. Don't come anymore. Ah, Yun bluntly made a request. If you promise to help me. He scratched his head helplessly. Are you seriously still talking about becoming a student council member? How many times have I told you? Whether you join the student council or not has nothing to do with me, and I do not have time to help you. She remained silent. Someone next to them opened the curtain. Joining the student council, that is not easy, is it? Ah, Yun was surprised. Oh, I heard you were moved to this hospital room today. Are you okay? Senior Jong Hyun, how are you feeling? He smiled and replied. Well, I do not think I am going to die, but it hurts like hell, ha ha. The two chatted. By the way, did you hear? That guy, I heard he dropped out of school. Ah, yes, the day after the practical exam. Junwoo sighed. Seriously, if someone saves your life, the least you can do is show up and say thank you, but instead you cowardly ran away. Jong Hyun consoled. Okay, that is enough. In the end, we both survived, and that is what is important. He asked him, your body has ended up in this state. Don't you think you are being too optimistic? Jong Hyun avoided their gazes. He hugged his arm and said, my dad used to say, as long as you do not die, you will get through everything. Well, I did not die, did I? Somehow, everything will be okay. Junwoo helplessly smiled. I initially thought he was shady when I heard he was digging into my background, but he sacrificed his arm to save a junior. Even 40 years ago, people like him were very rare. By the way, as long as you do not die, you will find a way. It has been a while since I have heard those words. Ah, Yoon suddenly asked. What did you mean by difficult earlier? He pondered and replied, well, just like I said. I heard you are aiming to join the student council, but it will probably be very difficult. She was sweating nervously. Is it because I am in Class E? He laughed and said, what? No, not at all. Suddenly, Jong Hyun seriously spoke up. Have you guys ever heard of the Parents Association? Hearing what he said, it did not seem like a normal group of parents. That is right. There are a total of 5 freshman members in the Parents Association. Those parents have a total of 5 children, and the quota for student council members for each grade is also set at 5? What do you think this means? The two were horrified. Oh my God, could it be? That is right. Jong Hyun continued. It is a group of influential parents gathered together. They have predetermined that their children will be student council members. She looked at him with sad eyes. So, are you also a part of them, senior? He hurriedly explained. No, not at all. I was just a reserve candidate, but I was only selected because there was an empty spot. Junwoo asked. So whether it is the Parents Association or the Blue Moms group or whatever, they all pre-select candidates, and if there is someone they do not approve of, they will eliminate that person? Is that what you mean? So could it be there are students who have died in the process? Jong Hyun remained silent and then inquired, what do you guys think? Yoon, as your senior, I feel a little awkward saying this, but no one knows what might happen, so it is better if you give up on becoming a student council member. She directly lost control and shouted, no, I can't give up. Are you saying that it is okay to decide the results in advance and harm other kids? Someone could even get hurt because of that. They might even die. Yoon hurriedly asked Junwoo. Do not you think this situation is completely ridiculous? His expression became pensive. The corruption in the school is endangering the lives of students. Of course, I want to stand up and take action. For me, the Gigantiana's resurgence is a more urgent issue. Junwoo spoke up. I have told you many times, I am not in a position to worry about anything else at the moment, at least not until I meet Go Yun-chae. He was surprised. Go Yun-chae. Great. Just in time for today? She said she would stop by to visit me. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Jun-woo was dumbfounded. What? Yun-chae? He could not believe things were suddenly going so smoothly. He hurriedly went to her. Hey, over here. Yun-chae was slightly dubious. You? Jun-woo hurriedly interrupted. It is been a while since then, right? But she did not pay any attention to him, and went straight to Ah-yun. She spoke up first. Long time no see, Senior Yun-chae. What, has it been 2 years? You came to me before and told me to give up on entering the Hunter Academy. What are you going to do about that? I have already enrolled. Yun-chae remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The two of them stared intensely at each other. Jun-woo was curious. I do not know what happened between the two of them, but it seems like there is a serious grudge. Maybe the reason she is so focused on becoming a student council member is related to their relationship. Yun left first. Since it seems like there is not much more to say, I will go ahead. He was surprised and asked her, You are leaving. Yun was dejected. She is in a worse situation than I am. Suddenly, Yun-chae spoke up. Are you hurt anywhere? She coldly walked away, pretending to care at this moment. Jong-hyun tried to run over and mediate. Thank you for visiting me. You two know each other, right? He was caught in the middle of the two. I do not think the first impression was very good. I can't sit here. I am going to suffocate and die. Jong-hyun made an excuse to go outside. I heard there were some issues between you two, so take your time and talk comfortably. I will take a walk. Jun-woo nodded and said, Let us go outside and talk for a bit. So the two of them walked past Jong-hyun. He directly turned into a light bulb. Upon going outside, Yun-chae asked, So what is your problem with me? Jun-woo cursed inwardly. Damn it, how was I planning to start this conversation when we met? Should I just ask straight up to meet Go Seok-do? No, maybe I should start by saying I am a fan and try to get close. Damn it, how would that make us friends? Seeing that he did not say anything for a long time, she spoke first. I heard you handled the subjugation alone during the exam. He waved his hand. No, Senior Jong-hyun did it all. I just finished it off. She directly cut him off. No, to be blunt, Jong-hyun can't take down a boss of that level. It is a situation where panic is understandable, but you, a freshman scholarship student, handled it impressively. It seems like the advice you gave me back then was not just empty words, huh? Jun-woo avoided her scrutinizing gaze. Senior Jong-hyun is not like that. But you seem a bit arrogant, do not you? Yun-chae narrowed her eyes uncomfortably. Are you trying to provoke me? He calmly replied, Not at all. I only requested a meeting because I wanted us to get along. She asked, So you want to become a student council member? You are just trying to build connections, right? Frankly, with your skills, you do not even need to bother with things like this. Jun-woo frowned. No, I do not care about becoming a student council member or anything. Yun-chae continued to interrupt, but let me say one thing. Whatever you do to become a student council member, do not get Ah-yun involved. Jun-woo sighed. Ha! Honestly, both the younger sister and the older sister are the same. You guys never listen to anyone. Whether it is about getting involved or not, the one who has been constantly talking about wanting to become a student council member is Go Ah-yun. Anyway, forget about that. I have some unfinished business with your grandfather. Suddenly, Yun-chae pushed him against the wall. She was agitated. What is it? Don't tell me. Ah-yun asked you to do something, he gasped. What the hell? She urged. Spit it out. Did she ask for help in the election? Or does she want you to avenge her? He was being pressed uncomfortably. Damn it, seriously. Jun-woo raised his leg to gain leverage. Then he immediately broke free from her control. Yun-chae's foot slid a long way across the ground. She was no slouch either, and raised her leg to kick him in the hip. Jun-woo hurriedly used his hand to brace himself. He dodged while feeling annoyed inside. Look at this. The two quickly separated. Jun-woo assessed, this is completely different from last time. At this level, it is quite advanced, even for the dungeon management team. Yun-chae directly rushed to attack again. He hurriedly dodged. The speed is extremely fast. I really underestimated this girl. With skills like this, why was it like that during the public subjugation last time? Jun-woo seized the opportunity to crouch and dodge. He reached out and tore off the tape. Then Jun-woo directly threw it straight into her eyes. He quickly used his hand to restrain Yun-chae. She quietly asked, Isn't this a violation of the rules? He sneered. Does this school have rules? Yun-chae calmly said, For a scholarship student, you adapt quickly. Jun-woo praised, You are doing pretty well, better than I thought. But what happened during the subjugation last time, didn't I tell you? The battlefield is different from what you imagine. She said, it is not about how you perform the subjugation, it is about how much you excite the crowd. Junwoo frowned unhappily. She asked, so what do you want? He immediately said, it is nothing big. I just need you to talk to your grandfather. All I need is for you to bring me a few weapons from the support headquarters. She was surprised. Weapons? That is impossible. Junwoo tried to persuade. I heard they are just for display anyway. As the director of the support headquarters, surely he can allocate a few, right? She flatly refused. No way. It is impossible to persuade my grandfather, no matter what the request. He was dubious. What do you mean? A nurse ran over and called out. Patient, you are not allowed to make noise here. Yoon-chae brushed Junwoo's hand away. She calmly left the scene. Junwoo was silent, and then politely said, see you later. She was bitter. I hope you won't appear in front of me again. He calmly replied, that will be difficult, especially since you are Go Seok-doo's granddaughter. The scene shifts, and now Junwoo is pushing the door open and entering the room. Jong Hyun was curious. So, did you have a good talk? He replied. Not very good. I guess it would be like that. He came over and asked, is it about Senior Go, Yoon-chae? Is her relationship with her grandfather not very good? He was dubious. Director Seok-doo, you mean? How shall I put it? It is not exactly good, but it is not exactly bad either. Kind of like a formal relationship, I guess. Junwoo was dubious, not like a typical family. That is right. He was curious. So, what did you talk about? He explained. I told her to ask her grandfather for a favor, but, she said it was impossible. Jong Hyun sympathized. That is understandable. Yoon-chae has never asked her grandfather for anything before. That old man, he is quite scary. Junwoo was curious. What do you mean? He slightly avoided his gaze. It is not something I should discuss here. Jong Hyun laughed loudly. Anyway, it is your fault. If you make such a one-sided request, of course she won't agree. He directly glared. So should I give her money? Jong Hyun laughed loudly. Why would she need money from you? There is something that might pique her interest. Junwoo was curious. What is it? Jong Hyun seriously said, Ah-yoon dropping out of school. I am not sure why, but she really seems to dislike Ah-yoon at the academy. Junwoo recalled her actions. Considering how quickly she acted, that is definitely true. He inquired, do you think it is feasible? If we convince Ah-yoon well and get her to drop out of school, she might consider it. Suddenly he gestured for silence. Immediately after, someone approached. The scene suddenly shifts outside. Ah-yoon was silently sitting on a chair. She was sadly thinking, I have done everything I can to become a member of the student council. The reason, just for Go Seok-doo, to get revenge on that old man. But I also have a vague feeling, no, I am definitely sensing it, with my abilities, not only is becoming a student leader difficult, graduating also feels impossible. That is why I need Junwoo, a freshman who far exceeds the level of the class. If that guy helps me, it is definitely possible. That is why I have asked him so many times, but Ah-yoon was sad. Now there is really no reason for him to help me. It is okay, that is always the case. This time too, I have no choice but to manage on my own. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Junwoo called out loudly, who do you think you are, acting all pitiful while you are still young? He asked her, aren't you going home? Ah-yoon replied dejectedly, I am about to leave. Junwoo sighed and sat down. Just asking. Are you thinking of dropping out? Yoon was annoyed. Why would I do that? He smiled. I knew you would say that. Then Junwoo smiled and looked up at the sky. He recounted the situation from earlier. I had a falling out with Go Eun-chae earlier. She was curious. What are you saying? A fight? Junwoo folded his arms. Yeah, we went at each other. She is skilled. Junwoo sighed. Anyway, thanks to that, things have become a bit more complicated. The first impression was already bad, and now we fought a second time. I am thinking of changing my plan a bit. I will stop trying to persuade her and start threatening her instead. She looked at him in surprise. Then Ah-yoon's expression became annoyed. Disgusting. She was astonished. Threaten? Go Eun-chae. Are you kidding me? He mysteriously smiled and said, no, I am thinking of finding Go Eun-chae's weakness from now on. Ah-yoon was curious. What kind of weakness could that person have? Junwoo slowly pointed his finger towards her. Junwoo smiled and said, you are her weakness. Think about it. Go Yun-chae is a student leader and a hunter who topped the rankings even before graduating. On top of that, her grandfather is a big figure in the association. Why would someone like that care about someone from Class E like you? No matter what you do, you will never come close to her level. There is a reason why you should not be in the Hunter Academy. For example, you being there could jeopardize her future hunter career. Or maybe she thinks you could replace her someday. Ah, Yun retorted, hey, at least I know how to judge myself objectively. What you are saying does not make any sense. Junwoo smiled. You just need to make it make sense. Ah, Hyun was confused, huh? Junwoo explained, I will make it make sense. You will be able to threaten Go Yun-chae's position enough to find her weakness. She just stared blankly at him. He frowned and asked, What, are you not confident? She slightly avoided his gaze. Ah, Yun exclaimed, annoyed. No, I can do it. Seeing that her spirits had lifted, he smiled. Junwoo stood up, preparing to leave. Okay, then this conversation is over. I will tell you in advance. There is not much time. Starting tomorrow, we will be going all out, so be prepared. The goal is to become a student council candidate before the second semester starts. She looked blankly. Does that mean? He said seriously, yes. The parent-teacher association or whatever, one of those guys needs to be taken down. Got it, I am leaving. Suddenly, Ah-yoon called out, Junwoo. Thank you. He sighed and waved his hand. The scene changes to a sushi restaurant. A man with a goatee smiled and said, Is Tae Hyung doing well? The person next to him smiled. I guess he is doing well. I was worried that he would become soft after entering Class A. Oh well, I heard he ranked 5th in the practical exam. The table was full of food. That is something to be proud of, Director Jung. Mai Ji-yeon is just happy she passed this time. Suddenly, the door opened. Jinmin walked in. Oh, looks like everyone's here. I apologize for being late. They cheerfully greeted him. Teacher Cha is here. It has been a while. They inquired. I heard there was an accident during the exam. Are you okay? He gave a forced smile. Ah, yes, fortunately the situation was handled well. The man smiled. I am glad to hear that. I was worried that the accident might cause problems with the selection of candidates. Haha, we will talk about that story later. So, the Parents Association, first-year meeting. He smiled and said, Well then, let us begin the main topic. Jinmin smiled. All right, let us get to the main topic. The first semester is almost over, with only the final exam remaining. Let us slowly prepare for the process after acceptance. Then let us begin. After reviewing this, please sign the document regarding after acceptance here. Okay, starting with Tae Hyung's father from Class A. A man smiled and said yes. That is Jung Hoon, CEO of Gravity, an IT company that developed integrated conquest support and infrastructure for ARC. Next is Lee Soo-young's father from Class A named Lee Kyung-sik, the vice president of Dungeon Daily, the only media agency for the conquest industry. Next is Hwang Ji-yeon's father from Class B, named Hwang Chang-soo, the sole branch head of Acres Guild, a leading company in the private hunter industry. Next is Hwang Ji-yeon's father from Class B. The form quickly went around. Jung Chan-hyuk's mother from Class B, named Park Mi-yeon, Team Leader 2, sole branch of the Supernatural Resource Management Corporation. Jinmin smiled as he handed over the form, and finally, Oh Joo-seok's father from Class E, named Oh Myung-jin, the Minister of the Korean Conquest Administration. He slowly walked away. Everyone, please sign at your leisure. Do you have any questions? Jung-hoon spoke first. Well then, there is something I could not mention before. It is about the recent practical exam. I heard a special admission student completed the conquest alone. Is there a possibility that child will register as an additional candidate? Jinmin sat down in his chair and said, It seems that the kid still is not interested in running. If they run later, will our children be pushed aside? Frankly speaking, as a teacher, that is highly likely. Myung-jin spoke up, Teacher Jinmin. You have a countermeasure, right? He confidently replied, Of course. You do not need to worry too much. I will ensure strict management of all matters related to additional candidates. I promise everyone here once again, I will ensure that all of your children here can become members of the student council. The scene changes to the school. Junwoo opened the door and entered the classroom. From inside, exclamations rang out, Oh, he is here. They eagerly approached him. You are discharged from the hospital. Are you okay? Have you fully recovered? I heard the recent practical test would have been a disaster without you. How did you do it anyway? Isn't your skill unregistered? Tell us. Junwoo blankly looked up at the scoreboard. What the hell is this? Junwoo blankly looked up at the scoreboard. What the hell is this? On the scoreboard, his ranking was first place. He ground his teeth and cursed. This is insane. The people surrounding him chattered excitedly. I heard Senior Jung Hyun was also seriously injured. If I knew you were this good, I would have talked to you sooner. Junwoo, we are going to the snack bar. Do you want to come with us? Tell us the story on the way. He glared irritably. Hey, all of you, do not pretend to know me and just get lost. The people instantly froze, speechless. Junwoo quickly explained, really, After talking for a while, he finally went to Yun. He grumbled annoyedly. What is going on? That teacher would never give me a perfect score. She replied curiously, I am not sure about the specifics either, but I do not think they can rig the scores, can they? He said, a bit annoyed. At least it seems like the results were not manipulated. So that is a relief, I guess. He spoke up. Putting that aside, are you doing what I told you to do? Yoon retorted, I am doing it, but how long are we going to focus on physical training? He sat down and replied, Hey, strength and stamina are the foundation. Skills and weapons do not matter if you do not have the strength to fight. She worriedly said, Yeah, I understand, but you need to prepare for the upcoming final exam. What is the final exam format? Is it another dungeon raid like last time? She replied, No. A written test and a sparring match. He exclaimed in surprise, Sparring. His eyes turned pensive. The curriculum is strange. Why are students sparring with each other? No, actually, that is better, since it is simpler. You just need to defeat one person. She asked in surprise, who is it? Junwoo casually said, Who else? It is Ju Seok. Ju Seok, yeah, that guy is definitely one of the candidates selected by the Parents Association with his father's powerful background as the Minister of the Conquest Administration. After I had a conflict with him, that snake teacher plotted this, leading to this situation. This kind of mess can't happen without the Parents Association. They said student council members are selected based on midterms, monthly, and final results, right? Yes. Ju Seok has been disciplined twice and could not even participate in this month's final assessment. There is a high chance he barely has enough points to pass the first round. So as long as you beat that guy, you can pass the first selection round. Yun became vague. Ju Seok, His eyes sharpened. What? Are you not confident? She hesitated. No, I will try. Try? I will do it? I will make it happen. Junwoo laughed, satisfied. Okay, we will start tomorrow. Incorporating martial arts training. Got it. She avoided eye contact. I understand. He smiled. If you have time, ask your friends if there are any other candidates. Yoon worried slightly. I do not have any friends. Junwoo, hearing that, looked at her worriedly. Yoon retorted, annoyed. What is with that look? You do not have any friends either. He teased. Come on, how can I not have friends? He quickly counted. There is Woo-sik and... Suddenly, an image flashed in his head. As long as I am alive, I will find a way. Junwoo became silent. Yoon asked curiously. What is wrong? Is there a problem? He looked up at the window. No, it is nothing. The scene changes to the hospital. Jong Hyun muttered, It is so boring here. There are some fun younger students, so I am not bored. Should I watch YouTube or something? Suddenly, he noticed his phone. Jong Hyun was silent, not knowing what to think. Abruptly, someone approached from outside. Son, Jong Hyun gave a bright smile. Dad, he asked, checking on him. Didn't you say you had work today? He replied with a smile. I talked to the team leader and finished early, so I came. He sat down on the hospital bed and asked, How are you feeling? Are you getting better? He gave a forced smile. I do not feel like I am dying or anything. He sighed. That is good. Your grandfather also lost his right arm during a conquest, but he never gave up until the end. In fact, he became an even greater hunter afterwards, while practicing his remaining left arm. He always said, Jong Hyun interjected, As long as I am alive, I will find a way. That is right, son. Suddenly, his father took out a stack of papers. Anyway, I have been secretly investigating something. The accident 2 years ago. I think I can prove the Parents Association was involved. He became silent. Then again he insisted, I am telling you this time it is real. Look at this document. The originally planned test was suddenly changed the day before, right? Now if we can find evidence that the Parents Association bribed someone for that test. Jong Hyun cut him off, shouting, Dad, please stop. You were kicked out of the police force for investigating the Parents Association. Why can't you just let it go? Because of that, we lost everything. What else do you want to do? He stared blankly at him, Jung-hyun. He left, annoyed. Dad, it is time for you to accept it. No matter how much you investigate, you can't take down the Parents Association. Just like me, no matter how hard I try, I can't become a hunter anymore. He called out urgently, Jung-hyun, your grandfather. He shouted, please do not talk about grandfather anymore. Who is going to believe a story from over 40 years ago? So Jung-hyun went outside, leaving his father sitting sadly in the room. The scene changes. Jun-woo questioned the group, how's it going? Did you find anything? The chubby one replied, it seems like there is nothing in class C or D right now. Jun-woo pressed, what about the other classes? The chubby one hesitated. It is a little difficult to directly ask people in class A and B. He frowned, thinking, I am trying to find out who intends to run for student council. It seems like these guys are not capable enough. He decided, good job, you guys. Here's a little something for your efforts. Treat yourselves and your friends to something delicious. The chubby one said, frightened, oh no, you do not have to. Jun-woo retorted, annoyed, TCH. Just say thank you and take it when an adult gives you something. He directly handed the money to the chubby one. What are you doing? My hand is about to fall off. Oh, thank you. The chubby one stammered, this is only 1,001. Jun-woo calmly replied, oh, it is okay. Don't feel too burdened. It should be enough for the three of you to buy snacks. He sighed, watching the group leave. These kids reminds me of the old days when I was their age. Just 1,001 made me feel like I ruled the world. Anyway, for now, I should focus on what I can do, defeat Oh Ju-seok in the final exam. As for the written test, I can only hope Ah-yoon studies hard. The most important thing is the sparring test. This is where I need to create a big gap. Ju-seok's abilities are definitely terrible, but I have to prepare for every situation because I can't predict what tricks the Parents Association will pull. The problem is there is no suitable place to train Ah-yoon. Getting Woo-sik to help now would attract attention, so it would be troublesome. While he was walking, someone called out, oh, Jun-woo. Seeing who it was, he smiled, ah, Senior Jung-hyun. He greeted back, we meet again, like this. He cheerfully started a conversation. You are discharged from the hospital, he replied with a smile. Ah, well, I just came here to take care of some things at the department office and then go back. Come to think of it, you said you would help Ah-yoon. How's it going? Is it okay? He smiled awkwardly. The two walked to the stairs. Jung-hyun muttered, I see. It is for practicing sparring, right? It is true that if Class E wants to use the gym, there'd be all sorts of restrictions, like time slots or limited number of people. Jun-woo sighed. Yes, that is why I am a bit worried. He asked, so, are you really planning to go up against the Parents Association? He was a little surprised. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Of course I wanna. Jung-hyun avoided eye contact. It won't be easy. We might even risk our lives, he said comfortably. Oh, it was like that not too long ago, too. But we all got through it together. Did not we? We will find a way again. He looked at him and said, you are right. We all survived. In Jung-hyun's memory, images of the two of them running away appeared. Jung-hyun was unable to save them. His expression turned sad. I wonder what would have happened if you were there 2 years ago. Jun-woo did not hear clearly and asked back, what? He stood up, brushing off dust. It is nothing. You said there is no suitable training place, right? Then, would you like to come to our gym? The scene quickly changes to the counseling room. Jin-min looked at Ju-seok. I am telling you honestly, he called his name, Ju-seok. Right now, you are the one in the most danger, he retorted. Annoyed, danger. What do you mean, Jin-min said. Jun-woo might run for student council. He angrily cursed, that bastard Jun-woo, really? Jin-min continued, yes, that Jun-woo. Do you know he is exempt from assessment? No, I heard vaguely, but there is no way a special admission student would be exempt from assessment. He took down a rank 6 boss alone. I saw it with my own eyes, so there is no doubt about it. Ju-seok trembled a little. But anyway, the student council positions are already decided, right? My father, he said bluntly, Ju-seok, how much can your parents take care of everything for you? He continued, your midterm scores are terrible, and you could not even participate in the final monthly assessment. At this rate, Jun-woo will definitely surpass you in the final exam. He shouted, you just need to make sure you do not let that happen, Jin-min calmly said. At the very least, you know we can't lose in scores. He clutched his head. Oh, during the entrance orientation, I confidently guaranteed I would become a member of the student council. He said, don't be discouraged. You can still do well from now on. You have the exam questions, right? Yes. Okay, memorize them and make sure no one else finds out. The most important thing is the sparring match. Ju Seok recalled his appearance and became frightened. I do not think I can... He said, don't worry, I have a plan. Jinmin silently took something out. He placed a machine on the table, he exclaimed. This is an ARC. Jinmin quickly explained, it is an ARC unregistered with the association. Its skill level is B. He exclaimed in surprise. What? Ju Seok was filled with terror. B, rank B. Most people in our school are rank D. If it is rank B, wow, that is really scary. Jinmin smiled. It is the minimum level professional hunters use. Use it in the sparring match. Ju Seok became frenzied. This is insane. This is definitely cheating. He asked, by the way, where did you get this? He explained, this core used to belong to my father. Tae Hyung's father helped process it into an ARC. He asked curiously, oh, right. Didn't you say that your father used to work on the conquest management team? Jinmin slightly avoided eye contact. Just for a short time. He reassured. Anyway, I have called a senior to help you adapt to the new skill. Ju Seok asked curiously, a senior? Soon after, a figure entered the room. He gaped, Go. Senior Go Yoon-chae. Ju Seok was overjoyed. Senior Go Yoon-chae is helping me. That is amazing, Jinmin smiled. Yes, I made a special request, so listen carefully to the senior. He smirked inwardly. I did not expect she would agree to help, but it seems even Jun-woo's overly confident attitude bothered her. He said, okay then, you two discuss the schedule and training methods. I have some things to do. Please take good care of our Ju Seok. She was silent for a moment, then replied, yes. The scene changes to inside a gym. Jun-woo, while fighting, pointed out to Ah-yoon, use the space well and do not take your eyes off your opponent. Observe their movements and predict their next attack. She was unable to block and was kicked repeatedly. Ah. Yoon hurriedly called out, hey, wait. She said urgently, this is just training. Are you overdoing it? Do you have a grudge against me? He calmly said, I already said we are going to train seriously. Ah, Yoon complained, annoyed. If we are going all out, teach me how to use skills too. Everyone else uses skills in sparring, but are you going to make me fight empty-handed? He sighed and pointed at Ah-yoon. I guess it is better to experience it directly than to explain it verbally. Then, from now on, take off your gloves and attack with skills. She looked blankly. Huh? He continued to instruct, treat this like a sparring match and try a real attack. Do you really think I will die if you hit me? Ah, Yoon asked cautiously. Anyway, telling me to use skills on someone empty-handed, are not you plotting to get me kicked out of school? Jun-woo retorted, annoyed. If you keep complaining like this, we are not training anymore. Use your skill already. Ah-yoon took off her gloves. A notification appeared. User student GP Ah-yoon access to rank D skill complete. You can now use the skill. Fire magic skill activation, blue fire. She poured her strength into her fist. Whatever happens, I do not care anymore. She directly charged forward to attack. Ah-yoon concentrated her power and defeated Jun-woo. Go, Ah-yoon shouted and unleashed her skill, a stream of powerful light, controlled by her, heading straight for the opponent. But Kim Jun-woo quickly dodged the attack and bent low, launching himself towards Ah-yoon like an arrow. Ah-yoon, with a determined expression, raised her hands to block and tried to control Jun-woo's power. However, it was beyond her capabilities. Jun-woo stood upright and delivered a decisive punch, causing Ah-yoon to fall backward. She screamed in fear and pain. At that moment, Jun-woo turned around and said coldly, get up and try again. Ah-yoon glared at him. Ah-yoon, with a strong and determined appearance, stood up and took a fighting stance. Skill activation, blue fire, martial arts master level 2. A fiery aura emanated from her. Ah-yoon took a deep breath and strode towards Jun-woo. Ah-yoon attacked furiously, glaring as she kicked towards Jun-woo. Jun-woo quickly dodged, thinking she is switched to close combat. A considerable effort, of course. That is when she can actually land a blow. Ah-yoon continued to swing her fists, but Jun-woo stepped back and evaded the attacks. At that moment, Jun-woo retaliated, gently delivering a punch to Ah-yoon's stomach, which was enough to knock her down. Ah-yoon collapsed to the floor, exhausted. She clutched her stomach and whispered something. Jun-woo spoke up, are you wondering why it did not hit, even though the skill has a wider range and is much faster, right? There are two reasons. He slowly explained, first, the ultimate skill is the ability to be used in conjunction with your movements, especially skills like yours, which belong to the technical chain. And second, when using skills, you only think about how to use the next skill. Ah Hyun wearily asked, "Isn't that natural?" Junwoo replied, "No, if that happens, a gap will form between the skills. Instead of thinking about how to use the skill, you only focus on how to attack." Hearing him say that, Ah Hyun sighed. "I do not understand what you are talking about." Junwoo looked at her and said with a smile, "You will have to learn the hard way." He abruptly lunged towards Ah Hyun and instructed, "Watch how your opponent moves. If they get close, use your knee, and the moment you see an opening, that is when you unleash your skill." Ah Hyun struggled to reach out. Ouch. Junwoo rushed in and thought with a smile, "I thought you would give up quickly, but you have guts? Let us see how long you can last." Ah Hyun's eyes were sharp, her spirit unyielding. She attacked persistently. Junwoo raised his hand to punch her, but Ah Hyun quickly dodged. She leaned back to avoid his punch and raised her leg high. Ah Hyun tried her best to deliver a powerful kick to Junwoo's stomach, catching him off guard. Junwoo took the hit, losing his balance and stumbling backward. He thought, in a panic, "Oh, look, skill activation, blue fire." Level 3, palm strike, Ah Hyun powerfully dashed forward, demonstrating her offensive capabilities. She resolutely took momentum to fly in order to deliver a devastating blow. Ah Hyun glared at Junwoo, her expression fearless. Suddenly she exclaimed in a panic, "Huh." Junwoo calmly used his elbow to strike Ah Hyun in the face. Ah Hyun was stunned and lost her balance. She narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Huh," and the scene gradually fell silent. Ah Hyun only had time to curse, damn it, and she fainted to the floor. Junwoo then said, "The final battle is about exploiting the opponent's weaknesses. Whether it is skills or weapons, you can never exploit those weaknesses with just one approach." Got it. That is why the basics are so important. He remembered Ah Hyun's desperate look from earlier and felt a little scared. Seriously, damn it, was she really trying to kill me at the end? I flinched with my elbow without even realizing it. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "I have always been curious about one thing. You? Who are you? Or rather, what are you?" Junwoo looked at Ah Hyun and asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Ah Hyun lay slumped on the ground and said tiredly, "No matter how much I think about it, I can't understand. We are the same age, so where did you learn all this?" She looked up at him and said, "You are not." Junwoo stared at her, sweating. Then Ah Hyun said suspiciously, "Some kind of secret agent, raised from childhood or something, right?" Junwoo sighed in relief and said casually, "Do not talk nonsense and get some rest." At this moment, Jonghyun opened the door and entered, saying, "Oh, you guys are here early." Junwoo stood on the arena floor and replied, "Oh, Senior Jonghyun." Ah Hyun greeted him dejectedly. "Hello." Jonghyun asked, "How is it? Are you okay?" "It is dusty, huh? It has been a while since my father retired and stopped using it." Ah Hyun lay on the floor and replied indifferently, "It is okay. This is enough." Jonghyun looked around and said softly, "It has been a while since I have been here too. I used to spar with my father here a lot, although most of the time, I was the one getting beaten." Junwoo looked at him and asked, "So, what are you planning to do from now on?" Jonghyun said, confused. "Huh, why are you suddenly asking about my career?" He smiled and said calmly, "Well, even if I gave up my position as a student council member, I still have to graduate, right? I have been thinking about it slowly during this time. I have only thought about becoming a hunter until now, but it seems like that is not possible at the moment." Jonghyun listened and became silent, looking thoughtful. Then he spoke up, "It is not exactly impossible." That statement made Jonghyun freeze. He asked, "What do you mean?" Junwoo stood with his arms crossed and said, "I am talking about becoming a hunter. You can still do it even without one arm." Jonghyun glanced at him and said seriously, "I know you are trying to encourage me, but you should not say it so lightly, even if it is someone else's problem." But Junwoo immediately denied it. "I am not saying it lightly. I am just speaking from my experience. It is something I have heard, either from the adults around me or from what I have learned. There was a hunter who lost his right arm during a hunt. He did not give up and continued to train his remaining left arm. Eventually, he became even stronger than he was before he lost his arm." That surprised Jonghyun. Junwoo continued, "Then, the saying he always said, almost as a habit, was, Jonghyun quickly interjected, 'As long as you are alive, you can manage.'" Junwoo nodded. "Ah, that is right. Now that I remember, Senior, you said something similar before, did not you?" Jonghyun said, "Coincidentally, that person's name was," Junwoo said, His name was Kim Chung-hoon. He passed away a long time ago, so you probably would not know him. Jung-yoon unconsciously said, "He was my grandfather." Jun-woo exclaimed in surprise. Huh. At the Hunter Academy training ground. Outside the training ground, a large explosion occurred. A student standing there said excitedly, "Oh, what the heck? Is a B-rank skill really that strong?" He said gleefully, "Kim Jun-woo, you are done for." Suddenly, someone behind him reminded, "I understand you are having fun with your new toy, but know your limits." He said, Senior Go Yoon-chae. Yoon-chae said coldly, "A sparring match is still a test. I know you have a grudge against Kim Jun-woo, but be careful not to use too much force because of that, or you will be disqualified, and make sure you never use that technique." Ju-seok replied vaguely, "That one," he said confidently. "Yeah, well, I do not think I will need to use it on that bastard." At this time, someone observing them from behind thought, "Ju-seok is quite good at handling his skills." I knew asking Go Yoon-chae was the right choice. It seems like this is the end for that Kim Jun-woo. He recalled the words from before, "I still find the Kim Jun-woo from over 40 years ago the scariest." Teacher Cha stood in the middle of the field, looking up at the golden sky. He walked and said casually, just the meaningless words of an old man stuck in the past. Scene changed to the Conquest Management Headquarters, Area 2 Camp. At this time, two men opened the door and entered, asking, "Hey, is Chung-hoon here?" A young man was sitting on a chair, intently reading documents. He turned his head and smiled, "Captain, and Woo-sik too. Why are you two here so suddenly, and at this late hour?" The other man replied casually, "The number of dungeons appearing this month has decreased, and we have some free time, so we came here for a drink." The man behind him held up a bottle of alcohol and said with a smile, "We brought your favorite, Hyung-nim." Chung-hoon smiled and invited them in. "Come in, please sit down." They put the bottle of alcohol on the table, and he asked, "Oh, is this blue? Wow, Captain, where did you get this?" The captain replied happily, "I got it from an abandoned supermarket when I was out in Chungcheong last time." Kim Chung-hoon, the leader of Squad 2 in operations, and currently the camp commander in Area 2, he is one of the few talented people I acknowledge, and with his easygoing personality, he is quite popular among his subordinates. Kim Jun-woo suddenly asked him, "By the way, where are the others?" Chung-hoon replied, "They went out for a meeting. It will probably be a while before they get back." Jun-woo opened the bottle of alcohol and said casually, "Is that so? In that case, let us wait and—" Chung-hoon was startled and said, Hey, even if there is only us drinking, it is not enough, so why wait for those guys?" He continued to think to himself, if there is one flaw, it is that he loves alcohol a little too much. It has been 5 years since we started sharing our deepest thoughts and raising a glass together. Before we knew it, Kim Chung-hoon and I had become the closest drinking buddies, no longer caring about rank. He poured the alcohol and asked, "How have you been lately? You are still quite busy, are not you?" He replied sincerely, "Yeah, that is right." Chung-hoon, in a state of having lost one arm, still smiled and said, "Anyway, it is something that I can still live my life as a hunter with this body." 8 months ago, Jun-woo, with a pale face and trembling eyes, called out, "Chung-hoon." Chung-hoon's body was completely injured and had to be bandaged up on the bed, but he always smiled gently and said, "Captain, I am embarrassed to say, well, this is what happened to me." Jun-woo quietly sat next to Chung-hoon's bed and silently looked at him. Jun-woo narrowed his eyes regretfully, thinking, "You are a great talent. What a waste." Suddenly, Chung-hoon choked and said, "Captain, I am sorry, but are there any combat techniques that only use the left arm? Can you teach me?" Jun-woo was surprised and puzzled when he heard him say that. "Are you sure you are okay with that?" Chung-hoo smiled optimistically and reassured, "Is not it a little early to give up like this?" Chung-hoon lay on the bed and said with a resilient smile, "As long as I am alive, I can manage." When Chung-hoo's body began to recover, training began, and the two of them began to train together. Handling the sword with his left hand, which he used to swing with his right hand, was extremely difficult, but he did it, and proved everyone wrong. His swordsmanship was even stronger than before he lost his arm. A delicate swordsmanship that no longer relied on strength, but instead analyzed every situation to precisely target the monster's weaknesses, Chung-hoo was truly a perfect swordsman. Chung-hoo sat drinking water, and sighed honestly during that training. "It was so difficult that I really thought about running away." Jun-woo laughed and scolded. "The guy who asked for help first should not say that, you bastard." Suddenly he turned his head in another direction. Jun-woo looked surprised and asked, "Hey, you still have that?" Chung-hoon looked at the item and said, "Oh, that, of course, he is the one I trained with, and it is a symbol of my revival. When Dongju gets older, I will pass it on to him." That item was the wooden sword that Chung-hoon used during training. It was a weapon that could not be used in real combat, but it was perfect for training. That is why I gave it to him as a gift. Woo-sik laughed and wondered, Dongju, that kid does not seem interested in becoming a hunter, so why pass it on to him? Chung-hoon replied, oh, then I will pass it on to my grandson. Jun-woo laughed teasingly. Yeah, live long enough to see your grandson. Chung-hoon said, huh, isn't that a dangerous thing to say? Seeing Jun-woo looking blank, he continued, that is right, Captain. Have not you seen any movies? It is a death omen. Jun-woo ignored him and joked, really? Okay, you guys, do not live long, and make sure you die the day after tomorrow. Then all three of them clinked glasses enthusiastically together. A voice rang out again. That is right, last time, Dongju got a cut on his forehead while playing, right? Chung-hoon seemed drunk and slurred. I was worried that it would be gruesome. But do you know what that kid said? Woo-sik whispered to Jun-woo, he is starting again. Chung-hoon mentioning his son means we will be stuck here for at least 3 hours. Chung-hoon's face was red from drunkenness, and he happily recounted, as long as I am alive, everything will be all right. How did he learn to repeat what I say? So, what I am saying is, he kept rambling on, and eventually Woo-sik and I had to listen to him brag about his son all night, and that became the last drinking session with him. Back to the present in the gym, a voice rang out. Let me see, the photo is somewhere around here. Jung Hyun took out the photo and gave it to Jun-woo. Here, on the left is my father, and on the right is my grandfather. Even when I see it, an empty laugh escapes from within me. The camp commander of Area 2 and the leader of Operation 2, a man who likes to drink and likes to talk. A swordsman who approached perfection, Kim Chung-hoon. He remembered the words from before, live long enough to see your grandson. Jung-woo looked at the photo. A look of sadness and longing appeared in his eyes. Should I not have said those words at that time? Ah-yoon asked blankly. Your grandfather passed away a long time ago, Jung-hyun replied. Yeah, I heard he was a member of SDMA during the supernatural space crisis, and passed away in an accident. Jun-woo said with a sad face, an accident. Jung-hyun saw him lost in thought and asked, what is wrong? Jun-woo replied, nothing. Jung-hyun laughed with interest anyway. It is surprising. I did not expect that a junior would know about my grandfather's story. Jun-woo smiled back. Yeah. Then, Jung-hyun put the photo back in its place and said, but honestly, I feel like it is all a bit far-fetched, thinking that he became a stronger swordsman after losing his right arm. Jun-woo said firmly, I am sure it is true. Jung-hyun joked a little disbelievingly, if you talked to my father, you two would get along really well. Jun-woo thought, thinking of that, I wonder what that kid Dongju is doing. Then he asked, is your father still healthy? Jung-hyun naturally replied, my father, he is healthy. We have had a little disagreement recently. I told him to stop, but he can't let go of the case he has been pursuing. He keeps saying that as long as he is alive, everything will be all right. Hearing this, Jun-woo was very surprised. A case? Jung-hyun was startled and said, that is... He thought for a moment and then recounted, that is right, it is not completely unrelated to all of you. A few days ago you asked, right, if someone had died during the student council election. Jung-hyun said, seriously, yes, it happened. 2 years ago, 2 people. It is almost similar to the incident that happened recently. Right before the exam day, the exam content suddenly changed, and in front of everyone, 2 people were crushed under a pile of rocks and disappeared. Jung-woo pressed Jung-hyun, so your father is investigating that incident, Jung-hyun replied. Yeah, in the end, he was fired during that process. It was like a police officer going against the entire parent association. Therefore, the outcome was inevitable. Ah-hyun spoke up. I can't believe it. Jung-hyun continued. After that incident, ironically, I became a member of the student council as the next person. With the 2 people missing, it was natural for that position to come to me. Of course, I was not treated as an equal in the student council. However, surprisingly, Go Eun-chae was the only one who treated me like a human being. Jun-woo wondered, wait, are you saying that the nominee of the parent association was also caught up in that incident? Jung-hyun recalled the incident and explained, no, back then, there were 4 members in the parent association. The nominees did not even participate in the exam with us from the start. Sometimes I still think about it. I wonder what would have happened if I had approached a little earlier. Maybe. Ah-hyun unconsciously asked, did you save your junior last time? Because of that? Jung-hyun said calmly, people's hearts are hard to predict. Honestly, there are times when I feel a little regretful. In the end, the path to becoming a hunter has become useless. He laughed freely and said, however, when I think about the possibility of someone dying in front of me, like what happened 2 years ago, yeah, I think this is probably the best thing. Jun-woo smiled with satisfaction and a little pride when he heard him say that Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise when he saw something. Junwoo bent down and picked something up. "This is..." Jung Hyun said, that..." Junwoo held up the sword and thought, "The wooden sword?" Jung Hyun said, "Anyway, it is the only memento. I heard my father has been keeping it all these years." Junwoo remembered the old days and thought, he said he would pass it on to his grandson. He said, "I see. Senior, can I borrow this?" Jung Hyun was a little surprised. I do not mind. But why suddenly? Junwoo held the sword and said thoughtfully, "You said that your grandfather's story sounded far-fetched, right?" Jung Hyun replied, "Well, old stories are often exaggerated," but Junwoo smiled and affirmed, "It is not an exaggeration. Why do not you come and watch the upcoming exam? The first day of the final exam in 4 days, the test for general subjects has been conducted. Everyone in the class is focused on their work." Junwoo looks bored. "It turns out it is because he does not know how to do the test. Damn it, I do not understand a word they are asking." Thinking back, I have never really attended a proper class since entering the school. I have spent decades only fighting in conquests. There is no way I can handle subjects like Korean or math properly. Junwoo struggled for a while. He glanced at his friend sitting across from him below. "Oh, Ju Seok. Today he looks unusually focused." Of course, there is no way that bastard is actually studying hard. He probably has the answers ready and has memorized every word. If this continues, things might become a bit difficult for Go Ah-yoon. After Junwoo turned around to look for help, he saw Ah-yoon's tense face. She is okay, right? She has always been at the top in written tests in class, so I have no choice but to trust her in this part. While distracted, Junwoo was hit on the head with a rolled-up paper cup. The strict teacher glared at him, giving Junwoo no time to react. Unexpectedly, the teacher just gently reminded, "Do not look away." Junwoo obediently replied, "Yes." Time passed, and the 4th day of the exam finally arrived. The school broadcast made an announcement. "Attention, attention. The first-year final exam, the sparring test, will begin soon. All first-year students, please gather at the main hall." Junwoo looked forward to it. It is finally starting. He called Ah-yoon, "Let us go." At the main hall, the crowd was bustling to watch. Ah-yoon lost Junwoo and had to call out, "Wait for me, Kim Junwoo." Junwoo was helpless. There are too many people here. Junwoo was surprised by the scene before him. Everyone was cheering. Below the hall, the stage was magnificently decorated. Everyone was excited, happy, and exhilarated. Below the stage, cameras were being adjusted to capture every moment in the clearest detail. Junwoo and Ah-yoon discussed for a while, "What is this, professional wrestling or something? Are the final exams always this flashy? This is the last exam of the semester." The high-ranking kids here mostly become members of the student council, so the broadcast station is very interested in it. Junwoo thought to himself, after all, they broadcast the conquests. Watching students with superpowers fight each other is basically peak programming. The time has come, the broadcast station announced again. "The exam will begin soon, everyone. Please take your seats." Broadcasting children fighting and watching them to make money, these adults are terrible. President Bae Woo-sik will personally explain the exam rules and safety guidelines. To all of you who have studied and trained hard until today, you have all worked very diligently. Now I will explain the exam rules. The first test will randomly select 2 people to participate, and the winner will move on to the next test. Junwoo chuckled. "Is this King of the Hill?" That is the same rule we used in the conquest management days and the tests we used to hold together. The test continues until the participant surrenders or is defeated. Winning the test will give you 1 point, while losing will give you 0 points. Participants with 0 points are allowed to re-enter as many times as they like. If you have 1 or more points, you cannot re-enter after losing. The last thing I want to emphasize is this. This special protective equipment absorbs most skill damage, but it does not protect you from all types of collisions. Please refrain from getting too excited and overusing your skills during sparring. Now we will begin the test with Class A. I hope everyone achieves good results. On the bulletin board, information about the match is displayed. The first competitors of Class A are Jung Tae-young and Ji-yu Sang-chan. The 2 students please come forward and prepare for the test. The referee instructed the contestants, "Both of you get into your positions." Fight. The 2 opponents immediately rushed at each other. Ah-yoon sat in the stands blankly, her mouth agape in surprise. Amazing, is it the skill level of Class A? Junwoo, what do you think? Are you sleeping? Hey Kim Jun-woo! This is the sparring test of Class A, and you are sleeping. Junwoo said while sleeping, muttering, "Yeah, Class A is too bad, not worth watching anymore." I have not been sleeping well recently because I have to study for the exam. Wake me up when it is our turn. Ah Yun wondered. You are saying things like that after witnessing the skills of Class A. How high are your standards, seriously? After a while, the sparring match of Class D officially ended. Ah Yun shook. Junwoo awake Kim. Junwoo, wake up. Is it over already? Yeah, it is our turn. The broadcast station announced, now we will begin the sparring test for Class E. Students of Class E, please prepare. In the stands, everyone has started to get tired. Is it all over? Going to the cafeteria? What is for lunch today? I do not know. I am too lazy to care. I just want to take a nap. At the hall at this time, there are only the referee and a few students left. So Class E is completely ignored, Junwoo said dejectedly. Ah Yun was speechless. Do you care about any other class? Suddenly, Ah Yun saw someone. She looked closely and recognized. The person on the opposite side is Senior Jang Hyun. Jang Hyun also waved to Junwoo and Ah Yun. Junwoo smiled friendly in response. Now we will announce the first participants from Class E. Junwoo, with a face full of determination and readiness, we should save energy and hold back. Revealing our full abilities at this time, choosing someone with average abilities would be the most practical. The first participants are Go Ah Yun and Lim Ji Hai. Junwoo did not quite believe it. Seriously. Nothing is going according to plan. Ah, Yun said strongly. I will handle it. Okay, Go Ah Yun. Just do what we have practiced. Just follow the exercises. Junwoo shouted in encouragement. 10 consecutive wins. Our class has 20 people, so just try to win exactly 10 consecutive matches. Ah Yun felt empowered after hearing this. Both participants get into their positions. Fight. Ah Yun's opponent is Lim Ji Hai, a person with D-rank skill access completed. Without hesitation, Ah Yun unleashed wind magic, punching Lim Ji Hai painfully in the face, causing Ji Hai to be unable to react, falling backwards. Lying motionless on the floor, Lim Ji Hai has been taken down. The students who were watching the match in the stands were all stunned. Round 1. Go Ah Yun wins. People gossiped, hey, what is wrong with Go Ah Yun? Is she always like that? Junwoo, also sweated slightly, is not it a bit too much? Everyone is still in shock. What the heck is this? She knocked out her opponent with just one punch, without even using skills. Passing through round 2, Ah Yun also knocked out her opponent. Park Yeon Tae has fallen. The final result of round 3 is no different. Song Yi-hee has fallen at the hands of Ah Yun. Go Ah Yun enters round 4 with 3 consecutive wins. Is she really from Class E? She is pretty good. Jang Hyun watched the match and praised Ah Yun. Progressing this much in just 1 month is impressive. Maybe she has the ability equal to her. Go Yun-chae is still attentively watching her sister's match. Anyway, it is just the first year, and it is a Class E test that no one cares about. Are you not staying because of Ah Yun? Or is it because of Oh Ju-seok's senior? Yun-chae was a little uncomfortable with Jang Hyun's words. What about you? Aren't you helping Kim Junwoo or Go Ah Yun? Ah, who can I possibly help on my own? A Junior said they would show me something interesting, so I came to take a look. Yun-chae was a little puzzled. Back to the match, the loudspeaker was still announcing, anyone who wants to participate in the next match, please come forward. No students want to participate. If there are no more challengers, the Class E sparring match will end here. Suddenly, a hand went up. Round 4, student Oh Ju-seok is entering. Please come up and prepare for the test. Junwoo worried, Oh Ju-seok. Even after witnessing Go Ah Yun's skills, he does not seem scared at all. Does he have something to be confident about? The 2 participants took their positions. Ah Yun was overwhelmed with thoughts. He is finally here, Oh Ju-seok. His skill is Dark Spear Strike with a long reach. Distance will be advantageous for him. The sound of battle rang out. Ah Yun immediately rushed in to attack. Oh Ju-seok wore a smug smile. A blazing fire erupted, leaving the entire audience dumbfounded. Junwoo was startled. That skill. Jang Hyun was also utterly shocked, turning to Yun-chae and asking, Hey, Go Yun-chae, what exactly did you teach him? Seriously, what did you teach him? Oh Ju-seok was strutting around, arrogant. Oh, you endured that. Is it because of your endurance or the protective gear? Either way, your tenacity is like a cockroach. Ah Yun wiped the blood from her mouth. Wait, that is not Dark Spear Strike. Where did you get something so interesting? Oh, this. There are a lot of people helping out thanks to powerful parents, you know. You really think that is something to brag about, of course. It is something you do not have, after all. Ah Yun could not help but get angry after hearing that. What is wrong? Are you angry that I mentioned you do not have parents? But that is the truth, is not it? Yun tried to calm herself. Stay calm, do not fall for those cheap taunts. She recalled the instructions. The first rule of combat is to understand your opponent. Alright, first I need to figure out what his skill is. What kind of skill is it? If it is an explosion-type magic, the rank must be C or higher. There is only one way to confirm this accurately. Yun proceeded to use fire magic. I have no choice but to keep clashing. She unleashed the basic skill, Blue Flame. Ju Seok was not one to back down. You really think using a D-rank skill will make a difference? After all, magic skills have similar casting speeds. For now, I will focus on ranged combat. Right before Yun's eyes, a fierce flame erupted again, causing her to slide back. What is this? Even if I assume complete mastery, the casting speed is too fast. Could it not be magic? Ju Seok kept mocking Yun. Get it now? The skill I use is on a completely different level compared to people like you. Yun was trying to evade the energy from the flames. If it is magic, you can't use skills continuously without a delay. Then, a combat enhancement type, the only skill that fits these conditions is Burst Impact. Ju Seok was not afraid, and even challenged back. You figured it out, but does that change anything? Ju Seok punched Yun's arm hard. But what he did not expect was that Yun immediately retaliated with a punch to his face. Ju Seok got angry, you bitch. Yun responded to Ju Seok's earlier question. Of course it makes a difference. Burst Impact is a skill that creates an explosion by punching the air, so all I need to do is stop you from swinging your fist, right? Junwoo, sitting in the audience, smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. If she mistook it for a fire-type skill, she would not even be able to approach him properly. But she figured out Ju Seok's skill. Magic-type skills that create explosions, for example something like Scarlet Flame Blast, can be created with even a simple finger snap. That is why it is basically very difficult to stop opponents from casting their skills. Usually, the standard approach is to exploit the gaps between their casts. But if the skill is a combat enhancement skill like Burst Impact, you will need to completely reverse your strategy. Since there is no delay between skill casts, using a strategy meant for magic skills will lead to a big mistake. The weakness is the movement. Burst Impact has a large, noticeable movement when activating the skill, a powerful punch into the air. If this action is prevented, you can gain a clear advantage in the battle. But the answer she gave is not absolute. Be careful, go Yun. Yun rushed in to attack Ju Seok. Ju Seok had lost his composure from before, punching Yun's arm hard. The continuous punches showed no sign of stopping, but those punches did not do anything to Yun. She continued to fight. I can do it, I will take down Ju Seok. Yun grabbed both of Ju Seok's arms tightly. She used Blue Flame tactics. Her leg swung in a kick meant to strike the opponent hard. But unexpectedly, Ju Seok broke free from her control. The flame erupted once again, knocking Yun away. Yun rolled several times on the field from the fire's immense force. Ju Seok was annoyed. Damn it, acting all arrogant just because you learned a little martial arts? You thought blocking with your arms was enough. Yun lay on the floor, trembling, internally defeated. I did not expect him to be able to activate the explosion with his knee. Know your place, you fool. Ju Seok had not given up, intending to land another punch on Yun. Die, you bitch! Suddenly, a hand reached out, stopping Ju Seok. That is enough. If you continue like this, you will kill her, the referee announced. Go Yun has fallen. Next, Kim Jun-woo will enter round 5. Jun-woo stood in front, protecting Yun. Ju Seok was even more excited at this point. You finally decided to show up, Kim Jun-woo? Jun-woo did not pay attention and turned to ask, Yun, are you okay? Yun said, trembling. It is not over yet. Your turn is far from over, so go back. From the moment you took that first explosion head-on, you have definitely reached your limit. I will acknowledge your fighting spirit. Jun-woo said bluntly, didn't you hear the announcement? The match is over. Step down. But still, don't be stubborn. Losing is losing. Yun felt sad and blamed herself. She lowered her head and trudged off the stage. The medical staff offered a stretcher to help her, but Yun quickly refused. I'm fine, I can walk on my own. Jun-woo called out. He praised. Yun, you did well. Yun was confused, not understanding anything. Then she turned and left. Tears streamed down her face. Ju Seok was still very excited to face Jun-woo. Long time no see? Huh, I was worried you would not come. Jun-woo glared and asked, Don't you think you went a little overboard just now? What are you talking about? I held back a lot. I made sure she could at least walk on her own. You got a B-rank skill, acting all high and mighty now, huh? Have you forgotten what happened to you in the warehouse? By the way, burst impact, that is not a common skill. Where did you get it? Ju Seok shouted angrily. What is it to you? I do not need to ask who gave you that. I can guess. Jun-woo remembered his past life. Damn it, I did not expect things to turn out like this. It was just an accident. We were victims too. That guy looks familiar. Could he be his son? The loudspeaker announced. Round 5 begins. Well, that is another matter. I will do what I need to do first. Jun-woo took his position, warning his opponent inwardly, Pay attention, kid. I can't always perform. Jong-hyun, standing in the audience, saw Ju-woo's stance. That guy, do not tell me he is only using his right hand. Ju Seok burst out laughing. There is a limit to looking down on others. Are you saying you will fight with one hand? Even if I do not kill you, I will make sure you're in the hospital for a few months. Prepare yourself, you bastard. Ju Seok powered up with combat enhancement. His eyes were fixed on Jun-woo, like wolves eyeing their prey. He unleashed a fierce punch. But in front of Ju Seok now was a blazing fire. The entire audience had to cover their ears and shield their eyes from the fire's blinding light. The fire spread out, engulfing the entire arena. Ju Seok leaned forward, intending to charge in to attack. Jong-hyun could not help but worry. Isn't this just a first-year sparring match? A cloud of dust and smoke billowed out. Ju Seok still refused to give in. You think having a little physical ability makes you special. In the end, the important thing is skill. Just having a strong skill is enough. No matter how hard you try to show off, you are no match for me, rookie, a voice rang out. Honestly, kids these days are hopeless. Ju Seok frowned uncomfortably. A figure flickered behind the smoke. They think spamming skills recklessly will solve everything, huh? Why do not you just close your eyes and use your skill blindly? The blinding light is not good for your eyes. The guy gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is ridiculous. You are saying you were not hit at all. I covered the entire arena with the explosion. Jun-woo continued brazenly. Tell the truth, you idiot. The blast radius of burst impact is only 1 meter, and the arena is much bigger. You might as well just lie down, though there is no need to dodge at all. Want me to show you? Jun-woo charged forward without hesitation, causing Ju Seok to panic. He is heading straight for me. Well, too perfect, die. Ju Seok quickly regained his composure and launched an attack. But unexpectedly, Jun-woo used the wooden sword to swat Ju Seok aside. He was bewildered. What? My skill? What happened? It felt like the explosion just happened. Jun-woo remained calm, maintaining his initial fighting stance. Ju Seok noticed the sword. The smoke on his sword. Don't tell me you deflected the explosion with that wooden stick. What is wrong? Does it seem unbelievable? Then why do not you try again? Ju Seok's anger flared up. He unleashed a series of punches into the air, to the point of exhaustion. Finally, he collapsed to his knees. Yoon-jae, after witnessing the match, turned to ask Jong-hyun. He blocked the explosion with a wooden sword. That was not even a firecracker, so how did he block that explosive force on the spot? Jong-hyun replied, It is not impossible. That wooden sword, I lent it to him, and it has the ability to cut through mana. So you are saying he neutralized the skill by precisely cutting the mana right before the explosion happened? Is that what you are saying? Jong-hyun also answered frankly. There is no other explanation, is there? Unless you have another theory. Yoon-jae began to think seriously. In the split second when the skill is activated, he slashed through the invisible mana with perfect timing and absolute precision with a sword. If someone said that was possible, there are only 2 possibilities. Either they are a fraud or they are a hunter from over 40 years ago. Ju Seok was now kneeling before Jun-woo, panting. He still could not believe it. Damn it! This is ridiculous. I lost me, Ju Seok, to a specially admitted student wielding a wooden stick. This is a B-rank skill. B-rank, this is unregistered and unlimited performance. Yet, with this, I could not defeat that bastard. No, this can't be happening. A student council member, Ju Seok, recalled his glorious past. His career as a hunter, being highly anticipated by Yoon-jae. All were turning into smoke and ashes. No way! I won't let that happen. No matter what, I will defeat him now. Kim Jun-woo, ever since you appeared, my life has been completely ruined. Ju Seok was trying to get back up. I will at least... He tried to gather his strength. Whatever happens, I will crush you. The entire audience shook violently. Wait, oh Ju Seok, you can't use this much power, stop him. Security, where's security, deploy them now. Jong Hyun also panicked. What kind of skill is that? At this rate, the auditorium will collapse. Yoon Chae was furious. That idiot. After trampling the arena floor, Ju Seok stood towering before Jun-woo. He used a nuclear spell, then shouted, "Die, you bastard!" The vortex of energy from him spread throughout the auditorium. Jun-woo remained in a battle-ready stance, not letting his guard down. He intended to swing his sword, but then stopped. Damn it. His sword stroke created a line that tore across the vortex. Jun-woo's figure faded away. An explosion erupted again. Everyone in the audience panicked. Get out of here immediately, evacuate quickly. Thick smoke covered everything. Figures flickered behind the smoke. It was Ju Seok. He was panting. Then he smiled smugly. Jun-woo knelt in a hole cracked open by the explosion. Ju Seok was on top of the world. Hey Kim Jun-woo, how does it feel to lose? After acting tough without knowing your place? Huh, this is reality, you bastard. Sorry, but your sins are too great to end like this. Anyway, consider yourself lucky, Kim Jun-woo. I do not like the idea of becoming a cripple. I will be generous and just leave you disabled. A powerful, decisive sword strike pierced through. Jun-woo stood up straight and said, Hey, oh Ju Seok. He was surprised. How long has he been behind me? Ju Seok unexpectedly fell down. His face slammed into the stone floor. What is it? When did that happen? Where was I hit? Jun-woo commanded, Get up. I said, Get up, you scum. You have crossed the line, you bastard. The guy slowly stood up, panting, covered in sweat. Jun-woo coldly and decisively raised his sword. A surge of energy ran through Ju Seok. The guy vomited violently, then collapsed to the ground. I am out of breath. I can't breathe. Jun-woo remained ice cold, commanding, Get up. Get up. If I get up, I will die. At this point, Ju Seok was afraid. He begged Jun-woo, Please forgive me. Please do not kill me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. Jun-woo angrily scolded Ju Seok. Hey, do you even know what kind of skill you were trying to use? It is so dangerous that even in actual combat, it is only used in ideal conditions. Because of you, this entire auditorium almost evaporated. Everyone here almost died. Do you understand what I am saying? No, I did not do it on purpose. I just heard it was a strong skill. You did not do it on purpose. The guy who used that skill 40 years ago made the exact same excuse as you. Do you know what happened to him? The guy cried and asked, What? People like you should never become hunters. Wait, do you know who my father is? If something happens to me, my father will never let this go. Jun-woo still showed no sign of forgiving Ju Seok. A sword flashed. The auditorium was still covered in thick black smoke. The security outside wondered, What is going on? It is too hard to see with the smoke. Ju Seok's figure flickered. Determining that the test cannot continue, from now on the sparring test is cancelled. Students, please leave the area according to the teacher's instructions. Repeating the announcement, there will be no more tests conducted today. That sword, maybe it belongs to Mr. Chung-hoon. Chairman Bae Woo-sik approached Jun-woo. You released mana like back then. Maybe you went a little overboard. I told you, do not act like you are still at your peak. What can a puppet chairman do? I am telling you in advance. From now on, I will be acting a little more decisively. Remember that. Looks like my good days are over too. What, you think you will sit in that position forever? In a hospital room, Minister Myung-jin, Ju Seok's father, was calling, causing the person who answered to panic. Damn it. Back in his past life, Ju-woo was quickly moving forward. Sweat dripped down, soaking his shoulders. He looked at the scene before him. What is this? The entire city was engulfed in flames, and unlucky people were losing their lives. A torn teddy bear lay next to a pile of ashes. Jun-woo looked around blankly. Suddenly, he spotted a sword. He quickly recognized it as the short sword. A name popped up in his mind, Chung-hoon. Looking around nearby, he finally saw it. A person lying on the ground, crushed by a heavy stone. Jun-woo could not hold it back and knelt down. Chung-hoon, oh my God. His teammates had gathered. Captain, what happened? Jun-woo asked. A teammate reported immediately. It seems the monster escaped from the nearby blue dungeon. As soon as it entered the barracks, it launched a self-destruct attack before we could react. What? Prioritizing the elimination of dungeons around the barracks is the basic procedure, regardless of their level. Tell me exactly what happened. A hand went up. We were responsible for it, but we failed to eliminate it. Failed? It was a dark blue level dungeon. There is no way you could have failed there. The subordinate started to stammer. It is just another frankly admitted fault. I am sorry. Hunter Cha Do-yeon insisted on going with fewer people than reported for the elimination. Hearing this, Jun-woo went mad. How many people did you report for the operation and elimination plan to Captain Kim Chung-hoon? 7 people. How many people actually went to eliminate it? 3. Jun-woo began to feel helpless, stuck. Then he gritted his teeth, trying to suppress it. Have you always carried out eliminations like this, trying to consume supplies and spoils meant for 7 people with just 3 people? No, we just assessed that 3 people were enough for the elimination. This was an unavoidable accident. Unfortunately, it happened because the dungeon invasion occurred. Jun-woo could not hold back anymore, approaching and grabbing the guy's collar. You kid, I do not care if you steal supplies or whatever, but there is one thing I can't forgive. Do you know who that was? That is the bastard who ruined everything I have done. Look here, he shouted, and pushed Do-yeon to the ground. Because of your recklessness, do you know what is happening? I did not go through all that just to see this. Do you think the elimination management team is risking their lives in vain? The guy still would not admit fault. Damn it, why am I the only one? I did not want this to happen either. How was I supposed to know there'd be a dungeon break? I am a victim too. Just give me one more chance. I will return all the spoils we have earned. I can even cover the costs of rebuilding Sector 2's encampment. Jun-woo called out the name. Hunter Cha Do-yeon. As of today, you are expelled from the subjugation team. Furthermore, your encampment, residency, and hunter qualifications are both revoked. Wait, hold on a minute. From now on, you can never dream of becoming a hunter again. Jun-woo raised the sword from earlier, preparing to eliminate Do-yeon. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Back in reality, Minister Myung-jin kept calling, but there was no answer. Teacher Cha Jin-min worried. Oh, Ju-seok, that idiot. I warned him so many times to control his power and never use the core. It is over. Finished. There is no way out. It was broadcast live, nationwide. They are probably going to start investigating everything, from the arc Oh Ju-seok was using to every other detail. And, on top of that arc was made from an unregistered core, something strictly prohibited by law. Is it just the arc? This will expose collusion with the parents, association, and if the incident from 2 years ago is brought back into the spotlight, all the final responsibility will fall on me. Teacher Cha, enraged, smashed the mirror in the bathroom. His hand was bleeding profusely. Calm down, calm down. First, we need to retrieve the arc we gave to Oh Ju-seok. As long as the arc's origin is not exposed, there is still hope. After all, Minister Oh Myung-jin has his own position to protect, so he won't easily speak up about this. And Gyeon-chae has no reason to open her mouth either. Okay, I will think about the rest later. Right now, I need to get the arc back. Suddenly a voice rang out. Are you looking for this? Jun-woo brazenly walked in. What are you doing here? Didn't you hear the announcement to return to class? What has got you so worked up? I thought you might be looking for that arc, so I deliberately brought it. Teacher Cha was flustered. What? I heard something today when I went out? During the mock battle, they said they put locks on dangerous skills that exceed a certain power level, right? But the skill Oh Ju-seok was using, it was so powerful that even with all the locks on it, it was undeniably strong. The core he used at the end almost wiped out the entire area. Why were not locks put on such a dangerous skill? Could it be an unregistered core? As Jun-woo spoke, Teacher Cha's sweat poured down. Not only did the teacher provide the student with an unregistered core, but if this leads to widespread casualties being exposed, then things will become a lot more difficult for you from now on. Teacher Cha remained stubborn. What nonsense have you been spouting this whole time? Do you have any proof that I gave him that skill? Proof. Back then, someone was blinded by greed and messed with the hunter numbers for the hunt. There was a bastard who caused the destruction of Sector 2's encampment. What are you talking about? So I severed all the mana in that bastard's body. I also kicked all the team members out of that encampment, whether it is a coincidence or not. I am seeing all the skills that bastard used here, and they are not common skills. That bastard was Cha Do-yan. By the way, Teacher Cha quickly grabbed Jun-woo. You bastard, who are you? How do you know my father? What is your real identity? What the heck? So you really are his son. Seriously, your actions are exactly like your father's. Jun-woo said nothing, delivering a straight punch to Teacher Cha's face. Because of your actions, one student lost an arm, but today, dozens of people almost lost their lives. 2 years ago, 2 students even went missing. There is one thing I can't tolerate, no matter what. That is the bastards who ruin everything I have built up. Jun-woo growled, demanding, answer me. Did you give Oju Seok the unregistered core? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, then quickly lunged toward the arc bracelet. He grabbed it. Standing up with rage, he raised the bracelet high and smashed it into tiny pieces. He frantically stomped and cursed. Damn it, I gave it to him. So what? What are you going to do? After satisfying his rage, he looked at him with a sly grin. He was still standing there observing his actions. He asked back, are you going to report to the police? Bring the evidence. Who do you think will believe the words of a high school student with no connections and no evidence? He began to prevaricate for his actions. You think adults are a joke, do not you? Not only did you turn Oju Seek into that, but now you are even assaulting a teacher. You damn bastard, your school life is over. Suddenly, someone came in and asked, why is it so noisy here? Causing the teacher to freeze. Seeing that it was the chairman, he played the trick of blaming it on him. You have come at the right time, chairman. This bastard is a real scumbag, I am telling you. He is threatening the teacher and even using violence. A scumbag like him should be expelled immediately. Bae Woo-sik hinted, you even broke the mirror. You need to restrain yourself or someone will get hurt. He tried to justify, no, the mirror, I accidentally broke it. Then Jun-woo spoke up, did you hear that? I did not do it. Don't blame the innocent, he replied. I thought it was the captain who did it. Seeing them talk so casually made him bewildered and confused. Woo-sik then asked, so, did you find any clues? He affirmed, yes, then reached into his pocket to take something out. As I explored gently, he began to tell everything. He handed the phone to the president, he took it, and said, please be more careful. The contract is still more than a year away. And please learn how to use your phone. Do I have to turn on and off the recording function for you? He said uncomfortably. Damn it, how do I operate the screen without buttons? Teacher Cha witnessed the whole conversation and was stunned. Woo-sik then asked, so what should we do here? He suggested. First of all, the school will make an official statement. He also agreed, I understand. Teacher Cha stammered and asked, Mr. President, why do you use honorifics with him? But he was busy listening to the phone. Yes, it is me. Principal, please prepare an official announcement about the recent duel tournament. The problem involves an illegal request. Hearing this, he was startled and yelled, what are you doing, Mr. President? If you do that, not only will I be affected, but even Minister Oh Myung-jin will be harmed. How can you handle the damage after all that Minister Oh has done for us? Woo-sik said seriously, Teacher Cha Jin-min. What I still regret is that in the accident 2 years ago, I was unable to resolve everything at this school. Cha Jin-min questioned. Sorry, he continued. Even if it costs my life, if I do not brush it off like an accident, at least I won't have anything to be ashamed of. He turned to leave. Finally, something like this happened again. I really do not have the face to stand in front of that person again, he wondered. That person? What do you mean? Woo-sik replied, it is because you do not know. That is why everything turned out this way. Didn't I make it clear to you last time, even now? I still find Kim Jun-woo from 40 years ago more frightening, causing him to be shocked to realize, thank you for working hard, Teacher Cha Jin-min, he tried to call out, President, kneeling down to beg, President. After finishing the settlement, Woo-sik said, with our efforts alone, it is difficult to link Teacher Cha Jin-min and Minister Oh Myung-jin together. There may not be an investigation. Jun-woo said seriously, no matter how much power they have. Once it is publicized and attracts public attention, then they can only do a few things to prevent it. The two walked down the corridor discussing, so focus entirely on spreading this case as much as possible. Do you know someone in the media? Right, he replied. I do. He asked for help. Please ask them to exaggerate it as much as possible. Jun-woo turned to ask, and can you add that move when you do that, causing him to wonder. A move? He explained, it is about Chung-hoon's son. I heard he was unfairly dismissed and is investigating the case 2 years ago. That kid must be itching to take revenge. We should give him a chance. He nodded in agreement and asked, by the way, is your hand okay? He was silent and said nothing. The punishment of the hand extraction? It must be very uncomfortable with your current condition. You even punched with that arm just now. He hugged his right arm, ignoring the system warning. Activating the punishment, self-inflicted injury. The caster temporarily has the same state as the target affected by the weapon's ability. He gave advice. Go to the hospital, at least get a prescription for pain relief. He avoided replying, I am fine. No need to worry about things like this. It will disappear soon. He waved and went ahead, so please take care of what I asked for. I have something to return, so I will go first. Woo-sik looked at his back and smiled and sighed. Under the schoolyard was Kim Jong-hyun sitting alone with one arm lost after the dungeon accident. Suddenly there was a call, so you are here. Jun-woo was holding a wooden sword and said, I have been looking for you for a while. He then asked, was that intentional? You deliberately fought with your left arm to show me? Causing him to look at him fondly, he then replied, I told you the story of your grandfather. It was not an exaggeration, right? Catching him off guard. That is why I wanted to show you. That is all. No matter how you feel, senior, he handed out the sword and said, the rest is entirely up to you. Jong-hyun took the sword. He looked at it thoughtfully. There was nothing left to say. He turned to leave, but he seemed to want to say something. The wind gently swayed the falling leaves. He watched him walk away. He sadly clenched the sword, then began to hesitate, remembering the times he practiced diligently. I can, and excellently defeat the opponent. Can I do it? He frowned and pondered. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his father calling, and sat down to answer. Hello. He immediately shouted, Jong-hyun, are you okay? Making him a little deaf. He anxiously asked. Dad heard that something big happened at school, so Dad called. Are you not injured? He calmly replied, I am fine, Dad, he said softly. Thank God. That is a relief. Dad did not have time to watch the news because he was working. The father then expressed, come home early today, he happily replied. Yes, I will come home early. Do not worry, Dad. He changed the subject. By the way, the video is still being played on the news. Who is that guy? Confusing him. What do you mean? The kid who uses the sword with his left hand, believe it or not, he is using the exact same swordsmanship as your grandfather. He was shocked after hearing this. Not seeing his response, he comforted, if it is hard to answer, you do not need to say it. You must be tired of hearing these stories. I am sorry, he said in a low voice. Dad, I do not think I can give up. Making him wonder. Jong-hyun firmly said, I will definitely become a licensed hunter. I will not give up, no matter what. He saw that he was excited and encouraged. Of course, as long as we are alive, we can find a way, right? This is the 9 o'clock news. A female reporter reported, during the end-of-year exam at the Hunter Academy, an incident occurred when a student used an illegal skill, causing serious damage to the school hall. It is known that the father of this student is none other than the current Minister of Interior, Oh Myung-jin. Police agencies are investigating whether there was any collusion related to this case. This incident has drawn attention back to a disappearance that occurred during the Hunter Academy exam 2 years ago. Evidence linking the previous case to an instructor named Chamo has emerged, and there are calls for a reinvestigation of the case. At the gym, Jun-woo was holding a phone reading news about Kim Dong-ju. He was satisfied with what was happening. Okay, the public opinion campaign that I gave to Woo-sik seems to be working quite well. It is good that Dong-ju has been restored. Go Ah-yoon went to hold the water bottle and said, you are about to dive into your phone. There is only talk about you on the internet. They call you the secret weapon of Class E. By this time, there is probably no one in the school who does not know you. He took the water bottle and said casually, oh my God, we're not kids anymore. You are the same, right? Making her a little confused. He held up the phone to explain, people are talking about you even more than me. She looked at the phone in surprise. It is all comments saying that she is only in Class E and already so good. Jun-woo asked, do you see this? They call you the one-punch girl, making her embarrassed and avoidant. I do not know. I do not see anything. Suddenly, someone came in and asked, oh, are you guys practicing? Go Ah-yoon happily said, hello, senior. Kim Jong-hyun then said, oh, one-punch girl, congratulations on being confirmed into the student council. We will probably see each other at the student council office from next year. Hearing this, she shyly replied, hey, senior, why are you saying the same thing? At that time, Jun-woo spoke up. She has not even been officially nominated yet. It is too early to relax until everything is completed, he replied. Well, who knows? His eyes shifted his attention to the sword he was holding. Senior, that is, he explained awkwardly. These days I have been stubbornly trying to practice alone, but it has not been very smooth. Regarding that, he was still silent and said nothing. He concluded, I will say it first, it won't be easy, causing him to look at him questioningly. He considered, if you want to be as good as your grandfather, you will have to go through a lot of hardship. Hearing him say that, the corners of his mouth suddenly smiled. Then he confidently determined, even if it is difficult, I do not care, Just teach me. Go. Ah, Yun happily teased. This kid is extremely cunning, so be careful. He glanced at her. If you have any complaints, just give up. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Son, do you know where Dad put the documents? He was shocked to see this person. He then asked, Are you Jung-hyun's friend? He politely replied, Hello, Uncle. I'm a junior at school. He seemed to understand, so that is it. Nice to meet you. He introduced next to him, This is my father. He excitedly praised. Looking closely, You guys are from Class E, are not you. I saw you guys on TV. You guys are great. He pointed at him. Jungwoo, you are Jungwoo, right? He stammered and replied, Yes. He continued, You used the same kind of swordsmanship as my father. I was really surprised. Jung-hyun hurriedly stopped his father. Really? Why are you making them uncomfortable? He justified. You do not understand that swordsmanship is not something you can learn just anywhere. He recalled the memories of his past life. His team was helping the wounded and constantly begging, Captain, please. But he still strictly ordered, Kick these bastards out immediately. They still stubbornly begged, Captain, just this once, please, forgive us. He turned to leave, leaving it to his subordinates to take care of. Looking at the devastating fire in front of him that had burned everything, suddenly there was a shout, Captain. A young man rushed over panting and said, A survivor. In his arms he was holding an unconscious child. Seeing the two father and son so close, he thought to himself, That 10-year-old kid has really grown up. No, just because I have gotten old, do I really need to do that? It is a complex feeling. The sky was turning golden. The classroom was emitting the teacher's voice. Okay, today's lesson ends here. You've been announced, and starting from tomorrow, students can register to run for the student council. Anyone interested, please come to the science office today or tomorrow to get an application form. The students sitting below started to whisper and discuss. Junwoo jumped up and said, Okay, let us go. We need to get an application form. Surprising. Yun, huh? Right now. Can't we wait until tomorrow when we submit the application and then get it? He said, The purpose, there is something I want to check. To the science office. He and she were standing outside waiting. Yun hurriedly asked, What is wrong? Are you not going in? Junwoo then stopped her. Just wait, I said I need to check a few things. Someone came out. He and the black-haired female student made eye contact. She suddenly realized, and said, You are Kim Jun-woo, right? The one who defeated Oju Seok recently. It is great. It is like meeting a celebrity, making him helpless. She shifted her attention to Yun and asked, By the way, is the girl next to you your girlfriend? Making her flustered and denying it. No, we are just classmates. Seeing her reaction was a bit excessive, she waved her hand. Just kidding. She has become quite famous. The one-punch girl, that is you, right? Yun replied in confusion. Not really. She chatted happily. Do not be so shy. Be confident. For you guys in Class E, you are really great. If you guys try a little harder, your skills might even stand out in Class D. You can believe me because I am a student in Class B. Jun-woo silently evaluated. Look at the way this girl is talking. She introduced, Anyway, I am Hwang Ji-yeon from Class B. Can we be friends? But only received the bored eyes of the two people looking at Ji-yeon. Seeing that, she immediately resolved the situation. Hey, do not be so alert. Anyway, we will often meet, so is it better to get to know each other? Making him wonder. Often? Ji-yeon held up the paper and said, You guys came to get an application form, right? There is no reason not to do that, right? For Class E, your skills are quite good. More importantly, Oju Seok has been expelled, so consider everything settled, right? Hearing this information startled him. Then he smiled. Interesting. Oju Seok can't even run and has been expelled, so with him leaving, she is saying that her position is being guaranteed. She is saying as if the student council candidates have been decided from the start. Hearing these words, she was a little cautious. He glared threateningly. Are you related to the Parents Association? She was silent and did not answer. He speculated, Sure enough, I was right. There is something I need to confirm. The reason I did not go into the teacher's office and waited in front of the door was because there was something. Starting to receive application forms means that everyone who wants to become a member of the student council will gather at the office. In other words, just waiting in front of the office. There is a high chance of meeting someone related to the Parents Association. And my prediction was correct. Junwoo questioned Hwang Ji-yeon to clarify everything. He said, It is strange, Oju Seok can't even run, and ended up being expelled. And now that he is gone, it is as if your position in the student council has been guaranteed. Like they are acting as if the student council candidates have been decided from the start, right? Hearing the student say that, Ji-yeon could not hide her composure. She felt confused, bewildered. He asked bluntly, Are you related to the Parents Association? She smiled. Regaining her composure, Ji-yeon crossed her arms calmly and asked him back, about the Parents Association. No one should know about it, except for the board of directors in the school, right? He confidently replied, "My ears are very good." She continued, "So Oju Seok's elimination was not a coincidence. Honestly, I did not like him either. Even if he was kicked down to Class E for causing trouble, he should not have embarrassed Class B like that. Seriously, being embarrassed by a Class E opponent." I can only laugh in disbelief. Hearing the words she said, both Jun-woo and Ah-yoon stood silently, not knowing what to say. Ji-yeon friendly reached out her hand to ask, "Let us get to know each other. Okay, anyway. We do not need to be unnecessarily agitated." Jun-woo was wary of her attitude. He gently refused. "I am not so sure," seeing that Ji-yeon was disappointed in him. She angrily showed her face. "Now you are still acting high and mighty. Making friends with Class B will really benefit. You?" She covered her face and laughed it off. "You really do not know anything, do you? You have lost touch with reality just because you are a little famous online. You do not really think that all the council members are on the same level, do you?" Those words made Jun-woo's heart waver. He lowered his face shyly. It is not entirely wrong either. Even senior Kim Jong-hyun was treated like an outcast among the student council members. He stood firm in front of his words, said, "However, I do not care if you are from Class B or what. Sorry, I just came to see your face. I am not interested in playing the friends game, so I will go first." Then Jun-woo turned his face and left. He provocatively continued, "From the beginning, you have mistaken your opponent." Ji-yeon was confused. "I am not the candidate, you know." She worried, sweating all over in front of this student. Scene changed to the restaurant. The parents were talking enthusiastically about the class issue. Minister Oh and Teacher Cha, I heard they were investigated and prosecuted this time, right? They won't say anything about us, right? If they do, it is like admitting their own guilt, so they won't, will they? One parent spoke up, saying even if Minister Oh does not say anything, they could still get caught during the investigation. They did not get this far easily. Another parent chimed in. It is not just the first-year parent association, but the second and third-year associations could also be at risk. Do you think they will just sit back and watch? Especially when it comes to the third-year parent association, the director is involved. Jun-woo recalled that meeting. Back then, the director nodded and smiled contentedly. Yes, he is a board member of the association and a powerful individual with significant influence on the poaching industry, pushing Goyeonji to the top. The one who initially created the parent association and is currently a member of the third-year parent association, Director Go Se-do. As long as he is still around, no one will dare to bring up the issue of the parent association. If this situation continues, it is important for the vice president to become the CEO. Many were astonished by this information. The parent association representative gave her opinion. As you all know, if things go in a different direction, we will need to adjust our plans accordingly. I guess so. It will be difficult to continue the contract with Minister O. The parents continuously built on each other's ideas, discussing animatedly. Doesn't everyone here have at least one contract with Minister O? One man said, I was promised priority broadcasting rights for the conquest, but it is not a particularly important contract. He continued, I also discussed an exclusive contract for the new system being developed this time. If it does not work out, it is okay. The deals with the association are more important. However, it is a pity that the Minister of Conquest has been taken out of the game. He expressed his regret. Depending on who replaces Oh Joo-seok, they might fill the void to some extent. Everyone remembered Kim Jun-woo's face. At this moment, many questions were raised, such as, it is definitely him, right? There is no reason why he would not become a student council member. I mean, out of everyone, someone got special treatment with connections. The woman did not accept the previous speculations, not necessarily. No matter how I think about it, I still feel like there is something suspicious about this. She speculated Kim Jun-woo winning the practice match against Joo Se-ok is something we can overlook. The problem is what happened next. She recalled Woo-sik's speech and said, with Joo Se-ok being eliminated, it was a situation where just standing still could guarantee his position in the student council. Then, out of nowhere, the president himself stood up and made an official statement. Hearing the story from her, the other parent replied, now that I think about it, it seems like they exaggerated the issue in a strange way. The president would not benefit from this. If anything, he would choose to cover up rather than reveal the shortcomings of any student at this time. She said, but he is publicly cutting ties. This can only mean one thing. They also guessed there is something between Kim Jun-woo and President Bae Woo-sik, right? It is definitely not a normal relationship. He can directly control even that puppet president. So that means people's faces began to show confusion. If Kim Jun-woo becomes a student council member, even the president will be uneasy. We have tried countless times to approach him, but he never budged. However, we are finally on the same boat now. He continued. Even if his influence can't be compared to the board members, he is one of my old colleagues, so he might even be better than Minister O. Everyone burst out laughing, but Chang-Su looked worried. He said in his head, "Damn it, so everyone's jumping ship, huh? Out of everything, the project I am preparing can't continue without Minister O's help. With Minister O ending up like that, it seems like I am the only one who is completely screwed." Chang-Su imagined that scene, unable to hide his worry. Now that things have turned out this way, my position will definitely become unstable soon. I have to find a way to survive somehow. He smirked. Just then, the phone rang. It was his daughter. Flustered, he quickly said, "Dad's busy." His daughter said, "Kim Jun-woo is not running," he exclaimed in panic. Hwang Ji-yeon explained to her father that it was not him but Go Ah-hyun who was running. I even asked the homeroom teacher to make sure. Chang-Su could not believe his ears. He asked repeatedly if it was true. Go Ah-hyun. He realized that she was Go Yoon-chae's half-sister. She is definitely Go Seok-doo's granddaughter. He was delighted to receive the message. He thought having someone other than Kim Jun-woo run won't suddenly change anything, but if that person is Go Ah-hyun. Suddenly, someone called Chang-Su. "Boss, is something wrong?" He startled and replied nothing. He stood up and excused himself from the meeting. "My daughter's calling, so I will head out. She keeps nagging me about when I am coming home, as usual." His friend laughed cheerfully. "Still a daughter doting dad, I see. I understand." The people around him also expressed, "I am envious. My son never talks to me like that." Chang-Su left the conversation. As soon as he went outside, he stared intently at his phone, happily waiting for a phone call. "Hello, is this Go Yoon-chae?" "It is nothing. I just have something important to talk about." He arranged to meet Yoon-chae at a cafe to talk. She asked curiously, "How did you get my number?" Hearing this, he slowly replied, "Acres is still the largest guild in the country. We have contact information for most hunters in Seoul." "I apologize for contacting you so suddenly like this." Go Yoon-chae asked directly, "What is the important matter you mentioned?" "You know the freshman student council election has started, right?" She politely replied. "Yes, I know." He asked further, "Do you know who is running?" She said, "I have a guess, although I do not like him very much." Chang-Su said, "If you are thinking of Kim Jun-woo, you are wrong." Surprised by this, he shared that, "My daughter told me that it is not Kim Jun-woo." She said Go Ah-hyun will be running. She tried her best to remain calm. He reassured her, "That is the truth. My daughter heard it directly. To be honest, since Ju Seok had that incident, I do not care who becomes the student council member anymore." "But I did not think you would think that way either." Yoon-chae was straightforward. "What are you trying to say?" He calmly replied, "What else can I say? If your half-sister becomes a student council member, Yoon-chae will be in the most trouble, right? It is very likely that your complicated family situation will be exposed. If that happens, I doubt your grandfather would be happy. And of course, that would not be good for you either." She reconsidered what Chang-Su had just said. He suggested, "So let me help you a little." "What is the condition?" he said. "It is nothing big. Could you take my Ji-yeon on a public hunt sometime in the future? It would be better if you could mention her as a capable junior in an interview." She looked surprised at his request. Chang-Su jokingly asked, "Is that the kind of expression that says, 'What kind of request is that?' Our Acres Guild is quite large, but in terms of influence, size, or revenue, it still can't compare to the association. That is the Supernatural Space Management Association. So what if, in addition to becoming a student council member, a rising talent caught the eye of the famous hunter Go Yoon-chae and joined Acres?" she asked back. "Are you saying you want Ji-yeon to become that person?" He calmly picked up his teacup and said, "You are right." He had calculations, his face showing satisfaction. Just like how Go Yoon-chae raised the association's influence as a symbol. If Ji-yeon becomes a symbol of Acres, I won't need Minister O or Director Go Seok-ju anymore. He confided in Yoon-chae, "But my daughter's skills are not very good. She only got into Class B because I used a lot of connections." She asked back, "Wouldn't it be more reasonable to hire a tutor for her?" He turned away and said bluntly, "There is no need. What I need is not real skill." Chang-Su recounted the days when Ji-yeon was young. From the beginning, Ji-yeon did not have the talent to be a hunter. As her father, I know that, well, that is why I need to influence things. Yoon-chae pondered. "She just needs to play the role of a mascot," he said. "That is right. I think that is enough. Now, I want to hear your answer." Yoon-chae asked specifically about what he had just mentioned. "You mentioned preventing her candidacy. How do you plan to do that?" He chuckled and replied, "You seem worried because she is your sister." "Huh, there is no need to be." I won't go as far as director Go Seok-do. He suddenly realized he had misspoke. Oh, wait. Chang-soo coughed and said, Anyway, do not worry too much. If we send someone to threaten her a little, she retorted sharply, that won't work on her. He tried to persuade her. If we find a few weaknesses and threaten them, she responded vehemently, that is not something that works on them either. He thought, what if we bribe them with money, she affirmed. That is useless too. Seeing Eun-chae getting up to leave, he patiently asked, then what do you suggest we do? We will have to stop her, even if we have to use force. She turned her face and left. Before leaving, she said, by the way, have you told the other parents about this? He laughed loudly. Who would benefit from that? Scene changes to the funeral. The boy and grandmother grieved over the loss of their loved ones. The girl suppressed her tears, saddened by the loss of her parents. Suddenly someone walked in. Go Seok-do and his entourage swaggered in. Even after the coffins were closed, they still acted like this. The grandmother was furious, gritting her teeth. It was him. She lost control, rushing towards him. She grabbed Seok-do by the collar. How dare you show up here? You killed my children like this. How dare you crawl in here with that brazen face? Those two were deliberately demoted and transferred to the countryside. You lied about the dungeon level and carried out the mission with just the two of them. You refused to send support until the last minute. Do you think no one knows it is all because of you? Seok-do calmly replied with a sarcastic tone, Dear-in-law, I have also suffered the pain of losing my child. Wasn't my son being robbed enough? And now his very life has been taken away. I am the one who should be angry here. She was tearful, not believing what he had just said. What? Her hands trembled as she clung to his collar. Unable to contain her emotions, she demanded Seok-do to leave immediately. The girl chased after her grandmother, calling her name. Before leaving, Seok-do said, I have made sure to include a generous condolence payment. He glanced at his granddaughter. She was tearing up. He said, Let us go, Eun-chae. Eun-chae looked at everyone for a moment. Then she turned and left. The grandmother screamed, You will die. I said you will die. Suddenly, Go Ah-yoon woke up gasping for breath, dripping with sweat. She covered her face, saying to herself, That dream again. She felt sad whenever she looked at family photos. In the past, when she was young, Go Ah-yoon lived in the love of both parents. At the academy's gym, on the boxing ring, Ah-yoon was knocked to the ground, painfully crying out, Ouch! While Jung-woo stood opposite her with a blank face, his hands on his hips, looking at the weak and helpless Ah-yoon. He called out, Go Ah-yoon, startling Ah-yoon. Huh, Jung-woo asked suspiciously. Why are you so spaced out these days? Is something wrong? But Ah-yoon lowered her head. It is nothing. Jung-woo became even more worried. What do you mean, nothing? Are you being too lax? Like you are already guaranteed a spot on the team. Seeing Ah-yoon so distracted, Jung-woo said, Should we just stop training? Surprising Ah-yoon. No, I am sorry. Jung-woo sighed. Let us take a break. Then Ah-yoon felt apologetic, telling Jung-woo, I have not been sleeping well lately, so I have been too unfocused. I will be more careful from now on. Jung-woo looked at Ah-yoon's dazed appearance and thought, it seems like putting pressure on her here is not the best approach. He stood with his arms crossed, saying to Ah-yoon, Now that I think about it, about Go Seok-do, I have never heard the reason you want to get revenge on your grandfather. Can I ask? Perhaps Jung-woo had come up with a new training method for Ah-yoon, reviewing the reason behind her decision to take revenge. There is no better way to rekindle motivation. Only hearing this, Ah-yoon's voice was filled with resentment. That bastard, Go Seok-do. He killed my parents. After hearing this, Jung-woo could not help but be shocked. He was dripping with cold sweat. What? Not believing what Ah-yoon said, Jung-woo asked again to make sure. Go Seok-do, your parents. Ah-yoon evaded his gaze and confirmed. Yeah. Jung-woo gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. He killed his own son, that guy. Then he recalled memories from the past, thinking back to a timid Seok-do. Leader, do I really have to fight against people like that? Every time fighting or having to engage with enemies was mentioned, Seok-do would hold his head in fear and run away. I am sorry, I can't do it, leader. Please save me. Jung-woo racked his brain. No matter how much that guy has changed, that guy who would not even kill a fly, let alone a person, there is no way he could have done that. Accidentally, Jung-woo's words were heard by Ah-yoon, who immediately got angry and asked, What did you just say? Surprising Jung-woo. He realized. Damn it, I let it slip. He could only explain, no, it is just, He seemed so different from the Goseok-do. I knew. At this, Ah-yoon stood up abruptly. What do you know about that bastard? Ah-yoon grabbed her backpack and turned to leave. I am leaving first. Perhaps Ah-yoon knew that this had nothing to do with Jun-woo, and it was useless to get angry at him. Ah-yoon left, leaving Jun-woo alone in the gym with a mess of thoughts. Then, suddenly, Jun-woo noticed something. It was something Ah-yoon had forgotten. He sighed helplessly. A girl who wants to become a student council member at a hunter academy forgets to bring her weapon. Just as he picked it up, another person appeared in the gym, carrying a sword. It was Jong-hyun, who had just arrived and asked Jun-woo, is something wrong with Ah-yoon? She left earlier than usual. Jun-woo then realized this and greeted, Ah, Senior Jong-hyun. Jong-hyun continued to ask. She did not look happy. Did you two fight? Jun-woo avoided the question. No, it is nothing. He asked Jong-hyun, by the way, Senior, do you know anything about director Go-seok-do? Jong-hyun thought and said, Yoon-chae's grandfather. I only know about him like everyone else. I guess? Jun-woo hesitated, by the way. That person. Has he ever killed anyone? Shocking Jong-hyun. Did Ah-yoon mention that? Jun-woo knew he had found the right person. It seems like you know what happened. Jong-hyun held his head. My father once investigated that matter briefly. Jun-woo continued to ask, can you tell me more details? But Jong-hyun avoided the question. Oh no, my father told me strictly not to tell anyone about this. First of all, about Go Hoin-woo, Yoon-chae's father divorced Yoon-chae's mother, whom he married through an arrangement. You know, Ah-yoon was born when he was living with Park Mi-seon, whom he had a relationship with since childhood. Right? Jun-woo replied, yes, roughly. I do not know the details. Jong-hyun continued. Apparently they lived very well. Then, 8 years ago, they were both transferred to a local branch, which made Jun-woo's eyes widen. Ah-yoon's parents were also hunters. Jong-hyun only replied, yeah. Then he continued. It was a level 6 dungeon raid, but during the raid the rest of the team had to retreat due to injuries. Only the two of them entered the boss room. Jun-woo was suspicious. They did not actually clear the dungeon with just those two, did they? Jong-hyun nodded. Even with a level 6 dungeon, it was too much for 2 people, so they decided to map it out and retreat. That is how the boss room was opened. The door opened, and both of them were astonished. It turned out it was not a level 6 dungeon, but it was an orange level dungeon. Moreover, it was a one-way type, meaning the exit was sealed as soon as the room opened. Jun-woo was anxious. What about requesting support? Jong-hyun continued. They did, but it seems like the branch's system malfunctioned, cutting off communication at the worst possible time. Jun-woo was lost in thought. The team members suddenly retreating, the dungeon's level misclassification, and on top of that, communication being cut off. It feels like too many coincidences are piling. But then he immediately dismissed the idea. But just based on that, to say that Goseok-do arranged everything is not that a bit of a stretch, Jong-hyun affirmed. That is right. But the problem is, that dungeon was accurately reported to headquarters as an orange level. Jun-woo was astonished. What? Then there is no way Goseok-do, the director of headquarters support, would not have known about that. Jong-hyun walked inside the gym. It is quite suspicious, but there is no tangible evidence, so this is a tricky case in many ways. He put the wooden sword down. But what is really scary is, 2 years ago, during the academy exam, a disappearance occurred that was exactly like this, making Jun-woo extremely vigilant. At this point, he immediately understood. Oh, Goseok-do. So that bastard has become like this. He could not help but sigh. Then Jun-woo thought about Bae-woo-sik. He was one of the least happy people when the leader returned. Then he thought about Ah-yoon's resentful eyes. What do you know about that bastard? Jun-woo's eyes became sharp. It has been over 40 years, enough time for an entire generation to change completely. Do even the faintest traces of the young Goseok-do that I once knew remain in this world? Looking at the weapon Ah-yoon was holding, Jun-woo could not help but reflect. I thought I knew a lot about that guy, but maybe I should apologize. He said to Senior Jong-hyun, Senior, let us study on our own during today's training. I have some things to take care of. Hearing this, Jong-hyun was surprised. Huh, where are you going? Jun-woo replied, Ah-yoon forgot something, so I am going to return it to her. At this time, on the way home, Ah-yoon was silently contemplating alone. I just ran out so suddenly. Was I overreacting? Ah-yoon was very sad. There is no way Kim Jun-woo could know about my parents. I have gotten to where I am today thanks to him. I will apologize tomorrow. Because she was so absorbed in her thoughts, when she looked up, Ah-yoon noticed a person in black blocking her path. He was covered from head to toe, even his hair and face were covered with a hat and mask. Not just one, but two. Another one appeared behind her, surprising Ah-yoon. "Ah," Yoon asked loudly, "what is going on? Do you have something to do with me?" Suddenly surrounded, Ah-yoon became vigilant. Ah-yoon noticed the sleeves of those people. They pulled their sleeves down to hide it, but that unusual bulge is too obvious. They are definitely wearing arcs. Then she realized these people are hunters. Ah-yoon prepared to activate her arc. This is bad. I forgot to bring my arc, but Ah-yoon did not know she had left her arc in the gym. Those people were combat-type assassination hunters. They activated Night Veil, and immediately the surroundings turned into a dark black. Ah-yoon was attacked by surprise from behind her neck, leaving her unable to defend herself. Then Ah-yoon immediately fell down. That dark space suddenly disappeared. Seeing Ah-yoon unconscious, the two men began to approach. A mysterious car drove near their location. The person in the car was Hwang Chang-soo. He said to the two men, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put her in the car." Yes. On this side, Jun-woo was trying to call Ah-yoon, but it did not work. The phone rang with a message. This person is currently unable to receive calls, being transferred to voicemail. Jun-woo did not think much of it, only thinking that it seems like she is very angry. Jun-woo held Ah-yoon's arc and thought, well, there is no other way. I will give it to her tomorrow. The next morning at the Hunter Academy, while everyone in the class was noisy, Jun-woo was still trying to contact Ah-yoon. But his phone kept ringing with the message. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. The call will be transferred to voicemail. Jun-woo ended the call. His expression was very anxious. It has been 3 days since that day, when she left the room. This is crazy. I can't get in touch with Go Ah-yoon. I asked the teacher to contact her family, but they said she has not returned home since that day. Jung-hyun said to Jun-woo, they have already reported it to the police, right? Jun-woo could only sigh. Jung-hyun realized, the application, the deadline is 6 p.m. tonight, right? Jun-woo replied, yes. Ah-yoon would not give up on running on her own. It seems like someone is behind all this. This made Jung-hyun also suspicious. They are trying to stop Ah-yoon from becoming a student council member. Then, is it the parent association? But Jun-woo countered, no, given that the investigation is ongoing due to the Cha Jin-min incident, I do not think the parent association wants to escalate things any further. Jung-hyun reasoned, with Oh Ju-seok being expelled, there is really no benefit to making things worse. If it is not the parent association, then it is someone who is not happy with Ah-yoon becoming a member. Is it Go Yoon-chae? At this point, Jun-woo also agreed with Jung-hyun. Yes, I think it can only be her. The question is, who leaked the information to Go Yoon-chae, making Jung-hyun jump? Not me. I have not said a word to her. I have not even met her since the exam. But Jun-woo immediately reassured him. Calm down. I know it is not you, senior. Suddenly, Jun-woo froze. He had just realized something. Ah, no way. Jung-hyun saw this and was curious. What is wrong? Why are you acting like that? Then Jun-woo suddenly avoided the question. Last time, I went to get the application form, and I ended up talking to a Class B girl in front of the teacher's office. Jung-hyun was helpless. How could you told her. Jun-woo could only hold his head. She is very good at starting conversations, so I might have said something without realizing it. Jung-hyun scolded, you are so talkative. So who is it? Jun-woo confessed, it is Hwang Ji-yeon from Class 1B. She is a member of the parent association. Jung-hyun was shocked and asked back, you mean Hwang Ji-yeon colluded with Go Yoon-chae and kidnapped Ah-yoon? But Jun-woo only replied softly, I am not sure. Then he fell into thought. Go Yoon-chae and Hwang Ji-yeon working together. I do not understand what Hwang Ji-yeon would gain from that. Since she is a member of the Parents Association, maybe she was guaranteed a position on the executive board. Maybe someone else has conflicting interests, not Hwang Ji-yeon, the person who could receive information first and who could actually be involved in this, considering the situation. It seems like Jun-woo dialed his phone, which piqued Jung-hyun's curiosity. The phone connected, and he said, yes, father, it is me, Jun-woo. The voice on the other end responded, oh, Jun-woo, what is the matter? Aren't you at school right now? That conversation surprised Jung-hyun, who was standing next to him. Father. Jun-woo and his father continued talking. If you are not too busy, could I ask you for a favor? Oh, Jun-woo, if it is a favor from you, of course I will help. What is it? Jang Hyun stood beside him, completely astonished. Hey, when did you exchange phone numbers with my dad? But Jun-woo was only focused on the phone call. Could you investigate Hwang Ji-yeon's parents from Class 1B? He only heard his father say, Hwang Ji-yeon's parents, they are quite well known, so there is not much to investigate. Her father is the head of the Seoul branch of the Acres Association. He is divorced and currently lives with Hwang Ji-yeon. Jun-woo wondered. A guild, Jang Hyun's father further explained. You could say it is a private hunting company. However, it is not exactly a place that only handles legal matters. In particular, Acres has always been a controversial organization. Jun-woo then realized, I understand. Then he continued to ask Jang Hyun's father, is it possible to track her father's current location? Upon hearing this, he could only laugh. Haha, so that is the main point. But he added, I am sorry, but it is very difficult right now. Even if I go, it will take quite a bit of time. Jun-woo's voice sounded disappointed. Is that so? Jang Hyun's father was curious. Well, if something dangerous happens, why do not you let the police handle it? I will talk to them and try to get the investigation started as soon as possible. But Jun-woo stopped him. No, it is okay. Thank you for sharing that information, especially since I contacted you so suddenly. But he did not mind. Ha ha ha, what are you saying? I am the one who should be thanking you. You are helping Jang Hyun, right? I sincerely thank you. Jun-woo said nothing, his eyes becoming gentle. Then he waited for him to hang up. Jang Hyun, who was standing next to him, asked, what should we do now? If we can't determine the location, then there is no way. Jun-woo said, it is not that there is no way. If we can't find them, we just need to make them come to us. The two of them had incredibly determined eyes. Jang Hyun felt somewhat relieved after hearing what Jun-woo said. But in the very next second, he grabbed Jun-woo's shoulder in a panic. Wait, stop. No way. It is not what I think. Is it? Isn't that a crime, huh? You know that, right? My dad's a police officer. Jun-woo reassured Jang Hyun, don't worry, you do not have to participate, senior. Well, since time is running out, I will head out first, ignoring Jang Hyun, who was trying to stop him from behind. Hey, Jun-woo. Seriously speaking, this is insane. On the academy's rooftop at this moment, Ji-yeon was happily talking to her father. Hello, oh father? No, she has not come home since the day before yesterday, and has not contacted me either. Yes, I understand. After ending the call, Ji-yeon sighed in frustration. I thought I would at least be praised if I told Dad that Go Ah-yeon was running for student council, but it does not seem like it. Ji-yeon noticed someone approaching her. Recognizing the person, Ji-yeon asked, what is it? I was wondering who it was, and it is the arrogant Kim Jun-woo. How did you find out about this place? What? Do you have something to say to me? Are you trying to apologize now? But Jun-woo remained silent. Ji-yeon waved her hand. Sorry, but it is too late. I am in a bad mood, so do not bother me, and just go. Ji-yeon did not notice that Jun-woo was secretly activating his arc, the weapon being equipped, the patelis ring. Then he used the skill, Violent Overlord's Finger Stiffening Fist. The car carrying Ah-yoon earlier stopped in front of a dilapidated building. Hwang Chang-soo in the car was contacting Go Eun-chae. Oh, Eun-chae, it is... Okay, there is no one around. Go ahead and talk. Eun-chae asked, is that person okay? Chang-soo got out of the car, frowning as he said, well, she seems calm. I am glad to hear that, Eun-chae sighed. If she goes on a rampage, it will be quite a headache. But Chang-soo confidently affirmed, we are professionals, you know. There is no way we would have trouble with a high school student. But still, she is your sister. Is it really okay to do this? What if she finds out what we did? Eun-chae nonchalantly said. Someone as important as the director of the Seoul branch of Acres would not interfere with a client's request, would he? It is a request that I personally handled. Anyway, if you can keep an eye on her until 6 o'clock, I would really appreciate it. Chang-soo replied, all right, I will contact you after it is done. After hanging up, he exclaimed, well, it is no surprise. She definitely has that person's traits. That kid certainly knows how to stand her ground. Then Chang-soo went to his subordinates. Greetings, boss, he asked. Oh, what is the situation? He replied. She is calm. Chang-soo glanced at the confinement through a small gap in the door. Inside, Ah-yoon was lying motionless. Chang-soo ordered his subordinates, release her after 6 o'clock, but be vigilant about security. Understood. Then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was his daughter's phone. Chang-soo was surprised. I can't believe this. After answering, his voice was stern. I told you not to call because I am busy. Then a desperate cry came from the other end. Ah, father, father. His face showed worry. What is wrong? On the other side, Ji Yan, who was tied up, said in fear, Dad, I am being held captive right now. But before she could say anything more, Junwoo held the phone to his ear. Oh, hello, he said with a calm voice, ignoring Ji Yeon's surprise. Are you Hwang Ji Yeon's father? Chang Su on the other end was furious. Who are you? What have you done to Ji Yeon? Chang Su's voice echoed from the phone. Junwoo could only smile inwardly. I just want to make a deal. Ji Yeon was anxiously fidgeting while Jong Hyun, who was forced to wear a mask, stood guard over her, his face covered in sweat, fearing being discovered. Chang Su angrily shouted, Who are you? What have you done to Ji Yeon? But Junwoo calmly replied, Nothing at all. He emphasized, Nothing yet. Ji Yeon, next to him, gritted her teeth in anger. Junwoo looked at her expression and reminisced, recalling old memories. An eye for an eye? A tooth for a tooth. If someone hits me in the back of the head, I will retaliate in the same way. If someone takes what belongs to me, I will take it back in return. It is an emotional, inefficient, and unethical way of doing things, but sometimes it is the best way, just like now. Chang Su became increasingly impatient. What do you want? Junwoo's plan was clear. By bringing her here, we have achieved equality in the agreement, just like when you existed in your previous life. Junwoo said clearly, Bring the student with you. Bring her here within an hour. Chang Su was surprised. What? But Junwoo cautiously repeated, Didn't you hear me? I am saying that we will exchange her for your daughter within an hour. Hearing this, Chang Su laughed. Ha! Only someone like you would make a deal like that. You are a student from Class E, right? A high school student who dares. Do you know who I am? Junwoo was not afraid at all. Yes, Hwang Chang-su, the manager of Acres. But right now, is not the safety of student Hwang Ji-yeon more important than who I am? These words struck Chang-su's dark heart, leaving him speechless. Immediately after, he cursed incessantly. But Junwoo did not care at all. He continued to repeat, You have 1 hour. Bring student Go Ah-yoon here. Then nothing will happen to your daughter. Chang-su said through gritted teeth, Just try it. Junwoo ignored his words. It is up to you. But Chang-su still tried to inquire. What are you going to do? What can you do? Are you planning to kill her? His words directly caused him to regret it. Later, Junwoo revealed his hand. Even if I can't kill her, I can make it so she can't continue living the life of a hunter. Ji-yeon was startled. Junwoo did not stop. For the rest of her life, even the sly old fox Chang-su, who had done so many evil deeds, was frozen in place. He roared. Hey, do not exaggerate, Junwoo interrupted him. I guess you have not heard about what happened to student Oju Seok this time. For some reason, even though he was equipped with an arc, they said he could not use his skills anymore, leaving Chang-su stunned. He broke out in a cold sweat. Could that wooden sword have suppressed them? Chang-su could not speak, only able to curse, That bastard. Junwoo confidently said, Well, it does not affect daily life, but if that happens, not only will she not be able to become a member of the council, but she won't be able to be a hunter for the rest of her life. Are you sure you can accept that? These words truly made Chang-su tremble, but he clearly could not do anything, only able to seethe, Damn it. Where do I need to take her? Junwoo replied. I will text you the location. You need to come immediately. Jong Hyun, still wearing the black hoodie, looked utterly clueless and asked Junwoo blankly, Are you sure this is okay? This time the opponents are professional hunters. What if they attack us with force? But Junwoo did not seem worried at all. Well, in that case, I will take care of it. Ji-yeon, who had clearly heard the conversation between the two, was surprised. Dad kidnapped? Go Ah-yoon, what on earth is going on? At this time, in the student council room, Yoon-chae was surprised. What? Discovered. How? Chang-su was furious. That classy bastard figured out the plan we set up. Yoon-chae did not understand, and asked again, Are you talking about Kim Jun-woo? How did he know? But Chang-su clearly could not worry about those things right now. Damn it, how would I know? Yoon-chae remained calm. Even if he knows, he can't do anything immediately. Chang-su could not restrain himself anymore. Do I look like I am calm? That bastard is holding my daughter and demanding a hostage exchange within an hour? These words left Yoon-chae completely shocked. She asked, You are not really agreeing to his demands, are you? But Chang-su had no choice. He practically yelled into the phone. He said he would make it so my daughter could not continue living as a hunter for the rest of her life. Do you think I would sit still and do nothing? Hey, student Go Yun-che, I do not expect Ji-yeon to become an outstanding hunter or to be recognized by others. What I need is not those things. No matter what, it is unacceptable for Ji-yeon not to be able to become a hunter. At the very least, she needs to become a high-ranking hunter. That is the basic requirement I need. Understand? Yun-che, recognizing the fury in Chang-su's words, understood. So, you are saying that you are going to give up that request. It was you, manager, who came to me first. At this time, Chang-su's voice softened. No, I do not intend to give up either. I am sorry, but from now on, I can't guarantee the safety of your siblings anymore. Yun-che was pensive. You called just to let me know that, Chang-su added. He hung up, muttering, Well, I suspected you would not care about this anyway. Then he coldly ordered his subordinates, Put the girl in the car. We are leaving immediately. Understood. One more thing. Chang-su glanced at his assassin-type hunter. Just in case, bring your equipment with you. A little while later, at some desolate warehouse, Jun-woo and Chang-su met. It is a pleasure to meet you, manager, Huang Chang-su. Ignoring his greeting, Chang-su asked bluntly, Where's Ji-yeon? But Jun-woo looked at him with sharp eyes, saying, The order's wrong. Bring Go A-yeon here first. Chang-su's face turned dark with anger. You bastard, Jun-woo smartly said. You think I would hand her over so easily? If you do not bring her, we will be the ones getting tricked. Chang-su held his head and sighed. Then he waved his hand as a signal, and his subordinates understood. The car door opened, and a pair of legs appeared. The subordinates stood on either side of the hostage, expecting to see Ah-yoon, but they had covered her face. Then they roughly pulled off the hood, Ah-yoon's face showing full resistance. Ah-yoon vaguely saw Jun-woo's figure. Jun-woo simply waved his hand coldly. Yo, long time no see. Seeing him, Ah-yoon seemed relieved. She weakly called out, Kim Jun-woo. Jun-woo also waved his hand at this time. Jong-hyun brought Ji-yeon out. At this time she turned back and said to him, Senior, since everyone knows who you are anyway, why do not you take off the mask? You are the only one in the school with one arm. Jong-hyun realized, dumbfounded, that is right. Jun-woo spoke up. All right, let us exchange hostages and settle everything neatly. But Chang-su said nothing. He pulled out a lighter and flicked it on. Chang-su slowly lit a cigarette and said, Now that I think about it, I have a task that I have been assigned to do. We will keep Go A-yeon, and we will take Ji-yeon with us too. Is that okay? Jun-woo remained resolute. If I say no? A loud laugh echoed throughout the warehouse. Chang-su turned hostile, his eyes incredibly cunning. Hey, kid. Saying this, his subordinates surrounded them, numbering more than 5 or 6 people. Even Ji-yeon was surprised. He said loudly, You think I am asking for your opinion? Jun-woo remained silent at this time, looking at him with angry eyes. The atmosphere was silent, the situation becoming incredibly tense between the two opposing sides. Jun-woo suddenly spoke. This is a very important matter for both me and her. How about we end this peacefully? Chang-su dropped the cigarette in his hand and sarcastically said, Just now you were making a deal, and now you are begging and pleading. He said with a faint smile, That is not going to happen, kid. Hearing what he said, Jun-woo pondered. It ended up like this after all. Ji-yeon glanced at him and reminded him in a raised voice, Hey, do not act recklessly, and just let me go. You are not thinking of fighting these people, are you? Jun-woo sharply replied, Shut your mouth and be quiet. If you get hurt, do not blame us. After speaking, he suddenly looked to his side, surprised to see a strange man covering his face, standing there. Jun-woo narrowed his eyes and asked, What is it? The man said. Even if it is you, it will be tough to do it alone. Jun-woo calmly smiled and replied, So what if you know? Are you still going to do it? The other person laughed and replied, That does not matter anymore. Saying this, he decisively took off his hat. Access to the Unified Hunting Support System of the Supernatural Space Management Association has been granted. Hunter user Kim Jong-hyun has been granted access to sea-level skills. A bright and sharp golden light radiated from his body. Enhancement-type combat. Rampaging hedgehog riot. Jong-hyun was surrounded by sharp hedgehog spines. Jong-hyun held a hedgehog spine in his hand and leisurely said, I think I have started learning from you for about a month now. What do you think? Isn't now the perfect time for a monthly evaluation? Hearing what he said, Jun-woo silently smiled and looked at him with trusting eyes. Jun-woo picked up the stick and said happily, Let me tell you in advance, my evaluation standards are quite strict. Junwoo proudly held the golf club in his hand. Seeing that stick, a surprised voice rang out, "Wait, that? A golf club? It looks expensive." "Are you really going to use it to fight?" Junwoo casually replied. "Well, there was not anything else suitable, so I borrowed it." The scene showed Bae-woo-sik painfully holding his head and sobbing, probably out of fear. While he was helpless, an indifferent voice spoke, "I will borrow it." Seeing that his weapon was only that, Chang-soo sighed and contemptuously said, "Kid, are you kidding me? You think you can beat us with just a golf club? There is a limit to showing off." "What are you doing?" Then he ordered, "Bring them here." The subordinates followed the order and rushed to surround Junwoo. Chang-soo said in frustration, "I swear, the more I think about this, the funnier it gets. You have watched too many movies." But immediately he became stunned as he witnessed the scene of his subordinates being eliminated before his eyes. One of Chang-soo's soldiers was hit and kicked, rolling on the ground. Chang-soo glared, seemingly horrified and wary of the strength of Junwoo and Jung-yun. On the other side, Junwoo and Jung-yun continuously used their skills and took down one person after another. During that time, one person was behind Junwoo and was planning to attack him sneakily. But Junwoo sensed it, and just as he was about to swing his weapon at him, Junwoo turned around, gathering momentum to jump up. He held his golf club and struck the opponent with a powerful blow. Before Chang-soo's horror and fear, Ah-yoon triumphantly said, "Please notify the client in advance and let them know." "It seems like this mission will fail." Chang-soo's face turned pale with fear and unwillingness as he heard Ah-yoon's words. "After the broadcast, I learned certain information. Your movements truly surpass those of a freshman with a deep understanding of combat and strategy. But all of that is only within the scope of school. The real world of professionals is on a completely different level. No matter how proficient and talented you are, that is all it is. Facing professional hunters who have risked their lives in dungeons countless times, there are inevitable limits." Chang-soo stood observing everything and thought, "That is what I thought, but..." Even the most powerful subordinates and hunters under his command were quickly defeated by Junwoo. Chang-soo thought in horror, "What the hell is going on? An old-fashioned D-rank ability weapon and a golf club. He is facing my subordinates with just that." Looking at his appearance dominating the battlefield, he was shocked. They are hunters from the Acres Guild, after all. They may not be outstanding, but they are still second-rate. Who would have thought that 6 professional hunters would be defeated by 2 high school students? It is ridiculous. Junwoo, with his eyes ready for battle, rushed towards Chang-soo with a terrifying aura. He fearfully put his hands up in defense. Damn it! But Junwoo did not intend to harm him, but instead he turned around, slipped past him, and ran straight towards the back. He cut the ropes binding Ah-yoon with swift speed. Chang-soo was surprised and wary, thinking, He attacked suddenly, straight at me, forcing me into a defensive stance so he could quickly move to the blind spot and cut the ropes. Junwoo stood sternly, shielding Ah-yoon, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Kim Junwoo." Chang-soo stepped forward with a dangerous expression, facing them. A perfect feint, and to be able to do that against me, the sole branch manager of Acres. Suddenly he burst out laughing, mysteriously and evilly. He scratched his head and said slowly, "Yes, I understand now. I get it." The system reported, "Access to the Unified Hunting Support System of the Supernatural Space Management Association has been granted. Hunter user Hwang Chang-soo has been granted access to A-level skills, able to use skills from the start. Summoning type magic, number 18 Mountain Lord Tiger." A terrifying beast appeared, baring its ferocious fangs. A giant tiger was summoned. Chang-soo smiled and said, "I will handle this myself." Seeing this, Ah-yoon thought in fear, that is the skill of the sole branch manager of Acres. The pressure is incredible. At this time, Junwoo spoke, "Hey, go Ah-yoon." He threw an item to her and said, "Catch." She put on the bracelet he gave her, and Junwoo continued, "We do not have much time. Run straight to school." Ah-yoon anxiously asked, "Will you be okay? Is the election really the top priority now?" But Junwoo calmly replied, "You have to submit your application on time. Right, hurry up and go." Ah-yoon looked at him, worried, but also believing that he could do it. Immediately after, Chang-soo lost his patience and controlled the beast to attack. "You think I will let you escape?" Ah-yoon strained her legs, trying to run away, but the tiger behind her quickly chased after her. Just as the tiger approached them and bared its sharp fangs, Junwoo quickly shielded Ah-yoon, allowing her to escape. Junwoo stood tall and challenged. Why do not you step over me first before saying that? Chang-Su angrily cursed. Damn it, you. In the front, Ah-Yoon ran at the speed of light. She tried to run to school, panting because it was too much. Suddenly, Ah-Yoon stopped and was shocked by the sight before her. She laughed, saying sarcastically, "What is this?" The client came here directly. Yoon-chae stood facing her. Ah-Yoon and Yoon-chae stood silently facing each other, the atmosphere incredibly tense. "Ah," Yoon said with determined eyes, "I have to go." But Yoon-chae bluntly said, "No, you are not going anywhere." Ah-Yoon was silent again, seemingly holding back something. Yoon spoke, "It is about my family. We used to live in a small and dilapidated room. Don't you think it is funny? My parents are both hunters, yet we were poor and struggled to survive each day. Then, I found out that when my father left your house, that old man pulled all sorts of tricks and demanded a huge sum of money. In the end, they had to spend all the money earned from hunting on that old man. Father and mother barely managed to make a living by doing odd jobs. Every time we slept in that cramped and smelly room. Do you know what my father said? That I had a really beautiful and kind older sister. Father promised that one day I would get to meet her, and when we met, Father told me to be friends with her." Hearing this, Yoon-chae's face fell, and her eyes filled with sadness. Yoon resentfully continued, "But why did not you even bow your head at the funeral?" She shouted in pain, "He was my father, but he was also your father. How could you be under the command of the person who killed my father?" Yoon-chae seriously said, "I understand you want revenge, but—" Before Yoon-chae could finish her words, Ah-Yoon shouted, "Like you understand." Ah-Yoon lost her temper and began to use her skill, fire-type magic, fire creation art. She stubbornly said, "If you can't help, then at least do not get in my way." Facing her younger sister's fury, Yoon-chae calmly reminded her, "You still do not know what kind of person he is." Then she also used her ability, ice-type art, crystallization. Yoon-chae seriously taught, "If you recklessly act based on your emotions, you will die." But Ah-Yoon stubbornly replied, "I do not care. I am different from everyone else." A strong aura radiated around Ah-Yoon, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She shouted, "I have nothing left to lose." Then she unleashed her skill. A fierce firestorm attacked with Ah-Yoon's power. Yoon-chae did not hesitate and showed her power, ice needles. Under her control, sharp ice needles rushed forward one after another. The sky outside was snowy, and the scene was frigid. An aftershock from the clash of arrogant powers shook the entire area. On this side, Junwoo was still trying to suppress the beast, which was aggressively lunging at him. Junwoo focused intently on facing the tiger, while Chang-Su struggled to observe the situation from the side. He thought, "Good, I will take this opportunity to go to the orphanage." While he was planning to run, Junwoo rushed up from behind and angrily said, "Where do you think you are going?" He quickly kicked him. Junwoo stood imposingly facing Chang-Su, his eyes sharp. He nonchalantly said, "I believe I told you already. If you want to go to Ah-Yoon, you will have to get past me first." Chang-Su, provoked, gritted his teeth and cursed. "This arrogant brat," he muttered. "What the hell is this guy? He is really just a high school student. He not only can handle my spirit beast, but he can also hold me back. Skill is one thing, but his fighting instinct, honed through experience, far surpasses most hunters. This is troublesome. My subordinates have chased Jian into the building. At this rate, we will lose track of Go Ah-Yoon." After thinking, Chang-Su spoke, "I guess I can't keep holding back and fighting. I am a bit busy. I do not have much time to play with you right now." The ring on his hand suddenly glowed. Number 18. Mountain Tiger King, Mana Link. The Tiger King's eyes glowed, and that power seemed to link with Chang-Su. His entire body emitted an evil aura. The caster's mana has connected with the summoned entity. Chang-Su's eyes changed color and became vicious. "Don't you dare die, brat." The tiger began to growl fiercely, its whole body carrying tremendous magic power along with deadly light and lightning. It seemed to be stimulated with power, bearing its fangs close to Junwoo. Junwoo, seeing its magic power, was wary. It is too fast. The tiger went berserk, its eyes sharp. It unleashed its power on Junwoo, sending him flying away. Junwoo coughed up blood from the heavy blow, thinking in surprise, "I thought it would aim for my head, but it aimed for my body." The movements of the summoned beast are now on a completely different level. Junwoo attacked and, losing his balance, struggled to hold his ground, stepping backwards. Junwoo smiled slightly, wiping the blood from his mouth, and said, You even used Manalink. Isn't that a bit much to use against a high school student? Chang Su smirked. Why are you acting surprised now? This is not even enough to scratch you. Junwoo glared, cautiously wary of him. Manalink, the pinnacle and masterpiece of summoning skills. Summoned creatures move independently, except for general commands. When connected to the caster's mana, they can directly control every action. If they are not skilled, things could be worse than independent movement, but that only happens to amateurs. That summoned creature, controlled by branch manager Huang Chang-su, must be at least as strong as, or even stronger than, a boss monster of a higher level. The tiger then roared and lunged, its eyes glowing as if to finish him off. It slashed its huge claws with high destructive power, chasing Junwoo, who quickly ran away. It chased after him, constantly attacking with powerful force, blowing up the places it passed. The tiger, with sparks flying from its eyes, frantically chased and wanted to exterminate Junwoo. Junwoo tried to escape from the tiger's fangs. Junwoo ran and thought it might look like reckless attacks, but every blow hits a weak point. Is this the skill of someone at the branch manager level? He turned his head and saw the tiger approaching him, reaching out its claws to grab him. As the tiger reached out to grab him, Junwoo quickly jumped high to avoid its claws. At this moment, Chang-su burst out laughing, "Gotcha." Junwoo sensed the danger and that he had fallen into the opponent's trap. Number 8, Giant Golem. Manalink, a huge, bizarre form, appeared. Chang-su grinned smugly. "Now you are floating in the air. You can't do anything but fall." Chang-su struggled to calculate. "I got hit. I never thought I would have to bring out more than 2. Chang-su mocked. "Don't worry, this won't kill you, but it will hurt like hell." As Chang-su was about to deliver the knockout blow, he was suddenly stunned when Junwoo unleashed his ability with the golf club, activating the weapon's ability. Troll's strike. Junwoo's eyes were determined as he prepared to strike. Chang-su shouted in surprise, "What? Don't tell me that golf club is also a supernatural weapon." Junwoo did not say much, and with one hand, he forcefully released the club forward. The club, following his force, flew powerfully towards Chang-su, causing him to fearfully cover his face. But then he opened his eyes and was bewildered. The club, at his will, had slammed into the ground right under Chang-su's feet. He was stunned in disbelief, Super high-pressure impact weapon ability activation. Junwoo flew over and said, "The stronger the Manalink, the more skilled you are, but even so, there is still a fatal flaw that can't be changed. If the caster focuses on something else, the summoned entity becomes useless." Chang-su frowned. Iron Fist. A loud noise rang out. Junwoo picked up the club and said, "Oh, come on." He looked at the club and said, "Even though I hastily chose this, a supernatural weapon that can make a golf ball fly far. He clearly used this to cheat in golf matches. Woo-sick, that bastard. I will talk to him later." Meanwhile, Kim Jong-hyun was dealing with Huang Chang-su's men. He worried, "I wonder if Junwoo can handle branch manager Huang Chang-su. I hope he is safe." But then he tried to reassure himself. No, now is not the time to worry about others. 3 professional hunters from the prestigious Acres Guild. "Can I fight them alone?" The blue-haired guy said. "So now, even without that golf club, you still plan to fight us alone? I have to admit, you have got guts." The guy next to him also spoke mockingly. "All right. If we delay, the branch manager will scold us. Let us go, let us finish this quickly, and go back." He immediately turned and ran, planning to apply the tactics. "Okay, let us do it. Exactly what Junwoo taught me. My skill is Frenzy. It allows me to use spikes that can regenerate almost infinitely, to attack continuously, delve deep into enemy territory, and pave the way, but not anymore." He remembered Junwoo's instructions. From now on, never charge straight at the enemy first. A combat-enhanced user with only one arm is a huge disadvantage. Facing multiple enemies at once is like a suicide mission, which surprised him a bit. Jong-hyun then asked, "So what should I do?" He explained. "Keep moving to maintain distance, lure them to attack to exploit openings." Back in the fight, he engraved what he taught. The first step is to make every situation and condition favorable to him. He still avoided engaging with them. Making the group impatient, shouted, "Hey kid, are you just going to keep running away? This is not a game of tag." The words he said were being applied to real combat. If you keep maintaining distance and prolonging the time, sooner or later the opponent will lose patience. When he lured them, he immediately stopped. Eventually someone will rush to attack alone. The brown-haired guy angrily said, "Are you kidding me?" He then rushed over, cursing him. "Just stalling for time, you do not even have the guts to fight." That was the moment he should really put all his strength into the attack. Fortunately, Jong-hyun managed to dodge his punch. He then seized the opportunity, bent down low, and stabbed him in the calf. He was injured in the leg and cried out in pain, causing his teammates to start feeling anxious. Another guy rushed up and cursed, "You bastard!" Continuing to maintain a one-on-one situation, he kicked towards him, but he dodged by bending over. He revealed an opening, and he decisively stabbed him hard in the foot, causing him to scream with white eyes. The remaining guy saw this scene and awkwardly ran up to ask, "Hey, are you guys okay?" But both were struggling, hugging their aching legs. He stood there observing their situation and breathed heavily in amazement. Oh my God, is this really possible? Without using any skills, you can still fight professional hunters like this. I lost my right arm and just gave up being a hunter not long ago, but unexpectedly, in just 1 month of learning from Junwoo, I could go this far. They grumbled in dissatisfaction, "You damn brat, so you still think that grade is what decides things." Suddenly, the black-haired guy noticed something. He discovered Huang Jian hiding behind a pillar. Her hands were tied tightly, and she was anxiously observing. He then glanced at his teammates to let them know. They immediately changed direction and shouted, "Control the target first." At this moment, he realized in horror, "Damn it, I was so focused on fighting that I completely forgot about Jian." But then he was punched straight in the face and he questioned, "Where do you think you were looking?" Jung Hyun struggled to endure the pain, thinking, "I was so panicked that I lost my position." Suddenly, another guy came up and swept his feet, losing his balance, causing him to fall hard on the floor. Both guys took turns trampling on him, mumbling curses. "Hey, the brat was so arrogant just now, right? Kill him for me, make sure there is not a single bone left to pick up." He recalled Junwoo's words, "If the distance I maintain with the enemy is broken, the end of the match with his current level, Senior has no way out. So what should I do? Only grit your teeth and endure, hoping that an awakening will happen." Hearing him say that, he immediately wondered, awakening. He presented, "In the process of fighting, sometimes there are rare cases where hunters are driven to the brink, and in desperation, they burst out with combat power far beyond the limits of the ordinary. It is not about thinking about actions, it is more like the body automatically reacting instinctively. Anyway, it is best to avoid falling into a situation where you have to rely on awakening." He replied, "Understood, I will keep that in mind." The brown-haired guy was about to kick him hard in the leg, yelling, "Hey, nobody like you is so full of it, damn it!" But he blocked it by stabbing his leg with the hedgehog spikes again. His eyes seemed to become lifeless. He immediately stood up and stabbed continuously at him. The other two saw this scene and were stunned. What, he has been beaten half to death and can still move? They used a tactic to hold him tight. Quick, hold him down, pin him down, do not let him move. The black-haired guy gritted his teeth and held his hand tightly, not paying attention to Jung Hyun tossing the hedgehog spikes up high. He gnawed and bit them, stabbed his hand. Seeing him change in a strange way, they cautiously backed away. They observed his state. What the hell is happening to this guy? His movements. Suddenly. Is he really the newbie from just now? His eyes stared at them. It seemed he had been forced into an uncontrolled awakening state. They began to be wary of him. The blue-haired guy then urged, "Hey, this is not good. Quickly use the equipment." Immediately, they successfully accessed the skills. The system announced, "Combat Assassination System." Suddenly, the blue-haired guy was hit on the head by someone. He immediately turned to ask, "Who is it?" It turned out to be Huang Chang-soo, who said blankly, "Who else would it be? It is me, you bastard. Quickly clean up the equipment. It is all over," he now realized, branch manager. He lit a cigarette, and he planned to report, "That guy." But he was cut off by an unexpected remark, "I lost." He looked at Jung Hyun, who was still in a hazy fighting state. Hearing that, he fell down, causing them to stare at him blankly. He praised him a few words. "With only one arm, he made my people use equipment." This guy is really not simple. At the basement under the bridge, smoke filled the air, obscuring visibility. In that smoke, there was heavy breathing. That person was Go Ah-yoon, lying on the floor, covered in wounds, seemingly no longer able to resist. She lay trembling in resentment, letting go Yoon-chae question, "I have a little expectation, because you said you wanted to join the student council. Is that all? Is this all you have in the name of revenge?" Yoon-chae advised, "Give up. With this kind of effort, you won't last a year, and eventually you will disappear." Despite the pain spreading throughout her body, Ah-yoon still struggled to speak, rather than giving up. "It is better to die here." Hearing these words, she just helplessly closed her eyes and gave up. She turned to leave and said, "Do whatever you want. I do not think in this state you can do anything." Her voice trembled and called, "Wait. Not yet. This is not over yet." Ah-yoon looked at her sister's back, which made her unwilling. "No, it is already come to this, and it ends like this." "No way." Tears of resentment flowed out like that. Suddenly, Junwoo came from behind and called, "Hey, Go Ah-yun, I told you to run. Why are you lying here?" causing her to startle. She turned around and with a confused expression called, "Kim Jun-woo." Hearing this name, Yoon-chae also stopped and turned back to stare. Jun-woo spoke first. "It has been a while, senior. We meet here again." Yoon-chae then asked, "How did you get here? No way did Director Huang let you go so easily." He nonchalantly replied, "Yes, I was going to negotiate properly if possible, but he was too stubborn. So I just put them to sleep," and quietly left, causing her to look at him in astonishment. She challenged, "Don't tell me you defeated Director Huang," he replied. "No, I did not do that," she impatiently said. "Don't joke, say it clearly." He said confidently, "Senior, do I look like I am joking?" Causing her to fall silent. He did not care. "Believe it or not, it is up to you. Think whatever you want. Anyway, we are busy. Please move aside." She frowned and asked, "You, why are you helping that kid?" He relaxed and replied, "There is no big reason. It is just that her personality matches mine." Her eyes firmly asked, "Do you know the consequences of helping her?" He frankly replied, "Not sure. Do I need to know those things?" He noticed her hand casting magic, ice system, crystallization. Yoon-chae said seriously, "You will soon understand, but by then it will be too late to regret." Jun-woo looked at Ah-yoon, calculating. "There is about 15 minutes left until the registration deadline. Even if I carry Go Ah-yoon and run, it will be close to time. Can't waste time here." He used logic to ask, "Do you really want this? If you fight me here, then it is clear that you have interfered in this matter." Go Yoon-chae, Star Hunter, Best Student Council member, involved in a kidnapping and detention of a minor. This is really getting more and more troublesome. As if speaking their fatal point made her hesitant, the ice magic system on her hand gradually disappeared and lowered her hand. He carried Ah-yoon away, not forgetting to leave the sentence, "Well, I will go first." Suddenly she spoke. "That matter you asked the last time we met?" I agreed to help, seeing the proposal has been accepted, making him surprised. He then asked, "What did you just say?" She repeated. "You want me to retrieve the weapons stored in the support room, right? I will try to persuade him in some way, so let go Ah-yoon and leave here." He asked again, "Are you serious?" She certainly replied, "Yes. I am telling the truth." He also cast his eyes towards her and replied, "I refuse," making her unexpected. "What?" He recalled the dialogue between him and the chairman. He clasped his hands and begged, "One of my subordinates has begged me not to make things worse. I am not the kind of person like that. But this time, I have tried to act as carefully as possible." Jun-woo continued, "But looking at this scene, the youngest sister has gone too far." She asked suspiciously, "What are you saying?" He left, and instructed, "Just tell your grandfather like that." His eyes became angry. "I will personally meet him soon, so just wait." At this time it was dusk, at the hospital. Ah-yoon, with sweat, startled and woke up. He cared and asked, "You are awake?" She asked in confusion, "Oh, where is this?" He just pressed his phone and replied, "It is the hospital. You have been unconscious all day. Do not get up in a hurry." Hearing that, she worried and asked, "What about the candidacy? How is the registration file?" He asked her in reverse, "Don't you remember anything?" Jun-woo narrated, "The teacher's office was chaotic at that time, but he submitted the application in time, so do not worry." After hearing, making her breathe a sigh of relief, confirming she was okay, he planned to go home. "Okay, seeing you awake makes me rest assured. I am leaving." But she hesitated something and asked, "The proposal that Go Yoon-chae gave, why did you refuse? That could be a perfect opportunity." He silently looked at her and revealed, "Go Yoon-chae is more afraid of grandfather than I thought," making her wonder. He continued, "That is right. She is always obsessed with Seok-do. Otherwise, she would not need to cause such a big thing. Assuming such a person helps me get what I need, but what if Seok-do refuses? Would she dare to resist and persuade him?" He explained, "I need someone who can persuade Seok-do, not someone who only knows how to listen to orders. Besides, there is another reason." She looked at him expectantly. "Another reason." Hearing the reason, because she is rude, making her helpless? "You mean Go Yoon-chae was rejected because of rudeness?" He avoided and replied, "No, I mean she was rude from the beginning anyway. There are people who are even ruder." She gave up on him. "Really? Sometimes you say things that I do not understand." He immediately blocked. "Shut up. You should know that after being discharged from the hospital, I will make you practice even more strictly." He took the door handle, as if remembering, "Ah, right. In fact, I do not know exactly what happened to you, and I do not need to know. But, at least for now, you are doing great. That is what I can say for sure," making her stunned for a few seconds. He opened the door. "That is it? I am leaving." After the door was closed, she still looked after and was silent. Her eyes filled with tears, perhaps his encouragement touched her heart. Inside the large building, Junwoo's phone rang. He answered the phone. "It is him, Woo-sik," he said. "I have reported the matter to the media as you instructed, but do not you think this will make everything too tense? Go Yunche's plan failed. Now there is no other way but to switch to a new plan. Even so, treating the Acres Seoul branch manager so publicly is..." Jinwoo replied, "Hey, saying that. People will think I am the one doing something shady," he awkwardly. "Things are not like that, but," he said again, "it is surprising that you did not expose everything. I thought you would drag both Go Yunche and the Parent Association in. Just throwing that much out there should be enough to get him to bite. All right, I will leave the rest to you." Woo-sik sighed. "So I am stuck cleaning up again, huh?" "You sound unhappy," he said. "Since when do you dare talk back to me?" Suddenly he called out, "Captain, you question what is it, why all of a sudden?" Woo-sik paused for a moment, then said, "That golf club, when are you planning to return it?" "At the special agent's office." Yunche's face darkened. "It is over. Ah-yoon will officially become a member of the student council. It won't be long before public opinion takes notice. If things from the past are brought up again, everything will truly collapse. That is why I took the risk of cooperating with branch manager Hwang Chang-soo, but that Hwang Chang-soo, Kim Junwoo, what exactly are you planning?" Just then, her phone lit up. She picked it up and her expression changed. She answered, "Yes, I am listening." The person said, "I have seen the news. It seems something interesting has happened." Yunche asked, "What do you mean?" News appeared before her eyes. Hwang Chang-soo, Acres, Seoul branch manager Hwang Chang-soo implicated in juvenile kidnapping case. Why? The shadow behind the nation's top group, kidnapping victim identified as Go Ah-yoon. Police officially launch investigation into kidnapping case related to Acres. Acres Seoul branch manager Hwang Chang-soo's office raided. Yunchi panicked. "What the hell is this?" The man said, "Did you do this?" "There were some issues, so I just tried to take care of it." "It seems Ah-yoon has decided to run for the student council." "Is that true?" He was Go Seok-do, CEO of the Supernatural Space Management Association, support headquarters. Yunchi replied, "Yes, the thing is..." He cut her off. "Yunche, it took me a lot of effort to get where I am now. You see that too, right? But if things continue like this, neither you nor I will be able to keep our positions." She tensed up. "I will take care of it." Seok-do said, "It seems you still do not understand the situation. Don't you see? The person who leaked this deliberately left you out, only targeting Director Hwang. Why do you think that is? It is bait. If you do not want to reveal that you are the one behind it, you will have to do what he wants." "Then who is he? Who would dare throw bait at us like this?" Yunchi was so panicked she could not speak. A moment later, she spoke, "A transfer student from Class 1E. Seok-do sighed, a first year, he has got guts." "All right, leave this to me now." "I will handle it personally." Yunchi asked, "What are you planning to do?" He replied, "You do not need to know." Just like always. Hearing that, she could only remain silent. Inside Class 1B, several students gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Everyone wore a probing expression. They were talking about Hwang Ji-yeon, whose father had committed kidnapping. She muttered inwardly, "You guys would not even dare open your mouths in front of me yesterday." Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey, Hwang Ji-yeon? Looks like your father's pretty famous, huh?" The one who spoke was Lee Soo-young, the eldest son of Lee Kyung-sik, the vice president of Dun Jeon Daily Magazine. Ji-yeon retorted, "Lee So-young, if you can't say anything nice, then get lost." He sneered, "Even for Acres, this is going too far. How could he kidnap a child? Your father's got guts, I will give him that." Ji-yeon angrily slammed her desk, then left the room. Soo-young added, "But with your father like this, what about you now? Without your father, you are nothing, right? Without his connections, you would probably only get into Class D. Even if you become an executive later, who would hire you?" He patted her shoulder. "Well, if you really can't manage, just tell me. I can give you a gopher position at my company. Knowing how to make coffee is enough." Ji-yeon forcefully pushed his hand away, then left, while Soo-young wore a satisfied smile. Ji-yeon thought as she walked, even though it is frustrating, he is right. If it were not for my father, I would not have been able to get into Class B, let alone become an executive. That is why I have to try to live up to his expectations. Even though I am not perfect, I still practice diligently every day without missing a session. So she went to the police station to visit her father. "Don't worry, Dad. Even if it is difficult, I will try harder and definitely. Unexpectedly, Chang-su said, "What can you do without your father? Don't do anything unnecessary. Just stay put. I never expected anything from you anyway." These words left her speechless. She dejectedly turned back. He never had any expectations of me. Then what am I trying for? Am I just a decorative piece? Just then she saw someone. It is Junwoo, that guy? She became furious the moment she saw him. After Ji-yeon left, someone else came to visit. Chang-su walked out. He was surprised. "What brings you here?" "The director personally coming to a place like this," Seok-do replied. "After working together for so long, how could I not come? I was worried about you, so I came to see how things are." Chang-su thought inwardly. For someone who does not even bother showing up at official events, there is no way he is here just because he is concerned about me. There must be a reason. Something's not right. Seok-do asked, "Are you all right?" He replied, "Thank you for your concern." He said, "Our legal department is doing everything they can, so you do not need to worry too much. We have eliminated the scenarios and prepared a replacement. Everything will end smoothly." Chang-su reluctantly said thank you. He added, "No need to thank me. With everything you have done so far, this is obvious. The association has entrusted Acres with handling the difficult tasks that they can't handle, right? Even when it is the dirty work. But even so, the fact that you wanted to separate from Acres really disappointed me." Chang-su's face changed upon hearing that. Seok-do continued, "You pushing your way into the Parents' Association and even enlisting the help of Minister Oh Myung-jin to divide the factions within the association, and this deal with my granddaughter this time, you planned all of that to create your own position, separating yourself from the group, right?" Chung-su was stunned. What? How does he know? I made sure everything was kept secret. Could it be the minister? Oh Myung-jin's son? No way. Seok-do spoke. "Don't panic like that. It is not like I do not understand you. If that is really what you want, I can let you go free." Chang-su was startled, really, but he set a condition. "Just do one thing for me." Chang-su thought inwardly. Damn it. Is it about erasing all traces again? Even so, he asked, "What task?" Seok-do said, "Just one simple thing. Remember to do everything cleanly, without leaving any trouble behind." He asked directly, "Who is the target?" He replied, "A first-year transfer student at Hunter Academy." Chang-su realized it was Kim Junwoo. Seok-do said, "He is the one who dared to throw bait at us without any fear. He has to pay the price." Chang-su chuckled, "But he is just a high school student anyway. Isn't this too dangerous?" He replied, "Branch Manager Hwang. Think carefully. Which is more dangerous, handling that guy cleanly or revealing that my granddaughter is involved in this?" Chang-su remained silent for a long time. He turned to leave. "I will contact you again after you complete the mission." "It won't take long." He sat blankly after talking to him. Back at school, Ji-yeon scolded Junwoo, "You must be happy now, with my father in this state." "You questioned. What?" she shouted. "Don't pretend you do not know. Everything is just as you wanted. You even got revenge on my father. Now you just need to sit there and watch me crumble and slowly die, right?" Junwoo's face remained expressionless. What is she babbling about? Revenge. You are seriously misunderstanding. I really do not care about you or your father. Ji-yeon said, "But unfortunately things won't go the way you think." Junwoo asked, What are you talking about?" She replied, "I am going to drop out. Your face does not really look like you care." His expression screamed, "So what?" She said again, "You thought you would see me miserable, struggling here, right? Too bad, you won't get to see that scene." Junwoo turned away. "Yeah, do whatever you want." Ji-yeon was stunned. "What?" "You said, 'It does not concern me what you do, but do not cause trouble for others. Dropping out or continuing school is your own business.'" She teared up after hearing that. "You ruined everything. Everything is messed up because of you. Do you know how hard I have been trying? Everything turned out this way because of you." Junwoo could not hold it in any longer. "That is ridiculous. Why are you putting all the blame on me?" she yelled. "Are you really asking that because you do not understand my father?" You interrupted. "All right, let us just say that my father is in this state because of me. Then what does your effort have to do with that? I do not know how hard you have been trying, but does your father going to jail mean that all your efforts have become meaningless? Without my father, I am just useless. Is that all you want to whine about?" Ji-yeon angrily said, "Fine, without my father, I am nothing. Is that what you want to hear? But I just want to be recognized. How much have I tried to live up to other people's expectations? After school, I practice until dawn, over and over again, without missing a single day, even facing danger. But it is impossible, so what am I supposed to do? Sometimes she would curl up in a corner. If I had known that no one had any expectations of me, then I would not have wasted my time like that. Junwoo remained silent. This troublesome kid, you said, you took it the wrong way from the start. With a summoning system, the first thing you need to learn is to control the summoned beast. You can't just recklessly connect mana like that. Ji-yeon stopped crying after hearing that. How do you know my skill is summoning? You replied. I can tell by looking. The faint scratches on your hands and feet. A wolf, no, more like a fox. It seems you have been practicing hard, but you were too eager to connect with mana, so you were attacked by the summoned beast itself. You just want to be on par with your father as soon as possible. You are such a child. First, learn how to control the summoned beast without connecting mana. Don't order him around, just see it as the two of you fighting together. When you accumulate experience, the summoned beast will automatically adjust to your rhythm. When you reach that level, then think about connecting mana. Seeing her spaced out, you said, Hey, are you listening to me? Ji-yeon replied, If I do what you say, can I become like you? Junwoo bluntly replied, No, of course not. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? But still, that'll be enough to strike a blow at your dad, though. At Hunter Academy, Junwoo thought of Ji-yeon. Really, I just happened to pass by and got caught up in this. In the end, it took longer than I thought. The phone rang, and you answered it. The person asked, Are you the first-year transfer student? You chuckled inwardly. Decades have passed, and his voice has changed a bit, but I still recognized it immediately. That characteristic deep voice, like there is a metallic sound echoing in it. You said, I thought my neck was going to fall off from waiting. The caller was Seok-do. He said, For a high school student, you made a pretty clever move. You replied, But you are so busy. I thought this was the only way to get a chance to meet you? He asked directly, I have heard. What do you want from me? You smiled. It is not anything too difficult, just... He interrupted, First of all, do you have any evidence that Yunche is behind this? All data on the location and skill usage logs of hunters are managed by the support headquarters. In other words, because I'm the director of the support headquarters, those things can't be used as evidence. Junwoo spoke, Director Seok-do. If you are sure that I have nothing in my hands, you can hang up right now. Then you will soon know what card I am hiding when the press jumps in. Hearing that, he had no choice but to make an appointment. All right, let us meet then. You rejoiced inwardly. Great. He added, But we can't meet right away. As you know, I am very busy. You smiled. I won't wait long. With that, you hung up. Then you pondered something. At the police station, Chang-soo walked out, dressed in a neat suit. He lit a cigarette, taking a drag as if he had not smoked in a long time. Someone called out, Branch Manager Hwang Chang-soo. I am Kang Hyung-won, Assistant to Director Go Seok-do. I will escort you home. Chang-soo glanced at him. I did not expect you to come so quickly. It seems things went smoother than expected. Hyung-won replied, That is right. We found a replacement sooner than we anticipated. The victim's insistence on not speaking up is also very beneficial to us. I am not sure why she chose to remain silent, Chang-soo said, but I was not the main target anyway. Forget it, you do not know anything. He thought inwardly, that is why he shortened his own path to destruction. If he had just handed me over to the police, he might have been able to save his life, but he dared to get involved with Go Seok-do, not knowing how to assess the situation, not knowing his own strength. What a kid, he asked Hyung-won. So, has the date been set? He replied, Yes, the first Saturday of next month, at 7 p.m. The location is written here. Chang-soo looked at the paper he had just handed over. Wearing a surprised expression, you told me to handle everything cleanly without leaving any loopholes. You are really determined, huh? Hyung-won added, Oh, and one more thing. He wants you to do it yourself. No support. The fewer people involved, the lower the risk of exposure. Moreover, the opponent is just a high school student. Branch Manager Hwang Chang-soo should be capable enough. Chang-soo became annoyed. Are you crazy? Have you ever met that guy? I am telling you, even if you gather all the best B ranks from our group, they would not be a match for that kid. Hyung-won was stunned. What? He chuckled. I mean, he is just a high school student. Chang-soo scolded. You moron. Do you think I am joking? His face went blank. Chang-soo worried. His strength is beyond question, but what I sensed most clearly is the experience and wisdom that a high school student could not possibly have. It must be the culmination of decades of battle. He said, In short, I can't do it alone. I will gather everyone I can mobilize. Tell him that Junwoo was at the sports field, so when you are cornered, your body reacts automatically. Jung-hyun asked, Is this what people call awakening? You replied, It seems that is what it is. That is a very good experience for you. If you practice during the time while remembering that feeling, you will improve very quickly. By the way, starting today, let us make the training more like real combat. He agreed. That sounds good. Junwoo looked to the side. By the way, what are you doing here? Ji-yeon said. Don't mind me. I followed you out of curiosity. You were annoyed, you followed us here on your own, and then, tell me, not to mind you, you called out to Jong-hyun Sr. Why is a student council member being trained by a first-year student? Junwoo was frustrated. Are you just going to ignore me? Jong-hyun chuckled. Junwoo is a very good teacher. It feels like a real coach. He said, but, as a senior, you have to have your pride. He replied, it is not like that. If it were not for Junwoo, I would not have thought about returning to being a hunter. He asked Ji-yeon, didn't you also come here after hearing something Junwoo said? She acted coyly. No, I mean, he said again, Junwoo not only helped me, but also Ah-yoon. You should ask him for help too, it will be useful. Junwoo thought inwardly, who gave you permission to decide that on your own? Ji-yeon looked at you, a student council member saying that kind of thing. Who are you? You replied. It is none of your business. I do not have time to worry about you. Go home. She asked again, what are you practicing? Is it really that different from the stuff at school? Junwoo snapped. Didn't you hear anything? Suddenly, she dashed off. Isn't this the wooden sword you used in the last sparring match? This sword is really heavy. Senior, do you often use this to practice? Jong-hyun chuckled. Be careful not to injure yourself. Continues to fidget. What is this glove for? He replied. That is used for practice. Junwoo was speechless. She is annoying in a completely different way compared to Ah-yoon. Jong-hyun asked Junwoo, so you are going to meet CEO Seok-do? You replied, yeah, next Saturday. At this time, Ji-yeon was still engrossed in holding the sword. He asked again, aren't you nervous? You are probably the first high school student to meet him privately, except for Yeonchae. Junwoo said, I am not sure either. Whether it is a private meeting or not, I just have to go and find out. Yesterday, he personally contacted me, asking if I had any evidence. Jong-hyun was startled. Wait, Director Seok-do personally contacted you. It seems he is really keeping an eye on you, contacting you directly. Junwoo thought that he was probably testing your reaction before deciding what to do next. Ji-yeon sniffed the sword. This smell is like the smell in a temple. Junwoo said again, if I do not have any evidence, he won't agree to negotiate. If I have evidence, he will want to silence me. Jong-hyun listened with tension. Either way, there is no way he will agree to negotiate right away. Jong-hyun exclaimed, but that is too dangerous. Suddenly, someone approached. It was Go Ah-yeon. Junwoo asked, wait, since when were you allowed to appear? She replied, just now. Jong-hyun was surprised. Wait, you came straight here, didn't you go home? She said, yeah, I felt too restless. Suddenly, Ah-yoon felt uncomfortable, by the way. Why is she here? Ji-yeon pointed to herself in surprise. It is no wonder she is reacting like that. She was looking for trouble from the first time we met, not to mention that kid's dad made her suffer. Junwoo said she came on her own, so do not worry about it. Ji-yeon said, Junwoo brought me here. He said he would explain some things to me. Ah-yoon did not believe it. Really? Is that so? He replied. Not exactly. She approached Ji-yeon and said, tell me the truth. Why are you here? She said. I thought I could ask Junwoo for some advice. Then she smiled. What is this? Don't tell me you are jealous because you think he is your boyfriend. That is scary. Ah-yeon was angry. Do you really need to ask Junwoo for advice? Your dad is the famous general commander of the Actors Association. Is not he? Right, you can't rely on your dad anymore, can you? Ji-yeon got upset. What? What did you just say? Ah-yeon retorted. What? Is there a problem? If you are so good, let us go to the arena. You think I'm scared and will back down, even at my worst? I am still Class B. You are just a nameless Class E. Junwoo said, how about we sneak out of here? Jong-hyun was stunned. He said, just go. Let them fight if they want. I said, wait, should not we stop them? He laughed. Aren't you curious to see what the result will be? Okay, then I will be the referee. All right, let us begin. After who knows how long, Ji-yeon woke up. Junwoo gave her water. You lasted longer than I thought. She was surprised. What? What just happened? He replied. You fainted? Only 30 seconds after the match started. She was shocked. Ah-yoon asked, how do you feel? Being defeated by a Class E, when I have been looking down on her this whole time. Unexpectedly, Ji-yeon said, this match is invalid. Ah-yoon was annoyed. Don't be so stubborn. Just admit you lost. Ji Yan replied, "You got stronger after being trained by Junwoo, right?" Ah Yun responded, "So what if I did?" Ji Yan smiled. "I will learn from Junwoo too, then we will have a rematch. That is fair, is not it?" Ah Yun was annoyed after hearing that. Ji Yan said, "If that Class E student's abilities are that strong, then I, a Class B student, should at least be stronger than you are now." Ah Yun got angry. "Hey, fight me again right now." Jung Hyun stopped her. "Calm down, Ah Yun." Ji Yan laughed. "Junwoo, I just need to come after school, right? What time? On the weekend? Oh, that is right, the break is coming up. Guess I can join you guys on the field trip too." Junwoo was speechless. Until 2 weeks later, at the chairman's office, "How was your vacation?" Junwoo complained, "It was terrible." "Am I running a daycare or something?" Woo-sik said. "Speaking of which, I heard you took on new disciples." He got annoyed again. "Disciples, my foot? They came on their own. I did not invite them. They are sucking the life out of me." Woo-sik laughed. "Even so, you have not kicked anyone out, which means the kids must have potential," he replied. "Well, they are just trying to keep up with the training." Woo-sik said, "In this day and age, just keeping up with the captain's training method is something to be proud of." He put his glass down. "By the way, it is tomorrow, right? The day you meet Director Seok-do. Do you really want to leave? The captain knows about this too, right? Everything's been decided." He replied, "What else can I do? I have to show my face anyway." Woo-sik said he will never accept negotiations, but he won't just make empty threats either. If it is him, he will at least... Junwoo interrupted. "He will try to kill me. From the beginning, I did not expect anything from this negotiation. I just want to ask him one thing, face to face." "By the way, how's that thing going?" "The thing I asked for." Woo-sik stood up. "That thing. It took a lot of effort to borrow it. He took something out. You have to return it later, so remember to keep it safe." "Do you know how hard it is to find skill weapons these days?" Junwoo fiddled with it. "I know, you idiot." After seeing it, he was stunned. "This is," Woo-sik said, "it has been a while, has not it? A gun-type skill weapon, Persona, a 4, during his time in the Conquest unit. This is the weapon Seok-do used to use. A supernatural gun-type weapon, Persona, a weapon Seok-do used to use when he was in the Conquest unit." Junwoo asked, "Where did you get this? Don't tell me you got it directly from Seok-do." Woo-sik asked, "Do you remember Captain Park, TAE Seop?" He was surprised. TAE Seop, from the Weapon Management Division. That guy who was always complaining about small things like, "This blade is messed up. You might as well use a wooden stick if you are going to use it like this." Of course he remembered. He was in charge of all the supernatural weapons for the Conquest unit. "So you borrowed it from him?" Woo-sik confirmed that was right. Junwoo asked again, "But why is the weapon so rusty? That is not his style." He said, "He just kept it in storage. He does not do weapon maintenance anymore. He just opened a small used goods store." He was surprised. "What? That guy opened a used goods store?" I know people do not use supernatural weapons as much these days, but he was practically the #1 expert in handling errors. He should be considered a national treasure. Woo-sik thought he probably has his own reasons. "Anyway, I heard that a few days after the commander died, Seok-do gave up everything. As you can see, it was not maintained well, but it is still usable." He replied, "As long as it still works properly." "What about bullets?" He took it out. "It is in here." After opening it, Junwoo was shocked. "Only 8 bullets. Hey, is this all there is?" he said. "This is a 40-year-old weapon. It is already good enough." He asked again, "You are telling me I have to fight with this many bullets? Well, it is better than nothing. All right, I am off. Take care." Suddenly, Woo-sik called out, "Commander." He turned back to look. He said, "As you know, there are only 8 bullets. No matter what happens, absolutely do not use more than that." Junwoo smiled. Then he left, leaving him with worry. He went out into the lobby. Holding that gun in his hand, he remembered someone crying and saying, "How can I become someone like the commander?" Someone shouted, "Seok-do?" It was Junwoo in his past life. "Where is that damn punk?" The person said, "Commander, let me handle it." He scolded. "Damn it, I asked where he is now." He replied, "In the dormitory." Seok-do was hiding in a corner, trembling. Junwoo walked in. "Hey, you bastard." He grabbed his collar. "How dare you run away in the middle of a conquest operation? We were lenient because you were the youngest. Now you have completely lost your mind. Inbeom and Woo-sik were injured because of you. It is a good thing it was just a blue level monster. If it was a gold level, we would have been wiped out a long time ago." It is all your fault. You stepped in here yourself and said you wanted to fight alongside us. He sobbed. I was scared, Commander. Jun-woo was fed up with hearing that Seok-do, a kid who joined the Conquest Unit at 18 for a very simple reason. His parents were killed by monsters that escaped from the dungeon, and he wanted to avenge them and his younger sister. After 2 years of training, he was assigned to Combat Team 5. But perhaps the trauma of witnessing his entire family being slaughtered right before his eyes was too severe, so he could barely stand when going on missions. Jun-woo thought he would get better over time, but in the end, things turned out like this. He called out, Seok-do, do you know why I put you on the combat team? Because I believed that anger is the strongest motivation. I thought you could overcome anything, no matter what. But now, I realize I was wrong. Seok-do, from now on, you are no longer a part of the Conquest Unit. He was shocked. Jun-woo repeated, didn't you hear me? Forget about revenge. Live like a normal person. I am sure you will never be able to avenge anyone. His hands clenched, then he gritted his teeth. How can I become someone like you, Commander? Jun-woo reached the door. He said, you can never become someone like me. Seok-do hung his head after hearing that the door was closed, leaving him all alone. A month later, someone rushed in to call the commander. Jun-woo asked, what is it? He was horrified. Seok-do has returned. He came back and dragged a monster's head. It was tied to a rope. Jun-woo was shocked. That is the monster that killed Seok-do's entire family. He spoke up, Seok-do, did you subdue it yourself? He replied, Commander, I swear I will never run away in the middle of a conquest operation again. Please let me return to the Conquest Unit. Jun-woo pondered for a moment. Then he called out, Bayon-chan, Seok-do's position is still open, right? Take him to get equipped and feed him something. Seok-do bowed. Thank you, Commander. He said, and another thing, Captain Park Tae's Seop. I want to use the monster's core to forge a weapon. Can I ask you to help me? Returning to the present, holding the weapon in his hand made Jun-woo nostalgic. But then he continued on. Only Woo-sik was left in the office. The commander told me to find him a supernatural weapon that was still in good condition, so I brought back the most intact and stable persona I could find. It was unclear what Woo-sik was thinking. He picked up the phone and called someone. Are you free now? I need a favor urgently. And that person was Jong-hyun. Today was Jun-woo's appointment with Seok-do. He seemed to have arrived very early, really, and he even sent geographical coordinates as the meeting point. What is that supposed to mean? Is he playing a treasure hunt? Let us see. I must be almost there. I think I am in the right place. After walking for a while, Jun-woo stopped, a bit surprised. That was a dungeon. Ah, so that is why he used coordinates? If he just said to meet in front of the dungeon, who would agree? So that was his intention. He is looking down on him just because the other party is a high school student. Someone's voice came from behind. You are right on time. Hearing that voice made Jun-woo feel like his efforts had not been in vain. Where's Director Seok-do? Why is it Branch Manager Chang-soo? His way of responding was extremely unpleasant. Our director is not so free that he has to deal with a high school student. Jun-woo sneered. Oh, are you trying to act important? You were in prison just a few days ago. How did you get out so quickly? It seems like Director Seok-do cares about you quite a bit. A silence passed between the two, who were quite different in age. The only thing Jun-woo wanted was to provoke the other party. Did your time in prison make you mute? You are not answering any questions. I heard... Before he could finish, Chang-soo interrupted. I heard you have summer homework, right? Jun-woo really did not know whether to laugh or cry. What? Chang-soo said. That is pretty tough if you do not have connections in the association or guild. Are you ready for it? What Jun-woo cared about was not the homework. Why bring up something so strange out of nowhere? Chang-soo answered with too much enthusiasm. Here's what, if you have not done it yet, I can give you a hand. He pointed to the dungeon behind him. The hunt observation assignment? Jun-woo's eyes were 3 parts contempt and 7 parts judgment. I had a feeling. Sure enough, I was right. So you want to play this kind of game? Chang-soo's face was full of wickedness. Don't worry, we will ensure your safety. Several men in black suits came out from the bushes. Everyone looked so serious that they were untouchable. This situation was like Jun-woo was being ambushed. Chang-soo seemed to be making a veiled threat. As long as the intern did not act too stupid, nothing would happen. Jun-woo would play this game with him. Let us see, is it worth observing? Jun-woo went inside the dungeon alone. Suddenly he stood still, silently looking ahead. There were already people inside, blocking all escape routes. At this moment, Chang-Su walked in. "Hey kid, you are making too much trouble. It should have been enough to just lock me up. Let me make it clear to you, this is all your fault." Junwoo remained calm. "Oh, just now you were offering to let me observe the hunt, but now you are trying to double-cross me. In any situation, people like Chang-Su like to show off. This time, I have brought enough Elite A ranks. It won't be as easy as last time." In return, Junwoo gave a contemptuous smile. Using the excuse of a hunt observation assignment to throw someone into a dungeon, then eliminate them afterward. It seems Director Seok-do likes this trick, using the dungeon as a means to kill people. If an intern acts foolishly and causes an accident, the police can't do anything about it, right? And if you conveniently throw the body to the monsters, there won't even be any evidence left. Chang-Su maintained a calm demeanor. "You understand pretty well." Now Junwoo revealed his true self. "But listen here, Director Hwang, do you think this situation only applies to me?" The expression on Chang-Su's face changed, as if he had been discovered. Junwoo equipped the persona weapon. "Do you really think this many people can defeat me? There were only 8 bullets left in the gun." Suddenly, the corners of Chang-Su's mouth slightly curled up. He smiled as if he would hold the whole world in his hands. "Seriously, with such an old weapon, you think you can fight me and all of Acre's elite hunters? That is crazy." Junwoo did not say anything, but that did not mean he did not hate it. This guy is really getting on my nerves. Chang-Su was still smiling, not paying attention to anyone. "I knew it. I was not wrong. You really are not ordinary." Junwoo stopped. "Why are you suddenly—" Chang-Su returned to his serious demeanor. "Now let us get to the main point." Junwoo asked, "The main point? What do you mean?" Chang-Su's way of speaking was not the same as before. "Have you ever thought about working with me?" Junwoo was stunned. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Chang-Su explained in more detail. "What else?" "I am saying, let us overthrow Seok-do together." The more Junwoo heard, the more confused he became. Heavens, I completely did not expect this. Sometime before, at Seok-do's office, the assistant came to report the situation. "I have checked branch manager Hwang's location. It seems he is on his way to the dungeon. As you instructed, I have prepared all the documents. The specially selected student will be recorded as deceased due to an accident during a field exercise because of reckless behavior." About that, Seok-do reminded, "Change the wording a bit. Instead, say that because of the student's reckless behavior, the field exercise failed, and everyone died." Then Seok-do confided, "Branch manager Hwang, although he seems like that on the outside, he is a very diligent person. In 15 years, he has done what he said he would do, always following orders without questioning anything, but in the 2 years after that, he seemed a bit hesitant. I mean, the practical exam, when Yeonchae was still a freshman. Since then, branch manager Hwang has been secretly preparing step by step to make the Acres headquarters in Seoul independent. He does not even know that someone put him in that position." The assistant was a bit curious. "But is not there anyone who can do as good a job as the branch manager?" Anyway, Seok-do had to admit one thing. Yes, he is the most capable person. However, if we leave him alone one day, he will betray us first. What is the point of having sharp fangs if they bite their own master? The assistant asked, "So, should I give the order to Team Alpha?" Seok-do shook his head. "No need. I have taken care of that. Just focus on the next steps." And now, only Seok-do was left with the setting sun. Whenever we look, the sky is always so beautiful, built up little by little from scratch. Can all of this exist if he is gone? It has been 40 years since his death, but the foundation Junwoo left behind is still strong enough to shape this entire society. It is no exaggeration to say that his soul lingers in all of this. Perhaps there is no one in this world who can replace him. At that time, Junwoo had said, "You will never be like me." That saying had followed Seok-do till now. 42 years. Has it been that long? It won't be long now. A voice came out from the communication device. Team Alpha's attack failed. A fight is unavoidable. Seok-do held it in his hand. "I have erased the Archie usage records. Eliminate them, at any cost. Back to the time when Junwoo was discussing things with Chang-Su. Can that be done so suddenly? Didn't you say you were going to eliminate me under Seok-do's orders? But now you want to work together?" Chang-Su had already made up his mind. "Listen here, kid. I have been preparing for a long time to make the branch in Seoul independent. I am too tired of always cleaning up other people's messes. And above all, I hate the way that bastard works. But guess what? Seokdu already knows. Maybe Junwoo should listen for a while longer. Chang-soo had calculated everything. Now there are two choices. Either I clean up that garbage until I die, or I die while cleaning up that garbage. Junwoo asked directly, "So you are saying you are going to attack Seokdu before he can do the same to you?" Chang-soo was slightly surprised. "Is it that obvious? Weren't you also using bait because you wanted to get something out of him? Let us work together." It was clear that Junwoo was sticking to his principles more or less. The head of the country's #1 association lowering himself to cooperate with an ordinary high school student is not that a bit degrading. Chang-soo tried to persuade him. An ordinary high school student? If you can find a high school student who knows they are alone but still walks into death, bring them here. Junwoo was speechless. If you have already said that, then I do not know what else to say. Confusion appeared when Chang-soo said, "Actually, no matter how I think about it, I do not think I can kill you." Junwoo stared in disbelief. "You are being that blunt," Chang-soo sighed. "If you work in this long enough, you will gradually get a feeling who is worth trading with and who is not. So what are you going to do? It is time to make a decision." Junwoo just smiled. He returned the other person's handshake. "Oh, about what you just said." Suddenly, Junwoo pulled Chang-soo down forward. It was to avoid a laser beam from the opposite side. That created an explosion that shook the entire dungeon. Junwoo said, "It seems your subordinates have not been informed." This was the moment when the subordinate relayed the message to the device outside. "Team Alpha has failed. A fight is unavoidable." "Yes, I understand." Chang-soo did not think he would be ambushed like this. These dog bastards. This lineup made Junwoo a little worried. Damn it, this is dangerous. Every single one of them was carefully selected by the enemy. Dealing with them one by one would be possible, but 10 at once was impossible. Junwoo spoke up with enthusiasm. "Well then, I like the idea of attacking Seokdu. But, on the condition that you follow my orders." Chang-soo felt it was quite interesting. You can still talk in this situation. For some reason, thinking about himself and this kid being on the same side made him believe that there was no way he could lose, struggling to get up in Chang-soo's triumphant mood. Seriously, these kids these days have no respect for their elders. Junwoo saw someone rushing towards him. That is what I mean. Just in time, he equipped the persona weapon. It was a type of bullet that had the effect of freezing the opponent. Junwoo acted like a gentleman and repeated Chang-soo's words. Seriously, kids these days have no manners at all. Evening in a small forest. Jong-yoon arrived here as instructed. Let us see, the coordinates are, seems to be somewhere around here. Going back to when Jong-yoon received the message, so the director's saying he wants me to secretly follow Junwoo tomorrow and keep an eye on him. Woo-sik instructed quite thoroughly, "Yes, I am counting on you. Remember to control the situation. Some unexpected things might happen. It seems like you already know, but it is not that we are worried about Junwoo's safety. If he goes overboard, try to stop him if possible." Jong-kyun sees this as a piece of cake. Go overboard. As if he has never done that before. Ah, found it. It looks like that is the meeting point. Janan speaking from behind. Is not that the dungeon cave. Even Ayun too. No way. Is it really the meeting point? Jiyeon even said she had intel. Why are they negotiating at the dungeon cave? Then Jiyeon and Ayun started talking non-stop. Wait a minute. There are people nearby. Where did those guys come from? 1, 2, 3. There are at least 15 of them. But wait, where's Junwoo? Did he go inside the dungeon cave? Let us just go in there too. Are you crazy? Can't you see those guys are guarding the entrance? Just take them down and go in. What is there to be afraid of? Hey, who are you calling scared? I mean, we should not stir up trouble unnecessarily. Jong-yoon said wearily, "Can you two calm down? We will all get caught." Jiyeon winked repeatedly. "You are too loud. You are making Sunbae angry." Ayun was speechless. "You are the one who started yelling." Looks like Jong-yoon should shut up and go in alone. I have been monitoring the situation in the gym through the app and told them to call the police immediately if anything strange happened, but I did not expect them to actually follow me all the way. Here. Jong-yoon thought he should take a more advantageous position. "All right, stop arguing. We do not know what is going to happen yet. It is too dangerous to rush into a fight." Now, Ayun was a little startled. "So you are saying we should just sit here and wait?" It seems Jiyeon saw someone on the other side. It is Uncle Seok-jae. Jong-yoon asked curiously, "You know him? You could say he is quite close to Jiyeon. He is in my dad's organization. He has worked with my dad for a long time. They are very close." Jong-yoon started to suspect, so those guys are also members of the Actors Association. I have a bad feeling about this. Huh, what is wrong? The men in black suddenly ran back into the dungeon cave. Jong-hyun was shocked. They all went inside. Ah-yoon was worried about her friend. Do something. What if something happens to Junwoo in there? Without knowing what she was thinking, Jin bravely stepped forward. There is no other choice. I will go in there, pretend I accidentally got lost, and then ask what is going on. Jong-hyun stopped her. Hey, wait, it is too dangerous. Who knows what they will do to you? Jian was confident in herself. It is okay. I know them. We are pretty close. One of them even gave me a laptop when I entered the academy. Uncle Seok-jae. He said sternly, Why are you here? Jian put on a pitiful look. I got lost while hiking, and then it got so dark, so I got scared. I am so glad I found you here. But Uncle Seok-jae, why are you here? That place looks like a dungeon. Are you on a mission? Seok-jae received a call. Wait a minute, Jian. This is Bravo, reporting an unexpected situation. Director Hwang's daughter is here. What? But she is a high school student. No, sir, understood. After ending the call, Seok-jae used lightning magic to paralyze Jian with binding ropes. A subordinate beside him asked, What is this kid doing here? Seok-jae explained, She is Director Hwang's daughter. I do not know how she found this place. It seems like her father did not tell her. Never mind, I will take care of things here, so hurry up and go. The situation inside seems serious. Jion struggled. Uncle Seok-jae. Seok-jae even wanted to use lightning strike. Damn it, why are you here? Are you trying to make me the biggest bastard in the world? But he could not act. A long metal bar pierced straight through Seok-jae's hand. What the hell? The person who did this was Ah-hyun, using fire magic. She used the blue flame strike, punching Seok-jae straight in the face, sending him flying into a rock near the dungeon cave. Perhaps Ah-hyun was very brave. She seemed confident, so I predicted this would happen. Subordinates helped him up. Are you okay, Vice Chief? Seok-jae felt pain all over. By any means, do not let those brats escape. Today's incident must not leak out. They are using great hammer weapons. These little punks are gutsy, daring to go up against the hammer squad. There are only 2 of them. Is that all? Don't need to call anyone out from inside. Jong-hyun warned. Remember to be careful. They are fighting seriously. Ah-yoon will also fight. Then I will fight seriously too. The crowd charged. All right, let us see what you are made of. Ultimate skill, thunderclap. A strike like the heavens descending directly towards Jong-hyun. Just in time, he managed to escape. If that hit me, I would have been reincarnated. Gotta be more careful. This time, Jong-hyun charged into battle. But that was to distract the opponent, giving Ah-hyun the opportunity to attack. A sudden wind appeared from behind. The wind blade released by that guy was extremely sharp. If hit by this, she might be cut in half. Out of the frying pan, into the fire, the opponent's ultimate skill, critical blow, was about to be unleashed. Perfect positioning. He used all his strength to execute this move. Fortunately, Jong-hyun appeared in time. At the same time, Ah-hyun used fire magic, plus the blue flame shockwave level 3. A pretty perfect combination between the two. Absolutely struck the opponent too perfectly. Ah-hyun escaped the pursuit of death. His comrades ran over with panicked faces. Impossible. We are all professional hunters. How could this be? Who are these little punks? After Jong-hyun and Ah-hyun defeated one of them, the other one was flustered, panicking. He gritted his teeth anxiously. This is terrible. They dodged the wind blade and blocked the blow with just one arm. Are they really high school students? It is like they are mercenaries raised by some mysterious organization. Ah-hyun intended to strike quickly and win. If it is 2 against 1, we can win. Take him down, Sunbae. Do not let your guard down. Ah-hyun, who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? The guy who heard it thought to himself, I have already used all my skills. Even if I call for reinforcements now, I won't be able to hold out until then. Damn it, I give up. Suddenly a voice rang out. Wait, causing the guy to be startled. But then he smiled smugly. Behind Ah-hyun and Jong-hyun, a hand using lightning subsystem magic was silently approaching. Unexpectedly, lightning pillars appeared, surrounding Ah-hyun and Jong-hyun. What is this? Do not touch Ah-hyun. What do you know? Is this the first time you have seen this skill? This skill is not suitable for conquest, so I rarely use it. Seok-jae continued to threaten. It takes time to activate. At most, it can only trap 1 or 2 small monsters. Blue level and higher level monsters will break it anyway. So it is considered useless. But it is very effective when used with people, is not it? Yoon was annoyed. I should have made sure you could not wake up. The subordinate at this time turned to praise Seok-jae. Thank you, Vice Director, you saved me, Seok-jae reminded him. I let my guard down because I thought they were just high school students. From now on, we have to be more careful. By the way, director Huang Chang-soo's daughter seems to have run away. It is okay, she can't run far. I will ask the team at the foot of the mountain to look for her. Ah-yoon thought Ji-yeon had run away, so she was very dissatisfied. You caused this mess and then ran away alone, coward. On the contrary, Jung-hyun was very worried about his junior. Ji-yeon, be safe. Suddenly, summoning subsystem magic was displayed. Ji-yeon, riding on the monster, rushed over, causing the guy to not have time to react, falling back into the lightning pillar, making the light on it glare very dazzlingly. Ji-yeon was sweating profusely. Who said I ran away? Ah-yoon and her senior were surprised. What have you been doing all this time? Shut up. I was hiding to wait for the paralysis to wear off, okay? Seeing the situation was not good, Seok-jae used lightning subsystem magic aimed directly at Ji-yeon. Ji-yeon was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The energy from the magic radiated through the ground. But then she quickly regained her composure, riding the beast through the magic streams, straight to Seok-jae. The beast that Ji-yeon rode on quickly captured Seok-jae. Not long ago, you could not use summoning magic or basic skills. You have been practicing hard, have not you? Don't talk nonsense. Quickly release Jung-hyun and Ah-yoon. Seok-jae did not accept it, so he intended to make conditions. A little difficult, his resistant attitude made Ji-yeon annoyed. The energy rays on the pillars were connecting with each other, causing the distance between the pillars to be shortened. It is getting narrower, getting closer to Ah-yoon. What have you done? Simple. If you do not surrender within 3 minutes, those two will be crushed by the lightning pillars and die a painful death. To be clear, even if you try to threaten, torture, or do anything, I won't cancel the skill. You see, I am helpless too. Jung-hyun called Ji-yeon, Ji-yeon. Break it? Ah, okay, Seok-jae stopped him. Can't do it. The lightning pillar uses mana that has been accumulated to maintain for 10 minutes. Do you really think I won't have any precautions? If you destroy it, you will lose the only way to disable the skill. If you do not believe me, just try it. Ji-yeon, I am sorry for everything I did to you just now. I never wanted to kill you, really. If you surrender, I guarantee you and your friends will be safe, okay? If it goes on like this, your friends will die. Is that okay with you? Ji-yeon concentrated on thinking for a while. Seeing this, Seok-jae thought Ji-yeon had softened. That is right, Ji-yeon, you made the right choice. But, unexpectedly, Ji-yeon not only did not soften, but also kicked the guy painfully. Now cancel the summoning magic, and the guy screamed in pain. Ji-yeon moved closer to her teammates. What? I thought he was lying, but this skill really can't be disabled. What now? We are really going to die. Let me save you. What kind of method? I am going to use my summoning magic to pull that pillar out. Suddenly, the guy stopped him, ignorant. Do you think the summoned spirit beast is a robot that you just need to press a button and it will do as you want the moment it bites into the pillar? It will be electrocuted, as if it will listen to you. Don't underestimate me. Is my summoning magic that weak? Moreover, I am not giving orders. Let me take care of it myself. The mana of the summoner has been linked to the summoned spirit beast. Controlling the movement of the summoned spirit beast, Seok-jae was now panicked. That mana link is a technique that takes many years to master. How is that possible? Ji-yeon's beast came forward to gnaw at the pillars with electric sparks. It tried its best to break them. Jung-hyun and Ah-yoon kept shouting, Ji-yeon, is that okay? You have to do it, otherwise what? I am trying to concentrate. Ji-yeon's face was serious, not negligent. She poured all the energy she had to continue feeding the beast, helping it destroy the lightning pillar. Thanks to that, the beast became stronger, breaking the pillar in an instant. Seok-jae stood aside, dumbfounded. She really disabled the lightning pillar by force. She used to be just a shadow of her father. What exactly has she been doing in the past few months? Not giving Seok-jae a chance to escape, Jung-hyun came forward to threaten him with a sharp weapon, stabbing straight at his neck. All right, I lost. Seok-jae's ending was being tied up with his two subordinates. Well, is this the end? Let us just consider this an expensive lesson about society. In this world, if you do not stab others in the back, you won't be able to survive, Ji-yeon said bluntly. So what? I live my way, understand. Do not drag innocent people into your dirty game, old man. Hey, Ji-yeon, do something, let us go. Then, she and her two teammates left. Seems like Junwoo is still inside the dungeon. A group of hunters just rushed in there not long ago. Do you think Junwoo will be okay? Ah-yoon calmly. Of course he will be okay. If anything happens, we should worry about the others. Hurry up. This time it is our turn to help Junwoo. The three of them went deep inside the cave. We do not have this chance every day. Inside, a crowd of people rushed away. Go forward. Do not let him escape. They used lightning meteor subsystem magic, fire annihilation magic. aiming straight at the target ahead, creating a terrifying explosion. Faintly, there was a shadow in the thick black smoke. That was none other than Junwoo. He raised his gun to fight. The bullets came flying, piercing through the crowd. Junwoo took the opportunity to run to. He gave a smug smile, gently touching those men in black. They fell to the ground. Then he turned and left. Damn it, what kind of guns are those? The bullets that Junwoo used were timeout bullets, a type of non-lethal bullet designed for personas. The target hit by the bullet will be paralyzed and unable to move. It has a weakness that the firing range is only 1 meter, so it can only be used at close range, but it is no problem for small targets. The crowd was still not subdued, wanting to continue to destroy Junwoo. But unexpectedly, Junwoo's energy just surpassed everything. Junwoo also quickly slipped through. Catch him, catch him! Junwoo was surrounded with no way back. The gun has been arranged to aim straight at Junwoo. That is it, you bastard! The bullet came flying to Junwoo, making him panic, not having time to react. Fortunately, with just a twist of his body, he was able to dodge. Damn it, he just dodged a sniper shot. What are you doing? Stand there dumbfounded? The crowd continued to attack with energy. Junwoo not only dodged smoothly, but also pushed the guy away, making him fall painfully. Not stopping there, Junwoo lifted one of his feet, then pulled with the strongest intensity. His face at that time was without emotion. In an instant, all 7 of them. This is not good. Let us retreat. Suddenly a cold gaze looked at them from behind. A giant bear came out. Hwang Chang-soo appeared from somewhere. Maybe I do not need to interfere. But you guys are an eyesore. The bear used its sharp claws, beating the crowd into a mess. The rocks from the battle flew everywhere. Call for help immediately. Hurry up. The crowd was finally destroyed. I never thought these guys would dare to betray me. Hwang Chang-soo said to Junwoo, "This is why you should not recruit these guys. It is a waste of effort to teach them, only to be stabbed in the back like this." It seems that Go Seok-do has realized that the head of the department has tried to strike first. Anyway, that old man is definitely very quick-witted. Hwang Chang-soo thought to himself also, if Bravo has also switched sides, it means that Seokjae has also betrayed us, that bastard. Suddenly, a sword pierced through. The giant bear slowly fell in front of Hwang Chang-soo. Its head fell off its body, blood flowed out profusely. What is this? Who exactly is it? The assassin slowly emerged. She was covered from head to toe. Junwoo was alert. She is also from Acres. No, I have never met her before. It seems like she is a mercenary hired specifically by Go Seok-do. To cut down my Mountain King in one blow, I think we need to be a little more careful. Careful with people, director. Look back at what he said. Who is worried about whom? Junwoo quickly checked his weapons. 3 bullets left. If it is not resolved here, then this will be troublesome. The only way is to end it as quickly as possible. I will block her attack. Then I will assist and find the opening. Junwoo charged up to attack. The female assassin used combat subsystem mistblade weapons. The 2 sides just poured all their strength. Junwoo was planning how to make her unable to swing her sword anymore. As soon as the gun pointed straight at the opponent, Junwoo did not hesitate to miss the opportunity. Just 1 shot. He aimed and fired decisively, pouring all his strength to not let the female assassin escape. But unexpectedly, that woman used her sword to block Junwoo's attack. This guy, the muzzle is right on the bridge of his nose. Then she built momentum, sending Junwoo flying away. Despite Junwoo struggling with all his might, seizing the opportunity, the female assassin rushed up to kill Junwoo. Suddenly she hesitated, on alert. An explosion occurred on the giant rock. The unexpected explosion made both sides pause. A monster covered in flames secretly appeared behind the female assassin. It opened its mouth, spewing fierce flames, and the woman had to quickly flee. She discovered that the monster was ordered by Hwang Chang-soo. Without waiting any longer, she used the mistblade and the assassination technique from the shadows to rise up. Just like that, she blended into the darkness. What just happened? She disappeared. Junwoo quickly realized, and he warned Hwang Chang-soo. "Chief, get out of the way." The female assassin was now standing right behind Chang-soo, preparing to eliminate him. Chief Hwang was fatally struck by that woman, leaving him no chance to resist. Hwang Chang-soo died instantly. Now only Junwoo faced the female assassin. This is a big problem. Chief Hwang Chang-soo was stabbed, and there is only 1 bullet left. I can't think of a way out. A bold plan appeared in Junwoo's mind. How about killing her? Thick smoke poured out, covering the surrounding space. Junwoo decisively did not let that woman escape. What the hell is going on here? A kid who has not even wiped his nose yet blocked all my attacks. And he is Using that garbage gun, am I dreaming or something? She slashed dangerously, but luckily Junwoo dodged it. Then he turned around, delivering a straight kick to the opponent, causing her to wince in pain. Suddenly exposing an opening, was she thinking too much? It turned out that her name was Jung Hak-young, a freelance hunter not belonging to any association or guild. She usually takes on dangerous missions of C rank or higher, but she also accepts some requests from individuals. The current mission is one of them, high pay, not too difficult. She only had to deal with a retired gang manager and a high school student with no backing. Depending on the situation, she might not even need to take action, but the situation had completely changed. The person standing in front of her was not easy to deal with, but a real opponent she had to defeat with her strength. User Hunter Jung Hak-young. A level skill access activated. Ultimate skill, C Mist. Junwoo also did not let his guard down, but was always actively judging and deducing Jung Hak-young's moves. A dense fog so thick that nothing could be seen. Here, everyone becomes blind, without exception, but I can see. The sound of a weapon tightening. The sound of the left foot slightly twitching. Even the faintest breath, every sound she makes becomes my eyes. Jung Hak-young rushed out from the mist. She used the ultimate skill Death Shadow Strike. Junwoo was still very calm, not at all flustered. I will finish you off before you even realize you have been hit. It has been a long time. A slash pierced through Junwoo's shadow, hidden behind the fog. Jung Hak-young was startled and panicked. What is this? It feels like I did not hit anything. At that time, Junwoo slowly stepped forward, catching the female assassin unprepared. She thought Junwoo was behind her, so she decisively swung her sword. But when she turned around, there was no one. Is that kid playing tricks? In this fog that obscures my eyes. The finishing punch went straight to Jung Hak-young. This time she had no way to retreat and took the full punch. When she managed to regain her senses, Junwoo had also disappeared. Jung Hak-young was confused and panicked. She recalled her conversation with her master. Did he mean that his sea mist was not effective? Yes, at first I thought it would work. But in just a blink of an eye, they read the flow of movement of the mist and sound. The senses that I have trained my whole life were surpassed in just a few minutes. I felt like my whole life was denied, Hak-young exclaimed in admiration. I did not expect there to be such an extraordinary person. Who exactly is he? To break this move, you have to reach that level, he said, pointing to the statue. It was a statue of Junwoo. Anyway, I do not want to go through that again. That mist, which should have been my own battlefield. Back to the present, Hak-young was now standing in front of that thick mist, and at that moment, it turned into the most dangerous place in the world. No, it is impossible. 10 years. I spent 10 years just to learn this feeling. But a kid like him, do not tell me, Kim Junwoo was really reincarnated. Unreasonable. She continuously swung her sword at the shadow looming behind the fog. Impossible, no matter how many times you swing, no one will get hit. I heard that this feeling is not something everyone can learn. How could a child like him feel this? While Hak-young was confused, Junwoo attacked from behind, kicking her hard, sending Hak-young flying away, falling to the ground. But she quickly got up. He looked like he had tried his best to hide his presence, even holding his breath. But in this vibrating air, it is useless, right? He is not just listening to the sound, but also feeling the vibrations in the air. This is the realm that my master once aspired to. Hak-young seemed helpless. Not using skills anymore? Was she planning to surrender or something? No, I just want to admit that I am at a disadvantage in the mist. So now, who do you think has the advantage? You will soon find out. Hak-young charged with her sharp sword, attacking Junwoo. Junwoo also used his weapon to resist. No matter who he is, I only have one choice now. I have to bet everything on this moment. After thinking it over, Hak-young raised her sword straight towards Junwoo. Junwoo still dodged, not wanting to get hurt. Then kicked her in the back. Junwoo had his gun grabbed by the opponent. I suspected it. If you are holding a gun, you should shoot, not swing it like a stick. It is like you are saving the last bullet. Hak-young used the tip of her sword to stab into the firing mechanism. The last bullet exploded. The remaining number of bullets has reached 0. That was your last bullet, right? Now you do not have to worry about pulling the trigger anymore. Prepare yourself, kid. Junwoo was not worried at all, but explained, the problem with kids these days. The gun was reloaded in an instant. Junwoo quickly returned fire. Hak-young did not understand what was happening. They think they know everything. Consuming the emotion of the performer, Hak-young fell right in front of Junwoo. Suddenly he felt dizzy in his head. The dizziness made him scream in pain. The abnormal weapon that Go Seokdu used, if you use rare bullets, you won't be punished, but when you run out of bullets, the penalty will appear. The type of emotion-consuming bullet, Seokdu used them like regular bullets. A sound came out. It turned out that Huang Changsu was still not dead. Chief, if you had that, you should have used it sooner. You are lucky to still be alive, oh well, temporarily alive. Things still had not stopped when the soldiers from Bravo rushed in. Found him. They surrounded Junwoo. Bravo, the target has been surrounded. Team Alpha has all retreated. Damn it, I forgot about Team Bravo. Let us see, 15. No, about 20 people. Even if I am good at fighting, it is impossible to fight that many people at this time. If I had known this, I would have brought Wusik with me. I really do not want to become a heartless, sick person. There is no other way. Combat Enhancement Project. Spiked barrage. Suddenly a blue energy erupted. Wusik, that bastard. I told him not to say it, but he insisted. Ayun's group managed to arrive to help. What the hell? What is with these bastards? Counterattack, counterattack. Jang Yun instructed his subordinates, do not confront them directly. Quickly pull Junwoo out of here as quickly as possible. I will open the way. Chang-Soo wondered about the appearance of Ayun's group. What is this? Did you call them here? Are you crazy? Bringing these kids into a dangerous place and you are talking like a 70 or 80-year-old? Grandfather. Wang's Chang-Soo thought to himself, anyway, that one-armed kid is even stronger than the last time I saw him. At this rate, in a few years, he might even reach the level of the legendary hunter Kim Chung-hoon. And that other kid too, luckily they were not wearing ARC armor at that time, otherwise it would have been tiring to really fight. It is all gone. Is this because of that guy? At that moment, a soldier on the other side rushed over with a sharp weapon, aiming straight at Chang-Soo. He seemed motionless in place, unable to react in time. Someone activated an explosion again, blocking that soldier. Sharp claws appeared. This time it was the beast that Ji-yeon rode on. She asked, Junwoo, are you okay? What Ji-yeon did not expect was that her father was also present. The two father and daughter were stunned when they saw each other. Why are you here? And what about you, Dad? Why are you here? Don't tell me you are also involved in this. Do you still say that after seeing me like this? Let us get out of here for now. I will support you, Junwoo. Be careful. The wound is serious. Chang-Soo was dazed for a while. And what about that woman? Junwoo was carrying Hakyung on his shoulder. Oh well, I have some business with her. Damn it, do not let anyone escape. As long as one of them escapes, we are doomed. Seeing the situation was not good, Ji-yeon used magic, controlling the beast to stop the crowd. Chang-Soo was stunned by his daughter, activating the magic link. When, if you have time to talk, worry about running away. Seeing his daughter was worried about him, he did not say anything more. Over the past few years, I have prepared thoroughly for the separation of the Acre's soul branch. I cut off relations with my younger brother, divorced my wife, and cut off all personal contacts. From then on, my life revolved around escaping from Goseok Al. The only person left by my side, my daughter, seemed to have tried to help me as much as possible, but time was short and everything had to be perfect. I did not even have time to hope or care for her growth. While I neglected my role as a father, Ji-yeon grew up on her own. You have always carried everything alone. You have been through a lot. I once hoped to hear that sentence from my dad, but now hearing it does not even resonate anymore. Chang-Soo could only sigh. Soon they reached the exit. Catch 'em, damn it, at least catch one of them. At this rate, we will be caught. I will try to hold them back. Ah-yoon was about to risk her life, but Jung-hyun stopped her. She used infinite blue flames, sending those guys flying far away. That should be enough. Run quickly, Jung-hyun urged. I am coming. But unexpectedly, Ah-yoon was caught by a guy. She has been caught. Everyone immediately turned around. Ah-yoon. He held a knife to Ah-yoon's neck. Everyone stand still. Take one more step, and I will slash her. Put the arc down on the ground. Raise your hands. Immediately, a bullet flew over, piercing his shoulder. The shooter was none other than Junwoo, probably because it is hard to aim while holding a heavy object. I was aiming for the head.